Hello, good day, good morning, well, good afternoon, bloody hell, I've already lost track of what time it is. Today's task, YouTube VOD Frogs, is that we're going to be going through EDG versus XLG, the grand finals of VCT China Stage 1. And then at the end of this, we're going to be looking at and trying to assemble a list, at least a rough list, if not a completed list, of our top 15 players heading into Masters London. You were first. You were first with any message, Cryptoduck. Never mind, first to sub. Thank you for the 37 months. Hello, 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 everybody. I got myself some homemade kombucha, which I'm not... Listen, I came in yesterday with some homemade ginger beer. I was all about that life. This is homemade kombucha the beer's made, and I feel like I'm drinking a pickled onion. There's something pleasant about it, but then there's something really unpleasant about it too. But she loves it. But this is, I mean, it hasn't been fermented either, so it's not actually kombucha, but it's like, you know, ish. Today we VOD review. Tomorrow we are finished with VOD review. Okay, so today is the last day of China VOD review that we will be doing. So if you're sick of the VOD review, like Hyun is apparently in the chat, where are you? There? If you're sick of the VOD review like Hyun, don't worry, it's about to disappear. This is the final day of it. I'll be back tomorrow. I might not be streaming tomorrow, I'm not sure, but you can come back anyway and just see. I'm not sure. I did wish RJ a happy birthday, Hated Fate, and RJ informed me that it was in fact not their birthday, and you are a lying piece of scum on the bottom of my shoe. Lols, thank you very much for the new Prime sub. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, thank you. Is Platchat tomorrow or Tuesday? Do we know yet? It's tomorrow. Platchat is tomorrow. That is why I've scheduled this VOD review to be done by the end of tonight, is that I have to complete this VOD review, and then we need to be ready to go into the top 15 players as well. So we're gonna, that's the plan for today. We're gonna finish China, and then we're gonna do top 15 players. Okay? And the reason that we need to finish China first is because some of these players legitimately might be in the top 15. I think we're looking at Chichu as a potential top 15 player. I think we're looking at Kang as a potential top 15 player. We might, at the end of this game, actually be looking at Smoggy as a top 15, though I must be honest, a lot of people were going nuts about Smoggy because he was the MVP of this final match. But I, having watched a lot of EDG games up to this point... I say a lot. I haven't watched all of their games, let's be honest. But I've been doing quite a lot of VOD review. I've probably watched like, I don't know, 15 hours of EDG, maybe a bit more, before this game. And Smoggy has not, I think, been as impressive as other people I've got in my mind for his kind of like flex Phoenix role yet. So I'm trying not to be too recency biased in this game. Like, if somebody goes bonkers in this game, like we know from the stats that Smoggy does, I'm trying not to let it affect me too heavy just because it was like a single match. But he still played well in their other games, don't get me wrong. He's still been performing like a good player. But I think this was the match that pushed his stats into like really, really top territory. TMV put 3 PaperX plays in his top 15 and people got mad at him for not having Devi. The Devi Glazers are out here constantly, and I think it's because Finesse is such a Devi fan. But I'll be honest with you, I am also not going to be putting Devi in my top 15. I think it's really, really unlikely that I'm putting Devi in my top 15. I think something, Jing, I think... I've got to be honest with you. I think Devi is probably their like lowest player so far. I think Envy's been remarkably consistent, but maybe not as good as he was during kickoff actually. And then Forsaken might edge in to the top 15. Hard to know actually until we put the list together. But yeah, I don't know. The Devi Glazers are out here every single day of the week, honestly. Every day of the week. Okay, we're edging though. Let's go. All right, so what do we know about these two teams on Fracture? EDG's defense side on Fracture was really poorly put together last time I watched it. They were doing a lot of stuff that made no sense. They had some ideas that were good, and they didn't play an extremely predictable style, but their overall theory of how they wanted to play this map was way off. Nobody in particular was playing some horrible positions, and like the way that he moved around the map and used his flashes for information was very poor. The way that they set up their Cypher utility and the areas that Kankan was pushing didn't really coordinate with each other. But because they are willing to push on defense, and because Kankan is very good with the op, they are still going to beat some teams on this map in China. Are they still going to beat some teams internationally? Yeah, maybe actually, because a lot of teams are shite at Fracture. But they certainly didn't look like a great team on this map. Somebody to be like genuinely scared of here. And XLG, I gotta be honest with you, I don't even remember if we've watched XLG on this map. Let's just have a quick look at things. Fracture. We watched EDG AG. And that's it. We've only watched EDG play against AG on Fracture, so this is brand new for us watching XLG on Fracture. Let's have a look. So they're going to start XLG with a bit of a pretty classic default cam in the meta position. Spamming to try to get rid of it. Chichu recognizing that they understand how most teams are going to be playing this. Nobody gets flashed. Turns around because he's stuck with that salvo. Gets caught. Dies. I think if this is the game plan for XLG, it's going to be really successful because nobody's positioning is very poor. Lovely round from XLG. And Chichu demonstrating that he has some idea of what's going on the defense side in terms of the, like, you know, overall macro and how he can affect that. But XLG target nobody towards his position at, like, Halls, Sands, and run him over. And I think that's going to be a weakness. Chichu plays to hard anchor quite a lot more than you'll see other people do. So that might be something that XLG have to work around at some point. But yeah, let's have a look. Hello, Washin. You had Thursday and Friday off. Monday's going to wreck you? Oh, yeah. You're not going to be ready to go back to work. Just as I went outside to read in the sun. Meow meow, go outside and read in the sun. If you're still in my chat, go and enjoy the sunshine. You don't need to be here for this. I just turned this on in case anybody is interested in doing the same VOD review as me. I have to do this anyway. It's not like I'm doing it because it's particularly great stream content, right? I have to do this for my job, so I decided to turn my stream on and do it while streaming. Go and enjoy the sunshine. I'll happily stream this to 0 viewers. You are my sunshine? Hold up, friend. You don't know me like that. Hey, Splinks. Alright, so this time EDG have got a lot of players stacked over here. They are spamming, but I'm not sure that they were actually spamming Kankan's position there. Lasso goes down trying to walk into top rafters smoke. But they trade out pretty nicely as they get into sight. Don't think Chichu's going to clutch this, but might as well watch him try. Pokerquake, thank you for the 29 months. Very kind of you. Thank you for using your Prime on me. Okay. There was no point watching this from Chichu. He's just trying to steal the Bulldog away from them. I mean, at that point, you might as well literally be running away with the Bulldog and, like, throwing it away somewhere where they can't pick it up.
对，我就说还是想把这把辽拳再回收过来，因为看了一下，当时3个人剩下手上的这样一把正义、一把飞将、一把辽拳，他们是可以接受，比如说倒2个人。
When are they playing Russia? I gotta be honest with you though, I'm not even gonna get your hopes up. If I was gonna be watching some kind of like sports content at the moment, it wouldn't be Pokemon, it would be tennis. I'm in my tennis era. Wolf is playing Mega Steelix. See, you're saying that as if it's unusual, but I haven't actually been following the Pokemon Champions metagame, so I don't even know how crazy that is. Is that completely crazy? All right, so they got a trip here to hard anchor A, but they're pushing out. They're making it feel like they're pushing out A early, or maybe Chishu is trying to get a push out. See, this feels like they've got some specific ante for this game, where if the flash sees nothing, they think there's nobody playing north side and they can break the cam for free. I think this is very heavy, like, mind games, meta games between these two teams. Happyway literally hides inside of his cage there to dodge the flash coming out north side and make it seem like nobody's playing north side. Chishu pushes north side with the flash, thinking that he can just get rid of the camera for free, but because Happyway has hidden inside of his cage, he gets the kill. This is actually really nice stuff happening in both of these, with both of these ciphers. How do I sum this up in my notes? Flash for info north side, so Chichu can break cam if negative. Happyway hides in cage. For false info, punishes. That's really nice. Yo, what's up, Taco? How you doing? Substances, thank you for the 7 months as well. I give Bren his flowers a lot, but I don't give them to you enough. It's not a competition, but it's very kind of you. Thank you, Taco. That's really sweet. So at the same time, they're calling a push on the south side. Kang comes through quickly. They do have a smoke in their back pocket, but they haven't used it on Link. I don't know why. Why has Lysor still got a smoke to work with, but he hasn't actually used it Link here? That seems like a pretty big mistake, because now Kang is just played in. I mean, they kill him anyway, and Lysor actually hits a crazy 180 onto nobody. But yeah, another round where XLG just put together an A Sands push, and it cooks EDG. Isn't the info flash dodge not very reliable if they flash above the cage? Yeah, I mean, definitely something that is sometimes you're gonna get caught in it. But the thing is, it's very low risk, right? Because if you do get caught by the flash, you've only wasted 100 credits in the cage. You're not gonna get killed if you get flashed at top side. What's going to happen is you're not, like, Chishu's not going to push anymore. If that flash connects on somebody north side, Chishu's just going to stay here and just, like, jiggle this angle, probably, something like that, looking for information. And then they're going to fall back to the trips that they had on site, and Chishu's eventually going to play a hard anchor spot on A. But you know, if you cage like this and it does catch you, all right, your plan didn't work, but the upside is really high. Moms for cyberbullying. Thank you for the 16 months as well. Just celebrated your brother's birthday? Lovely. Okay, so this time they've swapped it up. They're camming for arcade instead. To again, focusing on breaking the cam. This entire EDG defense so far has been around breaking this cam. And Kang is now pushing out north side as well. Are they just going to do the same thing? Are they just trying to punish nobody again? Nobody's got a Bucky, so I don't mind him playing inside that smoke. I think that's fine. It's an eco round. You can take a risk playing inside a smoke like that. Also, this is a good defensive smoke. I'm glad that they're using this one. This defense side smoke, I think a lot of teams have forgotten about it. But this defense smoke is incredibly critical if you're getting A split on. This one is often more important than the one in A main. Because the A main angles, you can kind of just like, you can not expose yourself to them, whereas Sand is diabolical. Don't you think EDG will be even better in London since they get heavy antied in China, as CB says? Well, that didn't work in Santiago, did it?
这个就是要打补强，对，就是要打补强，但是又被拆了一个高点，又被拆了一个，但是蟒侠立刻还以颜色，这个蟒侠只有一发，但现在 EDG 的整体枪械比较差 ，XLG 可以。
But maybe at this event, it might be more relevant.
狙掉对手的球，六，没子弹了。哇，两边其实都没有致死，这个闪翼也很漂亮。我是六，最后兜下了这个残局，也是砍下了4杀。他们
多的发挥，
又被拆了一个。
I mean, Smokey almost did something there.
而且赢了一些人数。
然后那么叫暂停。他们把枪线拆成莲花谷的3少体系有一定的关系。
Right, Kang picks up the operator, and now they have a lot of players over towards this side. Cam, Chishu immediately has to run. Their focus on this Cam leaves them really open to these fast hits. Because they're compromising their positioning pretty heavily with Chishu at the beginning of these rounds. Like, this is not a great place for Chishu to be, really.
转换策略了，要打快的。
那个我们说的那把武器它来了，南北的夹击，康康一把狙，他们没有任何操作的空间了。但是原料被发现，想顺没顺到，另外一边顶住了压力，并且直接在点里精装修，那对面也遭不住啊。而且拖延包的技能也很多。
这份好像 XLG 转换策略了，要打快的。
那个我们说的那把武器它来了，南北的夹击，康康一把狙，他们没有任何操作的空间了。但是原料被发现，想顺没顺到，另外一边顶住了压力，并且点内 ，Raga 还能跟队友做呼应，只剩 Nobody 了，他要面对一个1v2，滑铲，拆开，Raga 的状态。
I guess if you force the attackers into playing fast every round against you, you do get to over-rotate like crazy. Like, these 3 EDG players just booked it to be, and they nearly won the round by having... When Chishu and Nobody double pushed through this smoke and dropped the spike down here, they almost won the round, just straight up there. But unfortunately, they'd lost too many other people. And Nobody was still in a 1v2, and he played it about the worst way he could by trying to force the fight on site instead of looking to play around the spike, I think. But it actually ended up going better for EDG than I thought it would.
他今天太果断了，高塔的突破和最后的终结。
哇，我觉得这一份 XLG 应该是想要围绕0这个英雄做些设计，但没有想到抓到的是康康的狙，而且在这样一个短兵相接的位置里面，康康的狙确实不太好去发挥，因为技能也给的很足。Raga 直接铲上来，把康康收掉之后，前后的合围点内也没有任何生存的空间。Raga 的状态确实在今天开局的状态其实非常不错的，是他能提供的火力让 XLG 在正面第1强线上屡屡能占得先机，就他很有可能能换一个，甚至换不止一个。
Now EDG are back onto another.
开局对于 EDG 来说就很被动。
没错，这一份的话倒是还有一些资源可以去利用啊。杰尼手上有一个大招。
Cam goes south side.
想要拿一个点，说明刚差一个点有巨刃，很可惜被Leo直接架住。哦，
杰尼这个位置好像是。 因为急的其实是对手。
So far, they're getting fucking dismantled. Who ended up winning the series? EDG. It was a 3-2 game, 5-mapper.
而且你看小地图那边4个口子，每个口子都在控，每个口子都在看，都有位置在看。是，而且就拉开30米。
EDG had double map veto though as well, so that's a big thing to consider here. Lotus is definitely the best map that you could ban against XLG. But neither of them have played Ascent at all, so I have no idea who would have won Ascent. So it's not like EDG got a free map win necessarily, but they got a free don't lose a map, and then they got a, I don't know, gigantic question mark by banning Ascent. I mean, who the fuck knows who would have won that? Do I think Riot's going to fix the snowballing problem ever? I'm not sure they necessarily view it as a problem. Have the devs ever discussed that kind of thing? I think they might view it as your reward for doing well. I don't know. I have not heard them talk about that kind of thing before. I've only heard the community talk about it.
把自己的时间、技能、枪械优势、护甲优势利用到了极致。
并且我认为在今天抢开局这个环节上，侯亚的功课做得非常到位。是，他们用更多的。
这分我觉得无论如何要想办法先把这个长枪给稳下来。
B 点是一个发连击的。
Jishu's again poking out here towards north side, wondering if he can get a break on the cam.
高点价位哦，康康应该是用凌空凌上去的。 这个发电机位置是一个
dog out A main to make sure it isn't a fake. All right, now that they've slowed down, though, what do you go for? You go for info reclear arcade? Or are you going for... Yeah, they must be going for an info reclear arcade, right? They just smoked it. No? Okay, the Flash did see people south side. So now nobody should be calling people back to him. He's got trip to cover dish, so... They're very slow here re-clearing this area of the map. I guess the question would be, how do you want to re-clear this area? And I didn't see what Chishu actually did with his cam. What did bro do with his cam? Oh, he put it here to look down south side. I think if Chishu is saving his cam to be placed 10 seconds into the round, I'd like the cam to be used as part of a re-clear arcade. Like, put it on this wall, or like put it here in tower or something. I mean, in the mid-round, I mean, Chishu literally walks back into tower and then uses the cam to like look out at this. Or gets inside this smoke and uses it here to be able to look out and see if anyone's here. I think that's a really good re-clear tool. But instead, Chishu uses it south, which doesn't really tell you anything after a noise cut. Anyway, nobody catches a flash on these players south side, so he knows at least the lurker is there. So it's worth bringing the player back over. Splashy Josh, thank you for the 11 months. Alright. Seekers tell you that nobody's really coming dish. Flood through the smoke. Kankan gets caught. These are the attackers' smokes here and here. But when they get blocked in A main by the molly, they go back towards sand. With the Seekers. Stun into heaven. They do try to commit through just with the neon slide and flooding. But then they turn back around to deal with Kankan, who took a timing past the molly. I mean, they're doing a good job of staying aware of where the threats are coming from. And now they're in the 3v2, they could just freeze a little bit. Chishu's ulted. I mean, ults on both sides from both ciphers. Jenny's just going to wrap this one up. Yeah, eventually the flood works out there, I think. I think an A split decision would have been better than going full through A halls. The A splits have been working so well for them, I don't know why they originally smoked to only pop halls. That seems like a bit of a strange decision from XLG. But I think that's the main reason why that one works for EDG, is that they're able to kill the players coming through that sand smoke. Alright, this time Chishu does get that cam north side, but doesn't push. They're just reacting to noise now. That ult doesn't seem that great. I don't really understand what XLG's game plan was here. What is the exec you're trying to go for here? You have stun close, like you ult so they have to be close, and then you stun and salvo, but the stun didn't catch either of them. I mean, I guess it kind of catches Jenny in the sense that the salvo he has to sit inside of, but they really believed in that stun too much. EDG just dodged it and then they come in after the Taeho. That's not a that's not a great round. And that looks like it's a set round there.
这分有点难拆。
主要往前走还有一根半线。
对面已经准备好了 ，Nobody 是随时准备交闪的，这个闪啊直接扔高低差了。
二次确定位置。
这下还闪到正上方了，想跳过去。好，没事，没有小趋势，误会解除，减5。
I mean, they could just go back to running A splits, and I think they would win.
还在听到，其实我觉得 EDG 可以看到，
打的都偏跨对面的技能。
I don't mind if they B default a bit first.
缩窄到4分。
冲冲冲
！XLG 看上去要玩慢的了。上来其实
No man's just here defending the cam, I think. Trying to hide from... Like, No man's playing in a position up here where he would be hiding from this cam. And then as they break the cam, he might be able to either kill them if they push up too deep or find a timing on them as they leave. Gladiator, thank you for the 53 months.
Most people seem to think only EDG can do anything at Masters. Does this seem accurate so far?
I think XLG can do something if people leave Lotus in the map pool against them. I think if people think that they can just leave Lotus in and win, I think they're gonna struggle against XLG's Lotus. Even the great teams on Lotus are gonna struggle with XLG. I think the great teams on Lotus will be able to beat them because they'll beat the piss out of them when XLG's defending, and then I think they'll be able to get through the rest, or maybe they'll have some like specific way of being able to stop the C exec, something like that. But I think any team that's just like good at Lotus could absolutely lose to XLG, and then you're pretty close to getting an upset if, you know, the decider map is somewhere you're not as great on. Sidra, did you do something different with your hair today? I'm very attracted to you right now. No, same as usual. Just gave it a wash and a blow dry.
我觉得这一分杰尼的压力是很大的，因为他要更早的去拿信息，更奔放的去拿信息。而且 B 通没有反清的能力，没有人在后面能跟。听到声音了，闪电弹球，两边对阵，失阵了，榴莲跑不掉，但还好没混掉。高速通道的掩护很到位，还是死了，这人太多了。发电机让了，在球球这个位置也很危险，掉头往回走。
The Tejo util is so good for clearing arcade. I mean, this round, No Man is just able to do it on his own.
有点难受，刚有注意到 Smokey 的站位，他其实是在另一侧的塔楼，没有办法第一时间给到 B 点的烟。等烟落下的时候，点内杰尼其实已经是阵亡了，是有点难受啊。加上这一分双决都守的必须啊，确实没有太好的一个拖延手段。
而且我认为在第一时间拿到信息的时间偏晚了。 对，这样没有给到 EDG 任何调整的空间，这一点被对面贴过来了。对
，How is EDG? Are they going to make top 4?
很重要的。
但刚刚其实是杰尼一个人在去守这个 B 点的男子。
I don't think so, but I think their form is good enough that if they have a ridiculously consistent tournament and they run into some teams that are like not as hot, they could definitely make a good run. Raka's starting to turn up at the end of this tournament too.
但 EDG 的 A 区防守其实没有太多的调度的。
对，有一颗
But the EDG player form is really high.
在 A 通里面，康康是
They're playing really well right now. If you looked at them at the beginning of this year, Smoggy and Chishu looked really meh. But they look great at the moment. And Kankang looks way better now that we're in a new meta. And Jenny's actually been playing pretty well, better than CB. Sorry, I need to go back. I wasn't thinking about what I'm watching.
又是一个提前补防，一个4A， 仅剩的4个人都来到了 A 区，震得很不好，对面滑铲到脸上，1补1，互换，杰尼的假枪也被海佩维化解。
They really heavy commit to that to try to bail Jenny out, and then Smoggy tries to flood in as well. Yeah. And these rounds, XLG are just grouping up, running splits,
直接被对面突到
trading out.
而且把自己的位置卖了出去。
还是
And
那个问题，
EDG
接触有点防不住。
either have
还是没钱。
bad places to take team
没错
fights
狙确实非
or
常克制精英接触。
但上一分混起完这分还是没钱啊。
I mean that's most
直
of
接铲出
it
去，
is
要
that
击
they're
杀，但是
positioning
XLG
themselves
双
badly
人
to
加
take these
枪，
fights.
仅仅被掰掉了一个，出去再掰一个滑板正义，
kinda
这的话可以捡长枪了。
对面要跑了，直接
Better than CB, what a bar
我
to
觉得
clear.
没必要在这个位置逗留。哎呦，
这是什么？
一手回马枪，
这回手掏有点吓人了。
I'm just comparing
差距会进一步被拉开。
one player to
康康
another.
现在也不太敢换啊，他怕被抓 timing，一把数位继续端着走了。
It's literally not possible for me to get the Cloud9 look
还是回去换枪
with
了。
my
这个
Mohawk.
1v3 是
Like, how would I
应该要
even do
操
that?
作的，
我觉得
What's up,
看他
Arthur?
想怎么玩吧。
Pretty good. Surviving.
9
或 Leo 他的一个抓机
Alright,
会的能力也很强。
Noman is attack side Teho opping. What the fuck? Okay. And Kangkang is running it on defense side.
强
In
有
front
非常
of
多
the
的攻击
district.
技能的博弈啊，
都有狙哦，都有狙。
啊，康康的狙，
对
Well,
狙，
he wins the op
掉
duel.
了 Nomad，
Norman 也在玩狙。
Why was XLG attack side opping?
但应该毗邻之后还是会发现。
Maybe just because they were
这个毗邻之后得藏
flush with cash and
就被
wanted
找
to
到了。
try to control the tree peak, the dish peak.
而且现在对于 XLG 来比较难的问题就是他们没有办法再打精英接触了，他们得比较早就暴露自己的位置，或者是给对方在前点的一些压力，否则的话你万一遇到撞到这把狙就很难受了。
哎，这个闪预判到对面的转点，
两边对焦大招。
I don't think it looked neo-Nazi. I think it looked more punk
彼此明
personally.
牌了，硬打沙地的烟，这是打沙地的烟，给了沙地阵、沙地烟全给。
但是可以把
Neo-Nazi's more of a skinhead look.
而且还有
Anyway,
转的
not a
空间
mohawk
其实
particularly, isn't it?
XLG 要进来
Not that I hang out with neo-Nazis. I don't really know.
Raga 有滑站，但是 Raga 被集体逮捕。
后续 EDG 也是成功把点上站了下来。那这样的话，上半场的最后一分只剩我实力。
Sorry, what the fuck is going on in this round?
哎，这个闪预判到对面的转点，
两边对焦大招，彼此明牌了，硬打沙地的烟，这是打沙地的烟，给了沙地阵、沙地烟全给。
但是可以把沙地放了只手点里。
对，
而且还有转的空间，其实。
闪来了，
XLG 要进了，要进了，
直接站！Raga 有滑站，但是 Raga 被集体逮捕。
后续 EDG 也是成功。
I think the only rounds that XLG lost were the ones where they went all A main.
虽然他的残局胜率很高，但是还要面对一个1v3，有藏烟闪，闪了全白，确定了狙的位置在2楼。
看看会 repick 吗？
我觉得应该不会，要求稳这一分。
主要是爆能系现在在 Leo 身上。这一下感觉他拆分拆的不错。
他猜对面会出来补，但康康没动。
20秒钟转点来不及了，
康康去另外一边，没架住，
把狙撕了。但最后的下蹲双架还是没有问题 ，EDG 将比分追到了3比9。
Smoky 的大招太关键了，他把整个 A 通锁死，把对面逼得往里来，撞到自己的人身上，而且 Raga 也没有拿到第一个击杀之外的收获。
感觉这分 XLG 也有点无奈吧，就猜到对面有狙之后，也听到对面有狙之后，他们只能选择强行提一波。而进到点内 ，EDG 的准备是很充分的，有大招的分割，有枪线的配合，完全冲不进来。即便 Raga 拿到了一个首杀，后续队友是做不到跟进的。那这样上半场结束 ，EDG 还是扳回来了一些分数，保留了一点可能。不过我们也看到了 XLG 在预判到对面可能会选这张图之后，他们的准备是相当充分的，依然在上半场砍下了一个比较大的优势。
并且我觉得在今天
Okay.
赛前的布置
We're just doing a lot of typing.
，OK， 看到了嬴政，还有
这个，
也可以去选。
我觉得从目前上半场情况来 ，XLG
第一赛
在开局不利的情况下，其实是
Alright,
一
let's have a look at
个
the
非常
pistol.
大比分0比6的一个开局，然后追到了3比9，但还是6分的分差。
对，可以看到刚也给出了2支队伍换边之后的胜率是非常接近的。 现在对于 EDG 来说，想要继续追，还是要考虑这个首将分要尽快拿下。
直接飞，
这是一个标配
的位置，
有标配。
但 XLG 点后的协同做得很好，再禁烟，甚至留一手还能想乘胜追击，直接飞，再禁烟。 甚至留一手还能想乘胜追击，海推维想去支援队友
Well, this map's over.
而且撞到重防了，这点上 XLG 应该4个人，
再去找
15滴，
已经是被解决掉，闪效果
Like
也
an
比较
error
弱
pointing to your asshole. That is a crazy spelling
这
mistake.
包一掉，其实防守方就感觉会心安很多。
哎，听到了战术监控的声音啊，那这样全球主动开枪也爆，那 XL 但也拿到 好像也有点来不及了。
XLG 宁愿让你先把包捡了，
主要你得经过他脸上去带到 B 点里面去，
而且你先摆第一个，
关过了，但是
时间已经来不及了。他的难题。
What? He got the spike down? What? Oh, post round.
没问题了。
I was thinking, what the fuck? There's no way he had time.
是下一分的这个积攒的经济也会多一些。再定一个。
这分直接抢起了 ，EDG 利用刚才最后球安的那个包，直接选择了抢起，在这分赌上了所有的成本。
但 Raga 很聪明，他知道对方这一分打近距离肉搏战，可能人会很多。
对，就有没有算到对面抢起这种可能
Gotta force you 310 down.
XLG 是全起。
而且你要知道他拉的这个。
Where's this cam? What's this cam doing?
对枪距离很远，
什么时候漏枪？什么时候封死漏枪
？Do we get to see this
看
cam?
一下联赛首枪局胜场第一的是 EDG，
但胜率第一的是 XLG。
对。
这分直接抢起了 ，EDG 利用刚才最后
Happyway is so late over here.
在这分赌上了所有的成本。
但 Raga 很聪明，他知道对方这一分打近距离肉搏战，可能人会很多。
对，就有没有算到对面抢
He
起？
throws it from the high ground up top somewhere to look at dish. Sand?
什么时候封死漏枪
I don't know what he's even looking at.
现在明确了，
但是是一个1换1，
沙地有破绽。
康康倒了之后。
Oh. Okay. Isn't he just kind of baiting Raga by being in this cam?
只能靠杰尼来突进点内了，真的拉得很远，拉得很远。这波对枪也扛不住，顺位拉开30米，可以欲取欲求。
I mean, they wreck him.
Raga 成
They
为了这一
absolutely
分
wreck
的
him.
点内驻守的关键先生，
非常漂亮的一个处理。
To be honest with you, I'm not exactly sure what the cam is for. I mean, the cam is telling you if somebody contacts out A main, but how often do people contact out A main through a smoke? I would say almost never. It feels like a cool cam, but I don't actually know what it's accomplishing.
这个是他们进攻线最痛苦的一件事情。这分好像只能存了，只能是一个，这也没有很存啊。
Did you see the cages he had though? Yeah, I mean the cages are nice because they let you drop down into sight.
什么时候漏枪？什么时候封死漏枪？
But
漏了，
现在明确了。
但是是一个1换1。
oh no, they don't. Hold on. No, that is not on the high ground, is it?
沙地有破绽。
康康。
Oh yeah, it does let you drop down into sight from there. Yeah. So I mean, maybe that's the point. He's supposed to just like wait for contact, pop the cage, drop down, and fight with Raga. But I don't know. Why not just high-low peak with Raga anyway? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. If you're gonna pop the cages off the exec like util anyway, then what's the point of the cam? I don't know.
对面人站哪里的位置，这个是他们进攻线最痛苦的一件事情。这分好像只能存了，只能是一个，这也没有。
Surely that cam has vision over dish, no? Maybe that's the point. Yeah, maybe that's the point, and we just can't see it here because he's looking the other way. But he's already got a trip there too. I don't know. It's probably a good cam. I'm just not quite understanding how he would play off it.
他们进攻线最痛苦的一件事情。 这分好像只能存了，只能是一个，这也没有很存啊。说实话，这个存款
应该是要。
Hello, Shrewd. How you doing?
起到赢，
起到
At
赢。
least using the cam again this round, so maybe we'll get. Well, except they're going to be.
但是把点完全放了，这个回防。留一手，还先吃一个。
我留一手在守这个游乐场的方向。
给了一波技能。
要跑横围
And
了，
here we see two Chinese gamers in their natural habitat. In the left corner, we have the rare Edwardian glue. In the right corner, we have 10 liters of glue. Directly in between, we see the invasive bald eggs of the British whose sole existence in this habitat is to be laughed at.
Also, it's 11 liters of. Well, yeah, I guess 10 liters of glue. Yeah, fair enough. You're right. I was thinking XL 11, but 10 liters makes more sense. You cooked better than I did with that one.
来到了12分。
9个盘点，
那对于 EDG 来说，这一分的强起依然没有能够见效。
Edwardian
很聪明
glue
的用一
and
个避战的
10
手
liter
法
glue.
放弃了第一波最危险的接触，选择架过点，而且守住了关键的
Catching up on China through your VOD, Sol? Yeah, it's
这接住了滑铲，再回头
these games were fun towards the end. There
也
was
很夸张啊！今天这个
absolutely
状态
what was
也来到了
the
16级战术
diabolically good play that happened? Oh yeah, where Lysor ulted, accidentally picked up a judge on split, and then won a 1v2. Like, he Omen ulted, accidentally changed his Phantom for a judge, and then won the 1v2 with the judge. Absolutely iconic, like, legendary level play. That's the only thing so far that I'm, like, annoyed I didn't watch live. Yeah, they're sponsored by Sky Motor Match Point.
而 EDG 就得搏命了呀。
还是这个站位哦，我看到这个Leo和刘一手就是背靠背，两名人挤在这个游乐场连接这个位置。
XLG with a high-low setup. Oh, no, well, kind of high-low setup over towards arcade.
但你上一分就站
With
在
a
这
trip to cover
里。
here. They don't rotate.
门口线没
Oh
了
no, the
所以
Tejo
特别
stay.
从烟
Ah,
上
they repush A when the trip gets broken.
前期爬冲也
EDG defaulting to
没有问
break
题
both
现
trips.
在 XLG 的重心应该会稍微往 B 点转一转。
主要 B 点也没线了，其实Leo和刘一手的背身挺危险的，
完全不动吗？
就不动。
那杰尼可能要遭遇喽，这个强线。
上一分就在这儿凿的，
看一下怎么处理。
有预警的，看看在慢慢的搜。
但先要看高塔，高塔肯定是第一预瞄位，而且 XLG 可能会优先瞄，就是他左手边
对，右边，哇，果然被2楼的窗口吸引了注意力。
This is just like a bait and switch setup? I don't know about that one.
摘掉刘一手之后呢，现在
I mean, it got a free kill,
考虑去转点，
but
很有经验，他没有动。
但现在要漏了，神经许奇抛出去，
准度也非常不错。
what's going on here with Happyway?
现在 EDG 有主动权
He
了。
just doesn't think about the fact that there could be somebody game A.
他没有动。
但现在要漏了，
I mean,
神经许奇抛出去了，
maybe he was thinking about it. He was looking in that direction, but
他只要不
he
出也
didn't
是
really
死
give it too much
很
credit.
怕被穿啊！想现在他们的存款下面应该都还有钱。
去下一下对面的枪，
对，我觉得
也可以。
经济对他们来说是更赚的。
我觉得 XLG 不能2次，对吧？想要在同一个河流里面赚到同样的收益，这一次在同样的站位，其实 EDG 的提防其实是高了很多的。
嗯，
罗巴迪还有一颗闪，
要操作
一颗，一个 one tap。
而且 Norman 已经被发现。
XL is 40 in Roman numerals. 40 glues. 40 gluers.
守方的经济还是要注重一点。
How is the UK with Chinese auto companies, by the way?
游乐园的白服有换到，还有
I see quite a lot of them around, but I don't actually know because I've never looked to buy one myself whether there is like a tariff on them.
还有钱 ，XLG 还能起。
I mean, a lot of countries have tariffs, not to the same like level as the US does, but a lot of countries do have tariffs on Chinese automobiles just to keep their own vehicle industries alive. Because China is just so competitive when it comes to that, and car industries are really important to a lot of countries. But I'm not sure for the UK. Someone in chat might know. Someone who's looked into buying one.
燃烧榴弹 ，Smoky 要给到。
Smoky 选择先给小的，再给大的，但自己的位置也被找到了。
一个过点。
Oh, Smoggy died and he had orbital strike.
不过远距
Oh,
离
they killed him all anyway.
但 Raga 起了个重甲。
Are we still planning to host a Platchat episode in London? Yes, absolutely. There is a Platchat episode happening in London. We announced it on the previous Platchat. But if you missed that, Toasted Cookies, if you are in London on the 17th of June, you can turn up at 6:30 p.m. at the Red Bull Gaming Arena. And if you're a member of the Platchat Discord, you will get priority seating. But if you're not a member of the Platchat Discord, turn up anyway, and you'll be fine. I think there is like a 0% chance that we sell more tickets than we have space for, because we announced it quite late. So you'll certainly be able to turn up and get in. Is it free? I'm Loki Brokey. That's the thing. It fucking is. It is free. So because we announced this one kind of late, we were like, let's just make it open to everybody. And also because we're doing this in partnership. One of the people at Riot hooked us up with the venue, so we're not having to spend thousands of pounds on a venue. So the event is free for people to attend. So yeah, I mean, if we don't have to spend money on it, we're not gonna charge money for it, right? Like, people can just turn up and enjoy. So, there won't be tickets, but if it fills up and you're not a member, then unlucky. Yeah, but again, there's like a 99% chance, 99.9% chance that we will not have more people than there are seats. It's a fairly big venue, and I don't think we're gonna get like crazy large turnout, to be honest with you. But yeah, just do bear in mind there is like, I guess, a non-0% chance that there could be like 200, 300 people turn up randomly.
Have you booked a pub, or are you just hoping a bunch of us will get in somewhere, Lamau?
We need to book a spot. That is absolutely what we need to do. But have I done that yet? No. Do I need to do that? Absolutely. Yes. Yeah. So, Nick, the game plan is that we're going to go and watch the England match afterwards. So the England match begins at 9 p.m. We're starting the show at 6. Well, doors are opening at 6:30. We'll probably actually start at 7. We're going to try to run more of a condensed show so that we get people out at like 9, and then we'll go to a bar with people and do, instead of doing a meet and greet, we'll do just like a hangout session afterwards with anybody who wants to join. And when I say anyone who wants to join, the seating for that will be way more limited. So that'll... to be honest with you, I haven't thought that far ahead, but I need to get that aspect of it sorted. And then I need to find out how many spaces we actually have. And then I need to find out how the fuck I would even allocate, like, who can turn up to that. Yeah. Okay. Anyway.
找机会较大的。
21个击败数啊，今天状态很好啊 ，Raga。
太湖南边给炮，北边给车，
逼出了康康蟒侠的位置。
对，
但这个时候肯定没有。
I think you underestimate the power of Slicky getting out of the house and people watching your bald head. Yeah, maybe. I mean, we posted it in the Plat Chat members Discord, and there are 60 people who have said that they're coming from the members Discord, and we have capacity for like 200, I think. So I think we're chilling. I don't think we're gonna be like overbooked. Surely the Red Bull place could just continue to host for the game. There are very specific rights on whether or not you're allowed to show live sporting events at places. I don't know about that. I'll certainly ask, but I would be a little bit surprised if they had the rights to be able to run live sports there. Tell everyone to get it up on their phones? Yeah, I mean, we could do that. I don't think that's illegal.
有天机光束，想骗天机光束，想骗留一手的技能。
先给了精准投放，
还在骗，
再低。
哎，这
真到了，
硬安
敢出吗？
硬安出来了。
Do we know who the sponsor is for Tech Pause and Tac Pause? London? I don't think they'll have one. I don't think it'll be KitKat. Oh my god, they're gonna lose on an eco. They don't normally have them for the global events. It's only EMEA that has them. Oh, well. Very close. Very close to losing on the eco.
虽然 EDG 把分拿了，但经济还是被伤害了很多。不过现在他们
每一分都是
Sponsors are different for EMEA and global.
不同的点来了 ，Raga 起居了。
对，求变了。
现在想要再进行接触，可能会。
Yeah, I'm still gonna do the charity stream stuff, toasted
现在
cookies.
首先
Yeah.
是 EDG 的脑子里面有没有想到这一环？对面有没有？
我觉得他们可能肯定会往这个方向去。
对，因为存款看一眼。
这个战术监控拼了一下点，是不是有看到？
It really throws me off, the change that I don't know when they made this change. In fact, maybe it's always been like this and I've just never noticed. But the cursor, I always look at the cursor before I look at the place that they've already deployed the smoke. And so I think to myself when this screen is open, why the fuck are they smoking there? And then I'm like, oh, they're not smoking there. That's just where their cursor is. And this is where they're actually smoking.
看到狙的枪
有可能
管啊
看到狙了。
But it always throws me off.
对面步枪手靠步枪手出来把这个监控摘了，把信息屏蔽掉。
但我感觉 Raga 前顶的位置是一定被发现。
来了，B通静音接触，把半线拆掉。
高通道直接给毗邻之虎再找第二根线，找到了。
OK， 让两根线全部安全拆除。
Oh, GNE has to avoid dying to this trip.
骗一骗中距技能，
还没有拆掉，但现在拆掉了。
关键这留一手技能啊，他把所有给穿死了。
对混。
All right, is Jenny gonna go for the plant? Yeah, but he plants it tucked. Lysol could get this kill. Yeah, he does get the kill.
Nobody 到了，康康也收一个。
末日审判把康康的位置逼走，发电机进攻方两个人都在发电机。
Ooh, good kill by Norman, actually. Great jump spot as well, actually. Well played by Norman. That's lovely. Well, I mean, maybe he could have waited for a teammate before he took the final swing, but that's really well played by Norman at the end there.
非常漂亮的发挥，我觉得 Noman 尤其在这张地图上施加了一个巨大的影响力。
My Welsh goat.
非常的冷静，在最后
My Welsh Highland goat. Oh, I guess they don't have highlands in Wales, do they?
对，这是他们在第一次。
I mean, they have mountains, but I don't think they call them the highlands. Snowdonian goat. Am I going to play Valorant Ranked after this? This is a 5-map series. I don't think we're going to be down to play after 5 maps, to be honest with you.
会巡回福利 buff 拉满，我们进入到双方的第二张地图。第一张地图是 XLG 拿下了对面的选图，而图二来到了。
Have a word with Mitch and Tom. Stop them from using the zoom function. They know what they're doing at this point. They're just trolling. They're just trolling me. Okay, hold on. Before we go into this, let's think about what we know on Split about these two teams. So, this is where we have to be careful not to get confused, XLG and DRG. Because DRG are the ones where we were worried about their defense side. XLG we have watched on this map, but I'm struggling to think of specific stuff that they were doing. I remember what EDG were doing. They were doing really good, like, double duelist execs where Kang and Smoggy were either diving together or taking it in turns. They did have one round where they both pathed the new box that I was critical of, so we'll see if they do that again. But I like their attack side in general. I think nobody tends to do quite a bit of solo sky lurking on this. I've got a good idea of what EDG do on this map, but I can't quite remember what XLG do specifically. So let's have a quick look and see. Split. This is Split XLG. Ah, no, we have watched this. XLG used Omanult to anchor, and then they were fighting it heavy. Oh, some rounds they had Leo anchor the site, but most of the time they were playing... they were doing trap and reclears on A ramp as well. And then they're on their attack side, they were going heaven to site a lot. Right. So XLG were mostly hard anchoring or flooding. They weren't doing very many set retakes, so that's quite different to DRG. And then XLG were actually getting quite active in the mid-round for information, whereas usually on other maps, XLG are quite passive. So that's why I couldn't really remember, is because they do kind of different shit on this map compared to usual. Okay, so Split. We're looking to see what XLG's defense looks like. Do they continue anchoring, flooding instead of set retaking? Do they run traps over towards a ramp? Are they looking to get active for info in the mid round? Well, they're already double pushing down mid. Oh yeah, we saw really weird no man, like dash strange shit in heaven sometimes too. Why don't you keep a bare minimum price so that people book tickets? Oh, just in case people book tickets and don't show up? I don't care if they don't show up. It's that's their prerogative. Like, I'm not gonna... If they don't want to show up, that's fine. They don't show up. Like, we don't have any obligation to have a certain amount of people there or whatever. It's up to them if they want to turn up, you know?
中路两个人下水道绕后吗？
有人在提防，杰尼已经在盯防下水道这个位置了。
够吗？
他这个手的角度，就对面有点猜不到啊。
I agree with you that it's like it is generally a good idea, but anyway, we're working on a different thing for our website right now too. We have merch coming. So Kurt is working really hard on a fucking sick merch drop. We've been working with artists, different artists for the last like two months, maybe only a month, something like that. And the new Platchat merch is looking so fucking nice. And Kurt is working on that. And I don't want to throw a spanner in the works by trying to set up some like £1 ticket or something. I think you're right, but it doesn't matter enough. Alright, sorry. Let me have a look at how they refight into this. So Smuggy takes 2 fights into heaven. Nobody kills both of the players on the flank as well. I gotta see the replay of what Nobody was up to on the flank. Will you have new merch at the live show to buy or too early? No, it'll all be from the website. Nick. The problem with doing it at the live show is that we need to buy a bunch of product, and then if we don't sell all of the product at the live show, then we have to be in charge of distributing it, and it just becomes more of a pain. Will I be allowed into the live show? We'll think about it. Depends how crazy your takes are in this top 15. I saw you released a video. I haven't watched it. I want the shock factor live. Are you on the show, actually? Wait. Are you might not even be on this Platchat, are you? Oh, no, you are on this. Bren Sliggy. Oh, me. I was like, who's the other S name? Is that Shio? Sideshow. Right. I'm on the next one tomorrow? Yeah. That's what I was wondering. Yeah, the live Platchat is already SP49. You don't even have to book a ticket, you just book it in your calendar. Information's on the member Discord, and if you're not a member, you can scroll back a little bit on my stream or tune into the next Platchat episode and we'll talk about it there as well. Oh, Nobody is about to have the worst time of his fucking life over here. You pick up a ghost. Okay. EDG are gonna hard react off that. Yeah, I've watched the lower final. Yeah, this is the last one that I have to watch. TMV. Did you watch a bunch of TMV? I have a question for you. Did you watch these games at the bottom here? DRG playing against Trace or JDG? Because I want to know whether that has informed your Vukashu glaze. Oh, no, you didn't. Yeah, because I also didn't watch those games. And I was wondering if any potential difference of opinion would come from just like a different sample of matches that we were watching.
我觉得要看 XLG 的，这个我认为不好说这一分。 关键是 Rogar 要能跟对手贴脸的话，他的发挥空间会很大。球球这个位置，容错率其实，被鬼魅敲了，挨回来一个。但这把枪不好捡哦。
Okay, there is potential for this to go wrong.
关键留手2颗烟，杰尼不能倒，杰尼绝对不能倒，没有烟了。OK,
he's crossed him up.
我觉得他也拖到了足够多的东西。关键留一手阵亡之后，整个 XLG 是没有拆包
If you disagree, everyone will know you're a fraud. I'll have to live with that, I guess. I will have to live with that. This one's got really dangerous. Well, yeah, no time. Oh, wait. Wait. He's actually stylish with it as well. The backwards fadeaway blast pack to survive with a bunny hop at the end? That was actually, I mean, there's not very much like movement stuff in Valorant that looks cool, but that one looked cool. Is it safe to travel to the UK for the live show? I mean, depends who you are, I suppose. I mean, I think I'm right in... Wait, let me just look this up. Yeah, I'm pretty sure... I mean... Anyway. You might not be allowed to travel to this country if you're Hassan Piker, because Labour MPs want him to not be given a visa. But you can travel to this country if you're Benjamin Netanyahu, because unlike quite a lot of other countries, we will not commit to upholding the International Criminal Court requirement for his arrest. UK moment.
其实他也蛮多分，会去尝试直接搞一把判官。
虽然可能下一个版本就没那么舒服了。
但这分因为上分掉枪比较多。
The streets are saying I'll get stabbed as soon as I step out of Heathrow. There's a lot of United States propaganda about how dangerous the UK is, and I don't know why they're so obsessed with it. It's really so much safer than almost anywhere in the United States. And lots of other places too. Like, if you go to London, you have to be kind of careful not to get your phone nicked. That's it. You're not going to get fucking hurt. I mean, not unless you start a fight with someone when they're drunk, I guess.
进来，我不确定他们的钱够不够下一分数稳定的起枪。
因为上分有2个人没起。
International law is fake unless you're African, in which case it's very real. Yeah. Yeah.
2楼也被接。
达到他的目标，单杀。
被夹击了。
It's nice to have things that we all pretend are real,
现
though.
在爆能器也不太好安啊。
安还是能安，但是怎么守很难玩了。现在。
哎呀 ，Nobody 往哪里走？这个爆能器一看就是要有对2楼有想法的一个位置。
对，但他的技能想交就会暴露位置。Nobody 想帮队友。
哎，他正面架住了，但杰尼这个位置有点尴尬，他明牌的一把锋刺，2楼的窗口是没有人的。
Sure, Alex. I'm down.
再绕 A1。
对 ，Raga 得快一点。
Raga 是满技能哦。
Send me a link on Discord.
有2颗闪哦，
最后1颗闪 ，Raga 来了，阵来，
真到了没有？哎，杰尼顶了2个，但是。
Huh? Didn't he know that Lyso was around there? Maybe he thought Lyso was pushing with Raga instead of pushing with Happyway. Yeah, I guess he just didn't know. Looks very silly in the moment, but I guess he just assumes he's trading out the neon instead of pushing elbow.
是非常好，人倒之后烟才。
哦，去过火鸡是。
What do you reckon this means? Jenny, Noman, Leo, something something VCTCN. I don't know, but I'm gonna throw it into Google Translate.
Hey Mr. SS, this may be a hot day.
Don't call me
guys
that.
in Plat Chat do graphic TS again, please move it to the backs, it's not 2010s. Also I really don't mind if
I don't
you
even
guys
understand
jack
what
the
that
price
means.
if it's quality shirts. I hate cheap cotton. Also thoughts of the whole Plat Chat having a signed printed shirt with all your autographs on the back. Like Dryad's son quote with her signature.
That we are never
Thanks,
selling that merch.
Is truly hate fate.
I absolutely can guarantee you we are never selling merch that has Dryad's quote about her son on the back of it. I can tell you that one right now. Jenny, Noman, and Leo are the 3 players participating in the VCTCN stage finals for the first time. Ah, okay. All right. I was wondering if it was going to be something a little more interesting, but that's fine. Jenny, Noman, and WS Leo are doomed Yowie. I mean, that would have been an amazing thing to read. I don't understand what you mean by the first comment, though, Hated Fate. If you guys do Plat Chat graphic tees again, please move it to the backs. It's not 2010s. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yeah.
我们3个队伍的选手应该是全部都去过国际赛的啊。对。
Put it in the back. Yeah.
哎，这个闪身已经被发现了，这往脸上滑，喷子是对的，但是他的瞄准很冷静，打掉一个也被补了。
I'm not in charge of that.
踢过来，但你回去了，队友怎么办呢？海维来兜底。
Gotta talk to the people who matter.
队友已经全部阵亡了。
还有机会吗 ？No 今天有点冷静。这样的话 ，EDG 索性上一分是个混棋。 所以这一分还有钱，但这一分已经相当重要了。
You can put on the sleeves. B's got a pair of joggers and like a long sleeve tee that has artwork on the sleeves, and it looks really cool. Like the sleeves and then down the side of the joggers as well. It looks sick. But I am not the art guy. I am like the least guy to be in charge of the art or any merch. Oh, chat. I went and played tennis today, and I booked myself an eye appointment. I have not had an eye test for 20 years, and B keeps telling me that my eyesight is getting worse. And I agree with her. And so I went to the opticians, and they were like, yeah, you should probably be using glasses when you're driving. And you should probably be using them for anything where you're concentrating on something at close range. And I was like, so, like, for example, if I was staring at a screen for 8 hours in a row, should I be wearing glasses? And they were like, yeah, probably. And they were like, every 20 minutes, you should stare off into the distance to reset your eyes a little bit and give them a break. And I was like, Doc, that one ain't passing the sniff test. I don't think I can do that. I can't commit to that. Yeah, every 20 minutes, look away something 20 feet away for 20 seconds. I'm not doing that while streaming. I'm sorry. We're going to fuck up our eyes instead. But I now have glasses. I'll show you them in like a week from now. Actually, I probably won't. I think I'll show you them. I'll probably end up showing you them at Masters London. But your boy's going to be glassed up. Not all the time. I probably won't wear them very often. I probably won't wear them on broadcast, but yeah, we're getting old now. And it took me forever to try to pick out a pair because I have no clue what I'm doing when it comes to anything to do with style, fashion, anything like that. I was literally just picking up random pairs, like, I don't know. I literally don't know. I have no clue what looks good on my face or what. I have no idea. But eventually we got there. The desk helped me out, and then B helped me out a lot as well. I hope you got round glasses. I did actually, yeah. But why? Why? Sorry, why? Why? See, people say this kind of shit where they're like, your face shape really would only suit round glasses. And I'm like, why? What is the... How are you coming to that conclusion? Didn't you just go for 2 monocles? I mean, you're not too far away. You're really not too far away. Vibes TBH. Yeah, well, you guys can see. I mean, I guarantee I'll wear them on stream and people will go, what the fuck are you wearing? But that's life. That's life.
EDG 有没有想到对面 B 点这么高？想到了，已经在拼点了，往重要点去堆。康康没有带。
When I tried round glasses, my wife said I looked like Jeffrey Dahmer. It can't be any worse than that. Honestly, B a couple of times did say, you need larger round glasses. You look like Heinrich Himmler. And she would just pick up glasses. I would pick up a pair of glasses and she would go, no, not the Himmler look. So she was trying to keep me on the right path. She was trying to keep me on the right path.
他也没技能了，主要是没有任何操作的空间。
我觉得看一下点数，保可能是个更好的选择，尤其不想给到 Smokey。
对，你要喂到这个 Smokey 嘴里边，其实 Smokey 是很开心的。
Are they the big circle glasses? No, they're the small circle glasses. He had really small circle glasses, Himmler.
因为这张地图，恕我直言，前点的一些拐角位，你起一把。
Yeah.
We've
got to at all costs avoid that look. But I still have round glasses. They're just a bit bigger, so they're not like the really like pin small look. I'm happy that I was compared to the old man from Up then. The old man from Up has some like really square glasses, like comically square glasses. But I think that could be a vibe if you had the right face shape for it.
是喷 Smokey 也还是喷。
哎呦，
看一眼，
是不是已经确定了？
应该有看到至少一个人。嗯。
I don't even know what ka-chow with your head like McQueen means.
这前点抢不过了呀。
Oh my god, that could not have been a better flash. Holy shit.
哦呦，这个闪光起到了至关重要的效果。康康把 Ragar 的人头笑纳。 但现在56已经来到了2楼的阳台，
等舌吻过去近点就可以了。
3拉没有给机会操作，但是阳台的这个位置有人 TP， 已经是被架住了，有一手成为了关键，先让他闪转腾挪间再锁定对手一人。不过中路拍马赶到的球球终结了这一分的悬念。
Well, EDG are kind of wrecking them here. To be honest, they're keeping it more simple than they usually do too. They're not even defaulting that much. They're just going for B execs and overwhelming the site anchor players. I mean, Lysor even gets lucky there, and it's still Who's the assistant coach there? Who's the assistant coach that's about to beat the fuck out of whatever this plushie is? And then he resists the urge to commit grievous bodily harm. XLG. That is Steady, probably? Because that's a voyeur.
闪太重要了。
一个暂停完的大分 ，XLG 还有前能起，但是已经很尴尬了。经济
Pit in mid, another B exec by the look of things, another opportunity for Lysor to either get overwhelmed or... Surely if he's the only player here, he paranoia TP's out, right? Maybe not.
但如果对面提进来留一手推完黑，他能站多久？来了。
Oh my god, that's a nasty shot from Kankan. Oh, Smoggy just got team blinded like crazy and somehow still kills Raga. Maybe not actually. Wait, hold on. Was that a defense side flash? No, it can't have been. That was definitely an attack side flash. Oh yeah, that just blinded the fuck out. Look at both of these guys. They are blind as a bat. They are blind as bats out here. What a weird fight. The two neons, or rather the neon and the rays, just completely blinded. It was a good flash as well from nobody. I think that's Smoggy's fault for turning into it. He double blast packs to box, but it's a new box, but then he actually goes past new box to try to follow up on the flash, but he looks at the flash at the last moment.
难受，这分没有看错的 Raga 回来好像又吃了一颗满闪。
对，而且我觉得即便不吃那个满闪，其实 Raga 的那个经历也。
I somehow got bored of Valorant after 2 or 3 weeks of playing. How do you manage to stay interested for so long? Does the strat change that often? There is quite a bit of depth to the game, but I think more than that, it's the challenge of getting better, right? I think that's what keeps most people invested in Valorant, is that most people are not like, I hopped into the game and I was immediately radiant and everything was easy. And part of getting better is that there's a lot of different situations that you find yourself in, and you have to master the mechanics and the agent and like how you work on different maps, how you work around different opponent compositions and stuff. So, I mean, that's why people go back to it, I think, mostly.
这次又多了一把喷子，
但这分你可以看到 XLG 他们的思路是对的，3个人来控制中路。
但 B 点还是个弱势位，我觉得。
Every ranked game there is one Jet and Sage E couple kissing in game. Like what the fuck, dude? Get me in your games. I do not have those E dating vibes are immaculate compared to what you could have. Like if you have E daters in your game, bless up. That's a good thing. You never seen E-sex in Valorant? That's not a thing. That's not a thing. What are you talking about? E-dating is not E-sex. What are you talking about? E-dating's in Swift Play only? Yeah, it is mostly in Swift Play. I've run into them a couple of times playing like Plat or Diamond games a while back, but I'd rather have E-sex than slurs, to be honest. Yeah, definitely. I mean, the vibes are better, but also E-sex is a bit much. They are moaning on mic. Okay, that is a bit much. That is a bit much. Like a lot? I've never heard of this before in my games. You're in a ranked game of Lotus, and someone's going like, guys, they're rubble. And then 2 people in Mound are like, hit me with that flash, daddy. Like that kind of thing? To be honest, though, I'll take that. Like, as long as they're playing the game while moaning, I think moaning's better than being, like, angry. I would take sexual moaning in my comp games over whinging moaning, you know? Why did you throw that smoke? That smoke is so much worse than just not even having one. What are you doing? L. Next time, throw the smoke a little bit deeper. W. Like, the moans don't matter. It's all about the vibes and the way that you communicate.
好的完成联动。
B 同是直接连续给了2颗烟，第2颗烟应该是给的一个修脚烟。
这次是靠了 Raga 在门口，然后留一手站后面，2个人来守这个 B 点。
那这样短时间内其实 B 区是没有烟可以用了。
来了，霹雳之虎应该至少能查到1个人，应该查到门口。
I'm just choosing not to engage with certain questions in the chat because I have no good answers. The mute button exists. The mute button also exists. Wish you did that in our games, I can't lie. Hop on, Jack. Hop on Valorant. Hop on Valorant. We're about to E-date in Ascendant.
56是被球就给解决了，对 ，A 点单挂死了，捡爆能器 ，Noman 再闪身回到这个位置，啊，暗眼推的不错 ，Noman 又解决一个，
This is gonna be a weird round.
还是活不下来，爆能器
Umanol as well from Lysor is devious.
有没有想到对面在哪儿？感觉
They have no idea where he is. Oh, ooh, nice shot, Raga. Bit of a like a whiffy, slow crosshair movement from Kankan. Oh my god, Shichu hears him running away, but he doesn't have time to run him down. Lysor wins by just running away. What a silly round. What an incredibly weird round.
一路往外推。
是的。
然后在对面连拿4分之后 ，XLG 是追回了1分，但是经济还是非常的窘迫，因为他是防守方，而且只保下来了1把枪。
康康起进攻区。
You defending E-daters in Valorant wasn't on my bingo card. The E-daters are like the smallest problem compared with the people that you will run into in Valorant.
主要前面抢也是出太多问题了。
There are some genuinely angry, hateful people in Valorant. I mean, there's angry, hateful people everywhere, all across the world, but
害怕可怕一点。
they're much worse to play with.
还是想帮康康要到更前面的枪位啊。
但是这个位置康康要等这个。
Oh, thank you, Night Fury. That's very kind.
新反应。
Oh, that's a wall bang.
但并不致死，
板子有点厚，而且
也发现了有进攻。
See, this is the kind of spot though where.
Sideshow. I hope you are well and the prep for London is rewarding.
I hope so too.
Non-Val related, do you have a potential timeline for uploading your next batch of variety VODs?
What do you mean by uploading my batch of variety VODs, TK? Thank you for the Prime sub. Any VODs of my live streams are always immediately available on YouTube because you just go to my YouTube channel, you hit live, and you can see all of the VODs. If you mean like the cut down videos, I have a couple of like Deadlock videos, but I don't really have any other variety stuff because I haven't been playing very much recently. If you're talking about like new variety content that I'm going to be playing on stream, that'll have to be after Masters London. Sorry, what I was about to say about this round is EDG have actually been having a lot of success going into B, and now for the end of the half, they're mixing it up by having Kang pick up the operator, and it's not that I mind that, but if something's working, like, I don't think XLG have actually shown that they can defend the B-pops yet. So this feels a little bit unnecessary to me to change the playbook when it was working. Like, you were winning a really large amount of your rounds prior to this. No man didn't get the reaction right with his refract. He placed down his refractor, tried to dodge it, but he missed. Kanka with the wrong read of where he positioned to.
铁板站住之后，绕后的空间就会非常大了。
现在2楼阳台，杰尼是一个最重要的位置。
回复展开了，那这个回复也没有盖到包啊，
找到了机会，队友也找到了机会。杰尼至关重要的阳台双杀，帮助队伍建立起了一个确定性的优势。
有一手要捡车吗？没有。
1v3还想再尝试一下，
已经很难赢了。
主要现在回复展开没有任何的视野啊。
回复是可以随时关的呀。
对，主动权在对面手里。
我觉得不如留，就去狙的位置。
就是你来捡狙，我就打你捡狙的人；你不来捡的就算了。但这个烟一给好像，
队友应该提醒了，队友应该提醒了。
但对面是把短炮，
有声音。哦呦，26滴血。
时间来得及捡狙吗？
应该
不太够了。
主要是 Nobody 不敢过去了，他只有14滴血。
中间还有爆能器的范围可能。
把狙给收回来了。啊，那我觉得其实留一手这个残局，至少在当下他能操作的空间里已经做到很完美了。
对，已经是。
走不掉。
多的明狙皮肤。
Went too far.
那厚皮肤大家肯定都是，我觉得
这个手感
务实的。
对，很脆。哎，推黑了。
诺曼走不掉，甚至没有机会开枪。
这个是黑加闪。
对，
待遇拉满了。跳下来，两个人遭遇了，但还推尾，手里的枪比较差，有点尴尬。
Raga 要不要考虑再保一回合？
应该是要考虑保。
对，因为这把明狙其实再参战也很难玩。
有喷到一些啊，但
不致命。
Smokey 的状态还是太好了，
也不够赢。
甚至
正义
攻是比较多的，这是最后1分了嘛？
对。
They're double opping. I assume they have rifles to go back to. Maybe Kong doesn't, but Smoggy will surely.
先试一试，地上应该有备用步枪。
经济很足。
Maybe they're expecting Noman to use his ult aggro A.
狙的枪口上面。
Have you said whether you've been going to China for champs or not? Well, we don't know if we're going to be going to China, but I'm not telling them that I'm not going to China this year. It's really hard to keep up with what's going on in Xinjiang, but it does seem like that has gone way down. And my biggest problem with going to Shanghai in previous years was that there's a level, it's not that you, like my biggest problem with traveling to China and working in China is that there's an enormous level of like pressure to self-censor about stuff when it comes to anything in China that you do inside companies. So like if you're working at Blizzard and Riot, those companies tend to get very funny about what you say in a way that they don't when you're like nobody gives a fuck if I'm talking about how the US is incredibly complicit in a genocide in Gaza, right? But like they really, really do start to care if you talk about that in China, especially if you're physically in China. So that was something that made me not want to go previously. But I think the situation's a little bit different now. And I also was talking to people and think that I should just like go there and see what happens rather than assume that people are going to be like down my neck about it.
而且前面想要动，这是很少见的。Raga 跟 Noman 来到了地图的同一侧，他们是有前压的条件的，甚至斯凯也在这一侧。
我觉得主要是 A 点可能要打。
I mean, I'm not going to fucking land in prison. It's more just like, you know, do people get annoyed about something that I said online?
这个弹米错进错出，但6滴血活了下来呢，要叫救护车了。
我觉得能活下来已经是万幸了。
主动去找吧。
这波 timing 被抓得很难受啊。
这波没死，其实抢救了挺多的，应该说。
Nobody 已经回去准备用御圣之息把血量抬一下，
还是给修脚烟，但是这也给了对面去预先架枪的机会。
But yeah, it's more that there's like a really heavy pressure to self-censor rather than anything that like I'm worried about from the actually government side or anything like that. I'm tiny small potatoes. Nobody gives a fuck about that kind of thing. Toast Sandwich Man, thank you for the 31 months. Are England going to win the World Cup? No. They never will. They never will. But am I going to delusionally think that they will as soon as the whistle is blown for kickoff? Yeah, absolutely. Do I use ChatGPT? No. I have ever, but not in any way regularly. Like, one of the things that I've used ChatGPT for is that I needed to find out what model my bike was, and I Googled and Googled and Googled and couldn't tell. And because I was selling my bike, and I had lost all of the original paperwork, and so as a like last resort kind of thing, I fed it into ChatGPT, and it was actually really good at identifying it. I mean, it got it wrong, and I had to prompt it a couple of times to figure it out, but it got there in the end.
把人到了一个绝妙 ，Noman 立刻回到了 A 区里面，
20秒的时间转点，
而且中路
要走中路被遭遇了，
打2个，
直接喷2个，
再拖已经很难玩了。
我觉得这一分已经落在了 XLG 的口袋里了，
时间怎么着都不够了。
除非进去一瞬之间把人全杀完。
B 点还是有安包的机会的吗？
脚下一个已经被 Heavyweight
这样起来的很快。
带走。
I mean, really good half from EDG, but I think they might have been able to actually.
Teams looking like they might win some games at London.
Yeah, I think EDG definitely could win some games at London. I think XLG could win some if Lotus is left in the map pool. I don't really see DRG winning any unless their opponents are completely unprepared for playing against Neon Waylay. And or the DRG players randomly have Life games, because Life and Spirit are really talented players, but they actually haven't really been playing like that great. But if they, you know how it happens. If they randomly turn up to an event and they start shooting like gods, then yeah, sure, they could win something. But yeah.
有可能就像之前的 EDG 一样，要一直起到底的。
刚刚是直接选择正义出门，但他站的位置很保守。EDG 的站位应该预判对面会直接一股脑的去推 A， 所以 A 点的双决斗的站位是相对来说比较保守，这样没有去看 A 通，他预判对面会直接跳到 A 点里面来。
但今天 XLG 在进攻边一直都蛮有耐心的，
是，
就上来还是一个
XLG can win games if they
中
stop
应该在躲了一个
choking.
霹雳之虎。
Well, yeah, that's the other part, isn't it? The XLG have historically been pretty choke prone at international events, so they're probably going to play a bit worse than they have done in China. And what they've been doing in China hasn't been amazing, in my opinion, even though they were pretty close to winning.
两边还在逼通斗法 ，Nobody 的技能已经扔完了，而 Leo 还有相当多的技能储备。
但现在 Nobody 给对面这个必须我很。
But I think it's more to do with their opponents' map pools being poor sometimes. Like this first fracture map was mostly due to EDG being very poor on it. XLG look alright.
但这波其实 XLG 也赚到了一些技能。
拼点的
But they don't look good on fracture.
对，但防守方已经严阵以待了，他们已经形成了一个3A 的重防，杰尼也在回防的路上。
Nobody 直接把 B 点放了，他选择去绕后。 康康在排后相同的位置，2楼先站住，但是怎么跳到点下是个问题。下饺子了，这样玩的话 ，EDG 并不确认啊，最后还是倒了一个杰尼。这个回合突然就变成了一个1v4，留一手很难操作了。
我觉得还是 Nobody 在 B 厅的动作太重要了，他在持续的给队伍确定性的信息，对面绝对不会来 B， 而会冲向 A。
那一波2次的 repick 是有点危险，
是没有什么道理的，就是我们通常所说的。 哎，闪有点伤自己人了，而且没闪到对面。
Please read my hot take. I spent so many points.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Now, rather than spending 500 bits to paste the hot take again, you sent me a message saying, read my hot take, and now I have to find it. Oh, wait, here it is. Wait, that's why you didn't send it again? Because your hot take was, sorry, this shit is too long for a Twitch message, and sent me a paste bin. Oh, fuck my life. Well, here we go. I mean, here we go. You did spend 500 bits on it. Oh, my lord. Okay, it's actually not as bad as I thought. This is not as bad as I thought. I do a lot of work with tournament formats. Looking strictly from a tournament format perspective, rather than entertainment, the 2023 VCT format may be one of the worst circuit formats I've seen in Tier 1 esports. 2 Masters tier events that meant basically nothing. Region slots, sure, but that's not what it should be. Points. And to be fair, Tokyo did mean stuff for EMEA, but those tournaments didn't award points. What is the point of having Masters when the Masters qualifier, League Play, also serves as a Champs qualifier, except EMEA or China? LCQ allowed for a theoretical scenario where a team is total ass the whole season, then makes it to champs despite not ever winning a game in League Play. Literally happened with Crew, which to some extent makes League Play meaningless. Of course, the season was still competitive, but there was a lot of illogical format decisions that seemed like they'd come from an inexperienced TO. Obviously, Valorant is not the only game that does this. MLBB MSC, League's first stand. I'm going to pretend I know what MLBB... Major... Something Bang Bang, right? Isn't there some like mobile game that's like called something something Bang Bang? if you look at it from an entertainment perspective, this doesn't matter. Why would most fans care about the tournament format? What do you think? Sorry for the text wall. I wanted to ask this for a while. I mean, Mobile Legends Bang Bang. That's what it's called. Yeah. First of all, I just got a question of my own. Why the fuck are you asking about the 2023 VCT format while we are in Czech's year 2026 and the format is changing again in 2027? I mean, yeah, you're right. The 2023 format was kind of butts. I think the reason that they wanted to do it was because they were focused very heavily. There's another aspect of the tournament format that you... So you've talked about wait, how did you phrase it? You said entertainment, but you also said from a tournament format perspective. So you mean just like, you know, like a logistics perspective, like how the format works, the circuit, the logic behind it works. But there's another part of it too, which is how much airtime each of the teams gets, because that is a function of the broadcast. One of the functions of the broadcast is to, I suppose, like advertise the orgs and the brands and give them airtime and give them space to be able to show off their players, show off their teams, give airtime to their sponsors, like that kind of stuff. And the 2023 format was designed to give as much airtime as possible to what were in some cases brand new organizations to Valorant. So you had lock-in, everybody qualifies, it's just you get to see all of the teams compete. That was the express purpose of lock-in. And then you had a round-robin format, which is basically just like everyone plays all the time so that you all have the exact same exposure. And then you just tack on like playoffs and masters to the end of that, and bada bing, bada boom, you've got a format. But they've started moving more and more away from the, I guess, justice component of it, where everybody has to have the same amount of airtime as each other, to more of a something that's more either competitive or feels more engaging to follow with champs points and stuff, more meaningful, more entertaining, that kind of thing. The 2027 format is going to be a really big shakeup again, but yeah, that's why they went for the 2023 format, was to show off the teams as much as possible and as evenly as possible. Thank you. I wanted to ask that for a while. Yeah, 3 years apparently. Bro is going to be asking me questions in 2029 about the China lower bracket final that we're VOD reviewing right now. Sends a paste bin in 2029. I've actually been wondering about Kang Kang's performance during the lower bracket final, the grand final, sorry, of China Stage 1 2026. Do you think he's going to be able to perform at Masters London? You already know the 2027 format? No, I know a really small amount more than you guys do, but not really much that's meaningful. A lot of that stuff, I think, is still either secret or being decided.
拿着把正义在打这个回防，看到脚下有人先收一个残血。
哎呀 ，No Man 也只有一个50多滴血。
他是把判官啊，是拉开距离，马侠直架有点难操作了。
锁定位置了，应该知道在。
Speaking of e-dating, I think Neuer to MIBR is unironically a great move. That would be sick. Wait, I would love that. That would be sick. Oh, that's Kang Kang's 3000th kill. That's such a good graphic for doing this, by the way. You have a full stinger. You have a full stinger transition instead of just coming out of it. China does the simple graphic stuff better than any other region. The more like custom stuff, they don't even bother doing, which I think is... Like, I think if I was a genuine, like, fan of China and understood the Chinese broadcast, I think that would annoy me. But the gloss and the finish on something like this and the way that they integrate it is just miles better than everybody else. Like, the simple stuff like this, they just absolutely knock out of the park.
这也是 VCT 第1位达到3000击杀的选手。
而且他的回合数其实是非常少的，效率非常快，他效率非常的高。
如果你看过他和当时阿贝尔的那个
But I do think I'd lose my mind on the analyst desk if I was working with the China system.
再来看一下最后这一分。
哎，但他的回合
100以上排行榜的选手，
康康是位列第3。
哎，但他的回合数应该是3个人中最少。
But to be fair, I think that's the only thing they're worse at.
这分
I think everything else they're better
XLG 来
at.
说相当的重要，这分丢了这张图。
Maybe actually the comms integration, I think, is better in the other regions now. China's comms integration used to be better because you got to see like almost a whole round at the end of every map. But now you don't get to see a full round. It's just like highlight comms. And you do get to see more on the other regions, which you never used to. So maybe they're a little bit behind in terms of comms integration now too, because the other regions have stepped up.
会给到视野上的遮挡。现在进攻方要夹 A 的话，通风管你先过去，拉过邮局，开始夹击通风管。现在 Smoky 要扛压力了。
哦，马侠2枪直接带走一个。
Smoky 两边可能都会有人，
但 Smoky
往前走，往前走，被夹了。
与此同时，康康在咨询室也被击落。
对 XLG 还是完成了。
Hearing E-dating on a listen-in would be so fucking funny. Yeah, I mean, that's literally just finesse saying, let's TP my kittens. What? We've heard that before. We've heard all of this before.
往前推没有先锋的技能帮忙，也是有点行不通的。分往前抓，
尽量减少一些失误。
哎，这分康康去了中，然后 A 点只挂一个阳台位的 Smoky 给雷，但是两边会被夹。他躲麒麟之虎应该没有特别完全的给信息。
B 通 Nobody 顶得很凶啊！谁是在玩边线的人啊？
两边都在互穿啊。
在地图边上的一个人的人就是边线
啊，那就是 Nobody 和 Happy 维是吧？现在看小地图是这个样子，
而且 Nobody 还在持续施压，直接飞 A 点内。
Oh, good job from Smoggy getting the fuck out of there.
抓机会，有主方。
Crazy swing from Kangkang based on no pressure from the rest of his team. If he still had to play at elbow or something, or someone in site anchoring, that would be a pretty nice play, but very ballsy when he's got no one to play off. The Chinese teams love this position for their Omen players. One of the big things to anti on split will be clearing out rafters before you go for the retake, like watching out for this play. Because they're here every time. Jenny and Lysol. Oh my god, Raga. Does Jenny have a smoke on this? No. Oh, and Happy Way's cooked them.
Does anyone know how to escape from this time loop?
What's the time loop, Sushi? I missed Hated Fate's hot take. Oh, here we go. If 2023 EG stayed together, VCT Americas would have continued growing. NRG being such an oil club and buying all the talents destroyed so many narratives in Americas. Also, Aspas Loud was a bitch move. Also, Aspas Loud? What? What does that mean? I don't even understand the final sentence, but I would have loved to see that EG team stay together. But VCT Americas did grow between 2023 and 2024. In fact, it grew massively between 2023 and 2024. It just went down after 2024. I think it's more to do with Sentinels. And maybe Loud as well, to some degree, like slowly trickling away their players. Oh, Aspas leaving Loud. Yeah, but these things are like, you're railing against the inevitable. These EG was, they didn't have the money to be able to keep together that team. And neither did Loud.
哇，这下把 EDG 经济掏空了。但有巨刃，这分刚刚巨刃依然会是 EDG 防守的重点。
It is a cycle of sports like these that good teams are going to form. And then the players' stocks are going to rise, and then they're going to go to different orgs who can pay more money. And in the process, some of their success will dissipate.
Teams can make top 4 in London. Also, Egg.
Pan Flipping Cake, thank you for the £5. Don't shorten my name to SS. How many times do I have to say this? Do I think a Chinese team will make top 4 in London? I do think that there is a chance that a Chinese team will make top 4 in London. Would I predict a Chinese team to make top 4 in London? Great question. Let's have a quick look at the teams at London. So, teams at London It's these teams plus the teams that have made it through to the playoffs already. So G2, EDG, Heretics, PaperX. G2, EDG, Heretics, PaperX, just so that we keep them top of mind. Right, well, PaperX have got to be a lock for the top 4. I think G2 have also got to be a lock for the top 4. The G2 one I'm less confident in than the PaperX one, but I think it would be a little bit silly to not put G2 in the top 4, considering that they almost always make a deep run. Like, they normally finish in the top 4, right? So I think it'd be a bit daft not to put them in there. So that's 2 of the spots gone already. Then I guess you're looking at, do you think that Team Heretics are going to be really good even with the Neon nerfs? And do you think they're going to be able to keep up this form that they have found? The fact that they're good on Fracture is really helpful for them. And that they get automatically into playoffs is really good for them too. I think it's hard not to put Team Heretics in the top 4. And then you're looking at the Swiss stage teams and thinking, is there a Swiss stage team that you have a lot of faith in? And I think Lev, I really like Lev. But I am worried that they're either going to choke or run out of gas. So I don't think they're a lock for top 4. NRG are another one of those teams that you should really be considering to go on some kind of run to a top 4 position. Do I think they will? I absolutely think they could. Do I think they're more likely than Heretics? Oh, that's a tough one. Do I think they're more likely than EDG? Oh, if NRG were here instead of Heretics, I would predict NRG over EDG. But because NRG have to start in Swiss, and then they get picked by somebody, but then they're probably, people are not probably going to want to pick NRG. I think there's a good argument that you could make for EDG being top 4, but I think there's quite a few teams here that, like, you could have some reasonable... These 4 teams, you could have some really reasonable takes that one of them would make a top 4 instead of EDG. I think that one of the only reasons to believe in EDG more than those teams is that EDG already have a path to playoffs. So they only have to win 2 games. But those are going to be tough games. Okay, I'm not drinking any more of this. This is... I've done my duty. I'm trying to drink that shit. Oh my god. I really feel like I'm drinking a pickled onion. Yeah. Blah. B loves this stuff, and it is not for me. China's running neon shotguns so heavy they might be cooked on the new patch. They are running a lot of neon waylay. I don't think they're running a ton of shotgun though. They are running quite a bit. Oh my god. Oh my god, Happy Wade just got destroyed because he wasn't thinking Gianni would go for such a bonkers play. I don't think they're running like an enormous amount of shotgun though. They're not running as much shotgun as Dambi was or Alim was. What is Leo doing? Oh well, I guess he only thinks that Gianni was there. He doesn't realize Smuggy was there. Thank you, stupid RNG. I'll take that into mind. It's a great point. I think Raga's using a lot of rifle. And then I don't think EDG are running a ton of shotgun either. They're not that great, honestly, with the neon movement. So I don't think they'll get nerfed that much by the neon nerf. Mr. RJ, thank you for the hot take. We all know how Masters London gonna go. An APAC team will win, an EMEA team will come close but fail, a Chinese team is gonna make a run and fail, and America's teams are gonna bomb out in a surprising fashion. That I mean, you've said that with your chest, but I don't feel like that's a trend. The Americas teams normally do well, get deep, don't win. The Pacific teams do win. The EMEA team, one EMEA team normally does well, but then kind of like, yeah, disappoints towards the end. And the Chinese teams normally, well, they alternate, don't they? One of them either makes an unexpected run or they all fail. But you really did say that with your whole chest. Kang is open. They've got a bait and switch position with the showstopper over towards B main. XLG have inserted Raga beginning of the round towards Vent. Dog trying to get Kang on a bit of a deeper position. Flash as well, so now Kang can get on a deeper line. So they're going to set up for this pinch onto Chichu's position, but they have to get through the... Huh. Fake Omen ult. Kang takes a step forward. Why does Kang take a step forward? Because he is worried that the Omen has ulted into elbow behind him or screens behind him. Wow. That's actually fucking cooked him. That's crazy. The timing on this could not be better for XLG. I've never seen an Omen ult be used to counter that op line before, but it actually made him so uncomfortable. Why not just put up the defense wall behind him, though? Like, if Chichu just walled behind him, Kang could have stayed on the exact same line. Okay, they're trying to flood into the site. Oh, no way. Oh, man, that would have been so nice. Where do you see EDG? Because Nats and Boaster predicted them as third in London. I think that's an optimistic prediction, but I don't think it's impossible. But I do think that's on the, like, optimistic end. Their map pool doesn't look good enough to me for them to make top 3. Their form looks really good, but their map pool and their understanding of some of their maps, like Haven, Fracture, well, they haven't even played Ascent, so who knows how good their Ascent is. I guess the case for EDG being top 3 would be they've saved their Ascent and it's actually fantastic, and so they have 3 maps where they look really good, their Ascent, their Breeze, and their Split, and nobody figures out how to get past their A main defense on Breeze. But I think just like a more realistic take is that their Ascent probably doesn't look that good because they haven't wanted to play it. And people are probably going to figure out how to play against their Breeze, even though they do something pretty unusual and they've got a lot of, you know, good looks with how they run it. But I think once you figure it out, it might collapse a little bit. And then the rest of their maps, you know, they're not that great. Am I going to watch the World Cup? Yeah, I mean, I don't normally watch the World Cup, like, follow it heavily. I normally only watch the England games if I'm at a, like, bar with my friends or something. But yeah, I plan to. I have not really, to be honest with you, kept up with whether or not there is like a large scale movement to try to boycott it or whatever. I'm sure people are rumbling about it, but my position on boycotts is that they have to be like specific and targeted. Otherwise, they're not useful. They're just more performative. So I do partake in quite a lot of boycott action, but I try to be like more specific with stuff, right? So it's like, if there is a large movement of people doing this, then I will join in to add to it. But again, I haven't actually kept up with what is happening with the World Cup. I think it's more to do with attending, I would assume. But I don't know.
他们也是在连续拿分，现在经济是有积攒的。有可能要等这个爆能期快要结束的时候再去找。
对，我甚至认为他可以把枪一丢。
But because I'm not like in the football world, it's not something that I'm like super aware of.
宁愿被你打掉，我其实也赚。
You know, I could tell you most of the companies on the BDS list, but I couldn't really tell you what the fuck people are planning to do with the World Cup.
那我觉得现在 EDG 在下半场的领先优势其实已经被追到只差1分了。是，在上半场可能第2次要进行调整的内容。
这分又是把 Smoky 靠到了这个 B 通门口的高点位。
My position on boycotts is that I don't know why cots need to be gendered. A baby boy and a baby girl don't need different cots. Preach. Preach. We shouldn't even be calling them boycotts. We should be calling them like... Dunno. The bit ran out. The bit ran out there. Them cots, I guess, was the natural punchline, but it didn't sound great in my head.
现在是一个2打3 ，EDG 处在了人数的劣势。阳台的位置，杰尼先架一个，他知道 B 通可能会来人，但他没有猜到利友的具体角度。1v2的残局 ，Nobody 看到了。
We'll workshop it. We'll workshop it.
已经明牌，交闪直接出在对面手盘子，惊艳的一瞬之间，已经是被解决掉1v1。刘一兽
是短炮，他副武器是短炮，他选择切回到烟外，拿步枪去架。
Nobody 要跟刘一兽开始斗智斗勇，
他还有闪，他再过8秒有闪，完全可以等这个闪。
他在等烟散，也在等这个闪的充能。
If EDG win Masters, Kankan will be the GOAT. I mean, it's, to be honest with you, oh wow. To be honest, it's not a narrative that I've been thinking about at all. But if Kankan wins and he's like incredibly good in the tournament and he's the reason why they win, and he has therefore been the MVP at a Champs and a Masters, and he's one of the only... Who's won a Champs and a Masters? Is it only Sassy still? Or is it someone else as well now? Who won the most recent Champs? Yeah. Yeah, because Ethan's won 2 Champs, not Champs and a Masters, right? So, I think it's only Sassy, isn't it? I mean, I think it's actually like there would... The problem with that argument is he plays most of his time in China, and most of the time he's not been like performing that well internationally. They do make deep runs every now and then, don't they? They made a decent run at like Tokyo or something, and then obviously they won an event, and then they got 3rd at Bangkok, I suppose. Or was it Bangkok or was it Madrid? They did all right at both of those events, though.
XLG 虽然有钱，但是 EDG 不需要那么多分数能够结束地图。
但这分回来 ，EDG 的整体的经济还是很落后的。
对
，2把疗犬加上1把。
But like, yeah, they're Okay, sorry. Kurt wanted my top 15 list, and I was just like telling him that I will have it done in the next 5 hours. Okay, sorry. What was I saying? Literally, I've forgotten what I was saying. Oh yeah, the Kankong plays the majority of his career in China, and so even though he's dropping like absolutely unbelievable stats, I think there is an argument to say that he plays against weaker competition than somebody like, well, you know. The next person that I was about to say is Alpha, yeah, and EMEA is also full of fucking bums, so maybe not, actually, maybe not.
XLG 虽然有钱，但是 EDG 不需要那么多分数能够结束地图。
Maybe everyone's playing against terrible players all the time.
对
，2把燎犬加上1把判官，
绝对事情在手 ，Nobody 依然在快速拿 B 通的信息。
But I think it would be an interesting discussion at least if Kankan won and was MVP, whether or not he'd be in these kind of talks. I think he would have to at least be in the discussion, wouldn't he? He's been such an impactful player.
4打2，这一分的悬念，
被抓到一个机会，2打3，被拿2打3 ，XLG 还没有放包，
又是故技重施，
拿信息。 等烟，
这些可以把双 fake TP 啊。
Playing versus weaker competition, but then winning internationally anyway is also a merit. Yeah, in the sense that like you've surely Smokey doesn't win this. It feels like he's gonna though.
枪不是很好。
No man is walking behind through spawn.
慢在尝试绕，甚至有可能会直接去转向 A。 时间是够的，
对，时间是完全够的。但 Smokey
也很清楚，对面可能绕了。
现在就是比拼大脑的时刻。
就是现在，其实就是大家互相掷硬币。
那我觉得 Smokey 站中等就行了，等对面最后的安包。
中路也相对来说离两边都比较近。
I don't think he deserves to be in the GOAT conversation yet, though.
正好是有机
I
会
think
打2枪才能命中。
they haven't had. He hasn't had enough success yet at an international level to be able to compete with other people in that GOAT debate. But if he, like, the thing with Valorant is because we have so few events, these discussions change massively from event to event. If he was the MVP while winning London, it would change the discussion fundamentally. If Kangkang went to G2, would G2 be a super team? G2 would be a popular team.
拿到优势再近点，有终结技能可能就是考虑贴到近点直接提速一波。
That would breathe life back into Americas. We would need a Chinese broadcast for Americas if that happened.
主要是上铁板有独木的帮助是比较轻松的，你不用消耗太多的技能。
People definitely talk about TenZ being a GOAT candidate. I mean, usually it's not. Usually it's not the people in like the Platchat circle, but there are definitely people who talk about TenZ in the GOAT debate.
When we
Yeah.
were like super young.
Really? I went to school with Norman in Hong Kong for 8 years when we were like super young. That's sick. Huh. I had no idea. I actually didn't even realize he went to school in Hong Kong. I thought he had grown up in Wales. Faye Wars, thank you for the 12 months. Half of that is copium and cultural impact, not actual consistent long gameplay. Yeah, but the other half of it is that he's won 2 events while being exceptionally good in both of those events. And they were spaced so far away from each other that it's like really impressive. There are other players like that? Yeah, there are other players like that, yeah. But there aren't many players like that. His first event is also against literal plumbers. Yeah, but he also dominated it to a level that we have never seen again. He really was like not on the same level as those plumbers. Have you had any new hobbies lately? I just joined the tennis club, Reese. And this is not going to help your classic Tory allegations, but I've been playing tennis a lot. I played for 2 hours this morning. I played for an hour the day before. I played for 2 hours on Thursday nights as well. Sorry, I'm getting so fucking distracted. This is an eco round, but they managed to pick up a gun. Let me just lock in at least for the 2v2. Every time I play, I wish I was playing badminton instead. Yeah, unfortunately, well, maybe this is fortunately. The tennis club is filled with much more friendly people than the badminton club. The badminton club was full of sweats. And like... nice from Leah. The badminton club near me is full of sweats, or also some slightly like... What's the word when somebody's... It's not necessarily snobbish, but they're almost gatekeeping. They're almost like looking down on new players and being a bit too good for them. Maybe like elitist is the right word or something. Yeah, it was like some mixture of elitist or pretentious or something at the badminton club. And it was just like, why are they not more welcoming to new players that want to play? It was really strange. And then I also injured my ankle, so I didn't go back. But my elbow has been fucking killing me while playing tennis. But I guess that's just what my elbow is now going to be like for the short term. I got tricep tendonitis 6 months ago, over 6 months ago, and I mean, it's fine day to day, but then as soon as I play tennis, it hurts like a motherfucker, actually. Federer or Djokovic? For me, Djokovic. You've spelled his name wrong, but that's fine. It'd be like that once you turn 30? Yeah, my body's actually giving up on me. Are you going to do your top 15 in stream? Yeah. Baker, thank you for the 10 months. Thank you very much for the 10 months. Djokovic, you pronounced it wrong? Yeah, that's valid. That is a valid clapback. Thank you. Ball knowers know the third option? Surely everyone knows the third option. They're literally called the big three. Kyrgios, or however you spell it, is my GOAT. It makes so much sense that you would think Nick Kyrgios is the GOAT. He is one of the most unlikable figures in tennis. The recent Battle of the Sexes thing had me banging my head on the table. Andy fucking Murray? I mean, Andy fucking Murray was like the fourth of the big three. Nadal might legitimately be the more fun one of the three to watch, though. Andy Murray was complete cope? No. Tim Henman was cope. Andy Murray was legitimately good. That guy was crazy. Oh my god. Oh my god, I've never seen someone more lost than Raga was in that moment. Let's just play this one back. Holy fuck, I've never seen someone do a double 360 before. The fact he doesn't die is also killing me. Wait, what? Sorry? I looked away from the screen because I thought XLG were just going to be able to win. Jenny runs in, gets no man Raga, and then kills Happyway and Lysor with a lineup? Generational Jenny clutch? Oh, he fucked up the smoke and then walked into the sky. You did so much. You came so close. Okay, these split rounds are going nuts in China. That was a peak China round. Raga incredibly lost. Lysor gets 2. Jenny gets a lineup on Happyway and Lysor. And then whiffs the end, whiffs the finish. Game on a match point. Game on a match point. It's so, I would hate to have this in the English broadcast, because it would interrupt your flow so hard as you're like setting up for the potential final round. But it's iconic as a viewer. Like, as a viewer, just getting the sky motor match point every time a team gets to 12 is so good. Does it play every time for OT rounds? No. It's so good. No, it only plays the first time a team gets to a map point. Is that how you actually pronounce it? That's how she sings it. Can you not hear her singing it? Let me increase the volume. Maybe you guys can't hear it. Don't you hear her singing it there? Sky motor match point. It's like literally the thing has like. You guys can't even hear it? Oh, man. All right, hold on. We're giving you the 100% audio experience.
前期已经是很尽力了，每一波队友倒下的位置他都去补到枪。 但现在好像前期的优势已经没有了，甚至 XLG 主动把握到了江图尝试的一个机会。
屏障生成。
啊，现在这个情况对于 XLG 来说已经就差临门一脚。
That's like a whisper. What do you want it to be? You want him to fucking scream, "Sky on a match point"? Like what? Of course, it's gonna be something a little bit subtle.
力度最好的机会，因为对面经济不全。
但一旦进入到加时，可能经济优势就荡然无存了。
大家都平手了。平地柱开得很早，进攻方平地柱开得非常快，换掉舌吻。
但这一分 XLG 其实是
I feel like you guys are rage baiting me.
他每一条路都有人在看，
他想要去等到对面压出来。我觉得尤其他们想等的是这个。
They've been trying to set up a Smoggy showstopper trap play at some point this whole game.
现在 Smokey 要藏住。
How is that distracting if we can't hear it? I can hear it! I didn't realize none of you guys had ears. I'm used to getting steak ads mid-round by the casters while watching CS, so yeah. Yeah, the Counter-Strike ads are pretty invasive based on most standards.
这一下。 要来了，要来了，要来了！正面一楼吗？给机会，万事俱备。
Oh, Leo has cooked there. Oh my God, Leo is cooking. I'm gaining more respect for Leo in this tournament. I think he might be the player whose my stocks have risen the most for watching the games. He's one of those players I really wasn't that aware of, and I've now watched him have some pretty damn good moments. He's not like always going nuts or anything. Oh, well, Chi-Chu's a fucking beast. He's taking it into overtime. I mean, Raga should have that one, but it's not like it's badly played in terms of the timing. He just whiffs. What are you gonna do? Chi-Chu goes crazy. Making fun of my hearing issues, not very woke of you. I was not directing that at you. When I said, oh, you guys don't have ears, I was meaning it as a joke for the people who do have ears. I wasn't meaning it as a... If you... I mean, how did you hear the comment anyway? But, you know, if it wasn't directed at you, it wasn't directed at you. Have I dug myself out of the hole yet? Oh, look, that's New Zealand. Okay, overtime. Lock in. Lock in. Lock in.
把心再放回去，慢慢再重新理一理。
主要是会先换边，又来到了 EDG 的进攻。
这也是他们在常规时间得分比较多的那一边，两边都是在进攻方得分比较多。
是的，啊，又是熟悉的 Nobody 的单走。
Okay, seen this round a number of times from EDG. Nobody fakes mid to try to keep any like vent or rope player over here. In theory, that should make A weaker. They don't want to commit to A though for some reason. Okay, normally this is just an exec, but instead nobody's gone up mid and they're going to try to play for heaven first. And then go into sight. So they need to clear No Man. No Man has saturate for A main, and then he could turn around and fight heaven. Alright, there's the saturate. Raga, bro. Oh, Raga is choking. Oh no. My faith in Raga having a better international is going... It's getting mudded right now. He whiffed onto Chi-Chu to get things into overtime, and now he just whiffed horribly onto Chi-Chu again, and onto Gianni. Oh no.
1打2了，
这个位置其实还是有点单，队友完全帮不到。
对 ，Smoky 立刻回缩到点内，去跟经理打配合。
拖时间了，现在应该要。
主要这个 elbow 还有打喷，
这是把喷，这是把喷，
禁言找人，2喷。
Nice try. I didn't see this game. Why is my goat on 12 kills in OT?
Is super entertaining for all.
Thank you, Nate the Gratian, and thank you very much for that. 4 years now, dang? That's over 5. I don't know what you're referring to, Nate, but you've subbed for 64 months. That's over 5 years. What are you talking about? It's early, my math ain't mathin'. Valid. Completely valid. A year is 16 months? God. I could be young again. Wait, let's do this. I'm so down. Why has he deliberately played with the judge in OT? I guess he just thinks that he could get insane value from that spot if they're saving their util before they hit the side. Is the read that Leo always uses his util in mid so they don't have util to clear the judge A main? Maybe. He's really unlucky not to get 2 there. And then nobody gets no man, but then dies for the effort. He does slow them down a little bit and buy some time for the rotates, so it's okay to go 1 for 1 there. Can they see Happyway's gun? No. And Lyso's activated and taken out Chi-Chi. Oh my god. Well, Happyway's come alive in OT, even if Raga's gone to sleep.
我觉得可能现在要看谁能够在防守方先得分。对，因为两边其实在进攻边的一个得分力都偏高。
常规时间到加时，目前都是这样的。
30-18，再次站在了这个独木贴边的位置。
位置用过。
对他不想让对面很快的通过这个独木过到铁板。
哦，逼通直闪，那这个闪应该也没有反馈。
这个角度先贴到近点。
这2颗闪交掉，其实现在 EDG 进点的时候有点难度的。他只有毗邻之虎能拿信息，但是没有能够让对面转头的方式。
所以现在毗邻之虎出手的时机和位置要好好考虑一下。
啊，用小车清了。
Okay, well now the orb is going to be out, so now you can use your own attacking orb to be able to get through it.
感觉最终应该是一个打 A。
Okay, they're not going to go though. They're going back to A.
其实他之前站过一次。
And sending Kangkang alone through mid. All right.
只有毗邻之虎没有闪。
Kangkang becomes the lurking jet. I have those in my rank games.
有没有可能刷起来呢？
Dog to clear the corner. Does no man refight?
要了颗闪，很到位的闪，这一分还要来，交了个 TP。
Oh, bad refract positioning. And Raga is still choking in OT. Here comes the lurking jet. Yeah, sure. Kangkang just lurks and gets a 2k. And now pulls out the op on defense. You'd be 23 years old if a year had 16 months instead of 12. I like that a lot better. Let's do it. Let's make the change happen. We're now running on Nate the Gratian time. If, due to the new rules, you are under 18, you must not type in the chat. What is that? If you're under 27? Yo, Jenny is actually playing well in OT as well. EDG reckon. What an OT though, what an OT. That's a sick map. That is a sick map of Valorant. I mean, I don't have that many like big takeaways from it in terms of you know, strategic stuff, prep stuff. But it's just a sick map of Valorant. Like, both of these teams are actually decent on split. They're not amazing, I think, but they are decent on split. Yeah. Maybe I need to... I write down the map pools for teams based on what I think they are, like, ordered. And I'm struggling with XLGs. Let me just have a dip into the stats again to see. Because my gut is saying that their split and their fracture probably look better than their breeze. But I don't know if the stats back that up. Let's have a quick little glance. Split, they're 3-2 with only losses to EDG. And I think it does look quite good. Their breeze is 2-3. Again, mostly losses to EDG. And their fracture, they're 1-1. But I actually thought their fracture looked pretty decent. Yeah, I mean, I did watch this game of them playing against DRG. Because also the Haven is another one to consider. They're 3-1 on Haven, but they're playing the Gen G comp, and they're okay at it, but they're very passive with it. I actually think they would kind of get beasted on Haven internationally. If we're thinking internationally, like at London, I think their Fracture and Split are more competitive than their Haven, and their Breeze, I don't even know, bro. Their Breeze is so strange. I couldn't necessarily tell you. I think their Fracture and their Split might look a bit better than their Breeze. Yeah, let's go for it. Let's. But then, am I really saying the Fracture is their second best map? That seems silly to me. But I think in the context of Masters London, where a lot of other people are not that good at Fracture, that might actually be true. I don't know, bro. I feel like there's a lot of those maps are somewhat similar for XLG. Like, none of those maps are anywhere near as good as XLG's Lotus. What was I doing at the age of 23? Share some history. 23. What is that? 2017. I was technically living in Manchester with some university friends, even though I was no longer at university. I was doing full-time Overwatch. I was doing some casting, some analyst desk, streaming. I was watching probably 10 hours a day of Overwatch at that point of time, absolutely murdering my sleep schedule. I moved for 6 weeks, I think, to Colorado. Maybe it wasn't 6 weeks, but it felt like 6 weeks. It was a long time. I went to Colorado for something like 6 weeks to do Overwatch Contenders. And then at the end of 2017, Overwatch Contenders was told that I was doing Overwatch League. So 2017 was a crazy good year for me. 2017 was my breakout year into Overwatch. When I was 23 years old.
变成了一个BO3的情况。大家可以从这个赛前数据看得到，首方胜率 EDG 有恐怖的80%。那我觉得对于 XLG 来说，这个手枪分就不能丢啊，丢了的话可能会被对手滚雪球。
没错，康康又一次前顶了出来，藏在这个木箱后面。中区其实是放掉的。
Okay, hold on. We should do the thing we do where we try to remember what we know about these teams on these maps. So, we know that EDG like to hard fight A main a lot on this map. That is like the big thing that they do. They don't always combine this wall with a passive A setup. They will frequently run this defense wall on A whilst hard fighting A, which is weird. They do often run Gienni on this side of the map to get knife information on B and Cannon. On the other side of things, I don't remember as much what XLG do on this map. Yeah, let's have a look. We've definitely watched them before. Yeah, the problem is that we were watching them play against EDG and they got shit on. But we did watch them play against DRG as well, and they had a fast A main push that was quite nice. And they had some really, really bad B defense rounds. Well, let's try to focus more on what XLG are trying to do then, huh?
那我觉得对于 XLG 来说，这个手枪分就不能丢啊，丢了的话可能会被对手滚雪球。
没错，康康又一次前顶了出来，藏在这个木箱后面。
They got Lysol just holding in case it's a B push pistol.
刚刚那个位置只要打 B 就会出事儿，不打 B， 那我觉得对 XLG 来说
They're not fake A splitting and trying to walk mid. So as soon as that smoke goes down there, they just lose 2 players based on spam. And the pistol's over. I mean, to some degree a bit unlucky, but also a bit obvious. Rank today? Probably not, but depends what time we finish. Maybe. See you, Jordan Warden. Bye-bye. Where's an actual good defensive Viper wall on this map? No, the one that Chichu is throwing is a good defensive Viper wall, Faye. It's just that you don't always want to be... You don't want to be fighting A main every time with your... So the way that EDG do it is that they fight A main with their harbor. And then if their harbor dies, not only are you now missing the code for the retake, but frequently they're not trying to play for retake. You know, their setup is perfectly happy to play for retake, play strong side B, push elbow, double doors, you know, any of this kind of stuff. You can actually leave A main a little bit weak with this comp, especially if you're running a wall like that that's good for retake. But they fight A main a ton, and they don't fight it with Kangkang, they fight it with Smoggy. And that's the weird part. Yeah, they're playing a retake wall. Well, but it's not just a retake wall. Like that wall also, you can play it a little bit as like, because it covers here, you can play it a bit as an anchor wall as well. But mostly this wall, you would want to play, I think, mostly towards the backside. And focus on other areas that aren't A main. It's fine to throw some A main defense rounds in there, but EDG do it, at least in the games that I've watched, probably like 8 rounds out of 12 in the half. Alright, this is the first bonus round though for EDG. Knife catches 3 players A main. XLG throw a little progression smoke and nobody just disrespects it. Refight in with Raga kind of baits nobody in and then punishes him. That's nice. See if they do that again. Harbor wall used to try to, again, more like anchor and then double fight in. I don't mind the decision to double fight in, but Smoggy swung as Kangkang dashed out, so not quite synced up with the timing there. Gianni might do some more damage. Nah. Okay, they're actually not doing their A main defense though. They're still doing this wall, this smoke. So that's the smoke they use when they defend A. But Raga just ran inside of it. Raga literally just bum rushed it.
甚至这分nobody牺牲自己啊，自己是只会把封刺出门。
但nobody一般站后置位啊，这把狙卡 B 小，哎 timing， 哇！我觉得海北看到康康是把狙稍微急了点儿，
有点想动手。对，他是还是尝试停住开1枪或者开2枪。
他是一个下蹲哦。
这样的话，
威慑力啊，拉出来了，给技能，
想穿。
这个巡敌剑是取得了不错的胜利吗？
哈。
但你这样进的话，队友怎么跟呢？
This is now 2 rounds in a row where nobody has been the player fighting closest to A main, which is also really weird to have your Sova be the one in this kind of position. But I think he's doing it because he has the worst guns. Because he had a sheriff in the previous round and now he has a stinger.
现在 XLG 稍微有点乱，最近这个回合打的。
But how did he use his util?
在另一边，
威慑力啊！
He just yeeted a recon dart in there?
这个巡地剑是取得了不错的胜利啊！但你这样听的话，队友怎么跟呢？我觉得
Yeah, he's up to some devious antics.
这个回合打的对。
那中路想要摸上来，又被狙给抓到。
狙，哎 ，smoke 也是被穿掉了，
被隔烟穿掉。但现在对于防守方来说，这个压力还是很大。
Well, this round didn't really go anywhere from XLG. I think it started fairly well in terms of them getting inside and dominating that smoke in A main, but then they couldn't do shit with it. Let me look at the replay of this round, actually. Heavyweight just whiffs. Raga jumps out and doesn't think anyone would be close or crazy enough to jump into his wall. And that's the round.
这分 XLG 选择了强起，保2把枪下来，然后又补2把
Lysol
枪
also
进
getting
来。
caught double door by the
还是缺一把。
而且现在这个时间节点，你可以关注一下两边的
抢第一局，
抢第一局，又是海佩伟，他又成为了这一分的倒霉蛋。
那这样的话，其实一
I haven't seen a Chinese team use the protocol where you throw a smoke in B main, but it's a floating smoke, and you check to see if the upper is there because you can see their toes. And there's a lot of teams that are using this floating. They normally are using it with a cove, actually, but you could still do it with the omen smoke. There's no reason why you couldn't. But I haven't really seen them do that. This would have been such a perfect opportunity to do a play like that. But maybe they just wanted to go faster. But I think you've really got to be worried about Kang on this map.
强行了，
雷交过，但毒还在手里面，球球甚至不打算交毒。
XLG 决定还是要孤注一掷的，球球已站在了对方的通道之中。
又是个2打4，
交闪，但是康康在身后的巨人已经可以清扫战场了。
而且刚刚好像 XLG 这里的闪有点给失误了，队友被全白，
白到感觉自己队友好几个都是头上发亮啊。
还是我觉得在一波流的技能以及配合上没有沟通的很密切。
要我说，狙真的会把你打到有点乱。
其实我是6的动作，他是预想到了 B 点第一时间，第一个 timing 会有一把狙出来。
Did I talk about Global's chances at London? No, no, no. We'll talk about that on Plat Chat tomorrow, though. The Cove is probably better for it because you can harden up top 3 and just break it. Yeah, oh yeah, the Cove is definitely better for that. But you can still accomplish the same clearance with. Why does Lysol not have a gun at all? Okay.
看一下这个暂停回来之后怎么调整吧，还是在前点。
But yeah, if you're not running, I mean, XLG, you're not running a harbor, so. But it doesn't mean you have to never use the falling one ways. How did Kang hit that? That was so fast.
打了一个残血，但队友已经被雷击剑处理掉了。
爆能器都没安装 ，EDG 的回防太快了，还被为一把正义。 比狙好像当你破掉他的狙的时候，你还得担心杰尼回防的闪。刚刚杰尼我留意了一下，他基本没怎么交过闪。正面的队友已经把战局解决。
这个闪依然没有影响到康康。
想去抓狂烈之怒，直接射。
Oh nobody. Oh nobody. What on earth is your positioning here? He gets flashed, and then he walks forwards again. I mean, maybe he walks forwards just to dodge this overall, but it does look like he wanders forwards for some reason before that. And they don't know about Lysol behind them, so they're going to get crushed this round. I do like this fast play from XLG through A main. Did they use recon this time? That was my criticism of them previously, was that they didn't use the close recon. I don't think they did again, did they? Where does he wait, he does recon. Where does he throw it? Wait, it bounces off some shit and like... He shot the one that lands on the pyramid.
At least its positioning is all over the place, seems consistent with machine learning.
Yeah. Nobody does play a very unhuman style of Valorant. This is a really nice round to run against somebody like EDG that does A main control as well.
但是有人其实给康康拉了一手，不过 XLG 这波技能的 all in 处理的很不错，
狂烈深度的效果很好。56应该第一剑就打到了 nobody。
Nobody plays like he's invisible. I think if I watched my VODs back, I would be most similar to nobody. I think my positioning is horrible, and I think when I play Valorant that I can win fights that I should never be taking.
能操作吗？啊，杰尼倒了，那应该回去可以直接保局了，但局好像也保不掉。
全是极限枪，还剩一发。哎。
Hello?
即便是你是解封，你的位移也就那么远。
Is that your 11-year-old football trophy behind you? What the fuck are you even looking at? You mean this? The gray thing? This is the Platchat 100,000 subscriber badge from YouTube.
对，加上我觉得还有一点，这狙的穿烟不太好，去拿到很高的收益。
You mean this? This is a fucking Emmy, bro.
故技重施，我就跟你 A 点爆了，然后就把我接了。
直接来。
哎，但这个巡逻箭没射出去，
是被无效命令直接收了。
收了一下过路费，两边是点到
The
为止。
gold thing?
先保命吧 ，nobody。
I don't even know what you mean by the gold
他有
thing.
自己也会有大。
哎，康康狙掉了56。
The gold thing? You mean this? That is a book that says 101 whiskeys to try before you die. And then the circle on the top is a tip of the hats badge from 2017 or something. You guys are hallucinating shit. I got AI in my chat.
康康这下狙击枪拉出来了。
Sorry, let me watch this round again.
狙的穿烟不太好，去拿到很高的收益。
A 点尝到甜头了，
直接抢一通。
对，故技重施。我就
Alright, so they do a bit of a fast A main take again, this time with no command.
是被无效命令直接收了。
收了。
This is where the cove is great, by the way, because this is a really common thing for people to do. And a lot of teams on their attack, they cove here on the attack, and then they harden it to stop this spam from coming through. It's a really nice thing to do. I mean, you could do it in your rank games. It'll still provide you a lot of value.
哎，但这个巡逻箭没射出去，
是被无效命令直接收了。
收了一下过路费。
He didn't actually hit any of them there, but it's really dangerous, that spam angle. Did Lysol just smoke and TP into that? Or what is the purpose of that smoke?
哎，但这个巡逻箭没射出去，
是被无效命令直接收了。
Yeah, he did smoke and TP into it. I guess just in case
先保命吧。
someone was holding
如
close.
果 nobody 打一个的话，他有自己也会有大。
哎，康康狙掉了56。
Oh my god, that's whiffy from Lysol, but he gets it done and then he sprints forward because he's panicked. His adrenaline and cortisol are soaring because he just whiffed on Kangkang and he just runs into his death. Grand finals shit.
比较死的，关键是回复直接没了，完全裸露的一个位置 ，XLG 的位置有点尴尬，球球已经收掉了 Raga。
被围了，被围了，没地方再操作了。
I don't know how Raga got the first kill.
出现了一点点问题，我不确定安包的位置。
Now I'm casting the second half of Masters London from the 12th onwards.
这个回复也没有能够完美的展开来，有点难受啊。这也是我觉得提速一波会遇到的问题。对面可以选择把包点的一侧放给你，感觉这个爆能器的安装位置是不是可以再靠里一点？因为本来就有回复，你也不用说可能我要一定推到后面去守。
他旁边就有一个球体烟。
这个确实。
So playoffs, I think it's the very end of the group, the Swiss stage as well. But I might be wrong. It might just be playoffs.
要不他3天杀的。
但现在可能对于 XLG 来讲，经济
The 12th is the playoff start. All right, well then it's just playoffs, yeah.
这一次
想到了 ，Raga 很明显猜到对面中路会 pick 出来，所以是提前一个蹲架。
In theory, I think I could have only reviewed EDG for my job, but
这个隔断烟很有意思啊。
是这个隔断烟。
I wanted to watch everyone.
哇，交叉火力打出来了。
I mean, this round, nobody has just sprinted down mid and is shooting them in the back here. Leo is getting gunned in the back and none of his teammates are watching him for a potential mid push. That's no man's job.
我觉得 XLG 这个第二时间的应对反应速度也很快。
But it doesn't matter. XLG got all of the kills and opened up an avenue back to B, and now they're going to win the round. We have co-streams for the initial weeks. Yeah, I'm going to be co-streaming the whole of the Swiss stage. And I will actually get to co-stream the entire thing because the event's in London and I can just take a train down there. So I don't even need to, like, you know, miss a day to travel or anything. Top scorer 2004 Yorkshire Under-11s trophy. I was always really bad at football growing up. I got onto the school team once. I don't know whether they were like lacking players or what, but I had a lack of talent, I'll tell you that much. And I played like some kind of defender position. I can't even remember what. And I just remember being like, man, it's difficult when you get to the edge of the pitch and then there's no more pitch. I really remember having that thought because when you just play with your friends in a park somewhere, you don't give a fuck really about the like lines. But then when I was playing in a match with my school team, I remember thinking to myself, how the fuck do I keep it in play? Like, I don't have the skill here with somebody like pressing me from this side to keep the ball in play. I was not talented. I was pretty good at like any sport that involved the upper body or running, but football, I could not wrap my head around that. Any racket sport or track and field or javelin or something like that, I was pretty good at. Football, fucking shite. Oh, we didn't actually realize the No Man was there as well, but I don't think it matters. Want to play 5-a-side where you can just use the walls? Yeah, we used to play 5-a-side quite a lot as kids as well. That's probably one of the reasons why I sucked at like 11-a-side. That is not the recon that nobody thought it was. Nobody would benefit enormously from personal coaching. Like, I respect the guy for being a genuinely good attack side IGL. Like, he is actually calling a better game than anyone else in China right now, from what I've watched anyway. But, oh my god, his like individual play, whether it be his positioning, which is almost always crazy, or his util, could do with a bit of help.
海佩维要给动作 B 点的防守3个人才有可能会调度。0点秀才把海佩维逼退了，但好像海佩维也不打算在 A 点跟你逗留。那 B 点3个人就死守了呀。这要来了 ，C 技能出手，闪了个全白。但还有张云，张云的隔绝让 XLG 有点卡在了 B 托门口，有人好像还被混到了残血。对，再转要转回中。
So this is by the way, this is what I was talking about before. Where we were having this discussion with DRG. Do you remember that DRG always had Vukashu put his wall like this on B? And I was saying I don't really like that because then when they do their A exec, they just smoke here and here and create this like really fucking weird push for themselves where people could be stood in front of the smokes, people could be stood here at double doors or this box, and like it doesn't even give you that much space in backside. Like, this is ass trying to push A with these smokes at the back here. But if you do it the other way around, like XLG have done here, if you wall default on A with your Viper, when you hit B, your dome smokers can smoke here and here, and it's actually pretty damn good. Like, it's pretty doable. It's not much worse. In fact, I wouldn't say it's any worse than having the Viper. I mean, maybe it's a little bit worse in the sense that you don't have the wall to put back up in post plant at some point, but it's pretty damn good. I think DRG just do it the wrong way around.
太远了，好像确实有点远。海佩维处理下来，但是点后还有人，球就守住了点后的位置。
Big entry from Happy Way, but now Leo's found the whole of. All right, never mind. XLG have lost their heads. What's going on here? Like, why have we just left Leo as an insert lurker with 30 seconds left? Why is he just hanging around on B with 25 seconds left? I think XLG have just lost their heads a bit here.
但是点后还有人，球就守住了点后的位置。
但球就只要贴墙就行了。这个时候再往 B 点看，也被解决掉。
Do casters pre-ready some of the lines you use in matches during epic moments? Yeah, to a different degree. Like, I rarely ever do it. It's something I should probably do a bit more, to be honest. But some people absolutely do. Yeah. The skill is not so much in coming up with a good line. The skill is finding the right moment to use it.
戏称什么 AP 猎枭之类的。
回复直接开。康康的位置也被锁了。
而且这边开完葵服之后。
And coming up with lines that don't sound cheesed and forced as fuck. Because, like, you could write something that sounds good when you say it to yourself in the mirror, but then it's really easy to be too cheesy with stuff. I've definitely been guilty of that before. I think lots of casters have. Smoggy with a 3K defending there. Absolutely rocked them.
虽然 XLG 短暂控制了点位，但康康已经来到了脸上，一把爆子器下完之后，自己的位置也退无可退，把比赛
换狙吗？这是。
这一波康康很强啊，狙加巨刃。
巨刃已经提前开了。
一个非常经典的位置，就现在手臂不管是蝰射还是 KO 还是幽影都可以站。刚才
So EDG did not run, I think, a single round of their A main control in this game, which is really interesting.
哎，而且没有被收技能哎。
闪电弹球直接给了，球球这位置很危险，还要被夹击了。哇！90度一针了。
是蝰射还是 KO 还是幽影都可以站。刚才杰尼站这个地方。
这分是要中路夹壁啊，而且六有狂雷神怒，
但得踢快一点。
被飙到了，要不要直接狂雷神怒呢？
哎，而且没有被收技能哎。
闪电弹球直接给了，球球这位置很危险，还要被夹击了。
That is really nice from Chichu.
90度一针了，
结束了。
Oh my god, that is nice from Chichu. Dude, this guy's a fucking monster. Holy shit.
镇守住了这一波夹击的危险，哇！
这两发一针拉过去，
关键他来了2次，
太夸张了。这个是真的真制霸了。
甚至场面上还有一个可以去扰乱你走位的狂烈之怒，但点上的球球和杰尼。
你说第一个好歹有点预警是霓虹滑铲，但第2个是真没有，这是什么枪啊？
只能说可能小地图上会有些信息，因为当时杰尼有看到对手的一些侧身位，给到一些提前的预警。
这个上半场我觉得对 XLG 来说是相当残酷的，他们。
给你看。
I was convinced that EDG were going to go back-to-back and win Bangkok solely off Chichu's form. The guy was unreal. Yeah. I mean, Chichu's a special player. The Sentinel talent in China and EMEA, maybe Sentinel talent is inversely proportional to how good your region is. Because EMEA has had good Sentis ever since they stopped winning tournaments. Actually, they had good Sentis before that as well, but EMEA's had good Sentis for a while and they've been kind of crap. China's got really good Sentis and they're kind of crap. America's just started having better Sentinel players this year and we're starting to get worse. And Pacific just runs double duelist, no need for a Senti. There's something there? There's something there?
中路是有摆扑的，这个暗眼
打一个触发，
直接过烟，
恰到好处。
XLG 这一波套餐。
When Genji was winning everything, they had Meteor. Shut up, bro. No one wants to hear your fucking truth. Okay, we had a good thing going with this lying business for a while there.
太注重中路了吧？但是你中路也没打赢，这太伤了。
因为他没有想到对面会这么快的从正面过来，
正义也漏，
能守
这年 A
殴打中，
打不到头，感觉
Meteor is now butt cheeks. Have you seen him play recently? Yeah, he's struggling to find himself a bit. But lots of Sentis have dips in their read on the game. I think he'll get back. He's too talented not to.
几乎是这张图最后的一个机会了。哇 ，Raga 买了把。
It's round 15 and XLG's top fragger has 7 kills. They are getting obliterated.
XLG 也同样非常重视这个 A 通。
好像上来 Nobody 就被打残了。
哦，直接提速，2个烟直接飞。 但是康康直接从 R 这样走到点后，而且 Nobody 断了第一个回防的人。
Absolutely fearless, but also way before this wall came out from Smoggy. This wall is way late if Kang is going to path like this.
这样走到点后，而且 Nobody 断了第一个回防的人。那 EDG 其实可以有更多的选择权。他们现在是一个4打3。
Nobody 应该很清楚 ，A 通不止一个人，因为霓虹漏过动静。
A 点只有Raga 应该换到枪了，捡了一下队友的幻影。
Another come back to Nobody.
但 Raga 很尴尬
Leo's missed the timing.
对他四顾茫然，周围
And it's all on Raga.
有可能出枪的位置。
云箭一射，其实也就明牌了。
但 Raga 选择了一个最保守的位置。
他这个位置其实是有机会操作的。闪电弹球在手里有滑铲。
我是Leo快到了，他撑到我是Leo到场。
It's brutal.
现在开始搜了，点上已经进来了，所有人都认为包点附近是没
Oh man. Okay. Wait, hold on. You spoke too soon.
帮到了他，我是有拿到最后一人的信息。
一个35秒，但是 Happy Way 来的可能是有点慢的。
Raga 滑闪去了另外一边
，Raga 直接走了。其实点后可以下包，但是先把包得吸回来，先低包，先看到第一个。
Oh my god.
30滴血，
闪存过再低包。
Oh, the fake tap. Oh, it's an interesting idea from Jenny. Fake tap and then try to swing them to catch them as they're scaling. But they're always going to be scaling slow walk there, so you got to be really precise with your first shot. Might have been better just to plant and play the clutch, but I don't mind it. I think it's a pretty reasonable thing to go for. Yeah, Jenny's been having a great game. Yeah.
非常快，这个大招的充能。那这一分其实看上去是一个非常适合去 all in 来了，直接 all in。
Jenny overall seems like he's actually been really good to get back on the team. I definitely doubted this re-edition, but it's been working really well for them. He plays the stuff they need him to play. He could do with some help with his omen. His omen is not as strong as his other characters.
看一下 Raga 怎么想到。
那没事了，没有了。
Come on, Raga. You know better than that. You know that EDG are going to have somebody in window. I mean, you guys do it as well. Like, the Viper is going to be in window.
没有搜这个角度。
回防相当的难做。
也被发现 ，Noma 先打掉了杰尼。
Noma 还有最后一颗闪，这应该往底线的方向去抛。 哦，刘一手也在围剿。
哎，那现在这个情况瞬息万变，Leo也站了出来，
每个人的对象都对赢了。
All right. I mean, the retake pathing though is still looking pretty good for XLG.
可以完成这一分的回防，
形成了一个多角度的一个包夹。
对，但我觉得最重要的还是留一手出手的那个位置，把球球一旦解决掉，那
那没有了。
没有搜这个角度。
Really critical kill here is Lysor being able to dig Happy Way out of his position. But I think it's mostly just because... Sorry, Lysor being able to dig Chishu out of his position. But I think mostly that's just because Chishu realizes that the Smokes player is still up and he's gonna... He, like, wants to move forward. He checks elbow. He doesn't see anyone. So he's like, all right, they're probably not sending anyone else elbow. Raga was so much earlier than Lysor that it kind of baited Chishu into thinking there was no danger there.
并且我觉得，对于现在 XLG 而言，他们可以利用这个终极技能。
Slightly strange buy from EDG.
稳稳拿，
前点射箭差点出事儿。
Kankan got blinded by Jenny there? Yeah.
稳稳拿，
前点射箭差点出事儿。
Not very good coordination.
有狂烈之怒，但没给。
我觉得他可能还是想摊一下。
两边还在 A 通换技能，疯狂换技能。
但这样换下来 ，Raga 这一分，这把判官要成绝杀了呀！
没有飞机，没有飞机。
已经被喷死一个了。
Nobody, again, by the way, they have not cleared this smoke, and he walks in with an arrow in his hand. Like, What are you shooting at, buddy? If you want to shoot it at something, shoot it at the fucking smoke. With the spike? Yeah, with the spike. I mean, it's just bizarre the kind of shit that he does.
杰克好像也没有转点的可能啊。没空壁。
这样独木一开始就落在这一侧了，可能还是想多利用一下独木。
六再往前挪，藏到门口，现在开飞机，在队友没架住。
康康这把狂徒有收获，再打一个六，完全不讲道理的两个干拉呀！
这两个单人的破点。 我觉得会直接把 XLG 推入到一个非常危险的境地。
我觉得这一分的悬念可以戛然而止了，而且最关键的是，其实 EDG 还有容错 ，Smoke 比还有大的。
交大其实是稳赢的这分，
但 XLG 的分没有那么多的机会，这个2打4，
你硬着头皮也得打。Noman 有2颗闪，我觉得这是最后的底牌。
但其实 Raga 只有200块。
Yeah, Kankan's just a freak. I mean, set him up for success. Oh wow, that's nice.
OK， 这波配合打出来了。Noman
打了一个，但
时间压力太大了。
在藏。Smoky 非常聪明，
完全不漏。
Smoky 藏在了死角，那没有机会了。
59滴血的 Happy 尾，最后可能枪都保不下来。这一分的
Smoky 到最后都没有跟他去。
Can someone in chat who speaks Chinese help me here?
非常聪明，
完全不漏。
Smoky 藏在了死角，那没有机会了。
时间压力太大了。
I hear the Chinese casters say that phrase or word a lot. 太到了, something like that. And I don't know what it means, but I hear it a ton. And I always think of there was a player in Overwatch League called Ty Dollar, and it always makes me think of that. Ty Dollar Sign My Goat? Is that like a rap artist or something? It means too big, so it means the time pressure. So it's like the time is too low, like the time pressure is too big. Like the literal translation is too big, but what it means, like contextually translated, is the time is too low, it's over. Like that kind of thing. Is that right? It's like me yelling time. I see.
藏在藏 ，Smoky 非常聪明，
完全不漏。
Smoky 藏在了死角，那没有机会了。
59滴血的 Happy 尾，最后可能枪都保不下来。这一分的悬念
，Smoky 到最后都没有跟他去正面硬碰，
试一试。
Almost like it's too much to overcome. Like if you were gonna try to translate it maybe a bit better, something like that.
第3张地图上已经没有任何容错了。
还是凑了4把长枪出来 ，Raga 是封刺加上有冲击技能。
Yeah, I just hear the Chinese casters saying it a lot, and I was like, this has got to be a phrase that's got some like regular value, unless it's just the problem is I'm so bad at detecting words and tones and everything that they could be saying like 5 different versions of similar sounding phrases, and I would probably think that they're all the same thing because I'm just fucking oblivious.
6是给了一个 B 通外面的剑，然后这样的话他立刻给完剑之后往 A 反跑。
But I think I've been hearing that a lot.
摸过去了。
那这样，即便中路上来人，他也是可以去抓到背身的。
但 Raga 也蛮怕，就是他因为
Because you're racist? No, because I don't speak Chinese and don't have very much familiarity with the language.
开大了 ，Smoky 直接中门压 B 压 A。
球球已经先收一个 Happy 尾。球球还在收。
黄连之怒吃了一剑，但是6的会烟 ，Raga 只完成了1换，直接中门压 B 压 A。
球球已经先收一个 Happy 尾。球球还在收。
黄连之怒吃了一剑，但是6的会烟 ，Raga 只完成了1换1 ，Raga 来的有点太急了。
对他怕队友扛不住啊。
而且有点被这个水墙减速了，没有跑起来。
2v2，6的飞机想要去找驾驶员。 好像绕过去了。
Oh man！
球球的总会在这种持久战里面找到自己更好的感觉，提升比赛的温度，然后把对面。
If you only looked at what chat said about you and never watched a stream, you'd think you're the most insufferable man. Yeah, true. Oh my god, what did I just click? I think I just clicked copy video URL at current time. My clipboard's gonna be a mess. Never mind. Yeah, but also, I mean, some people probably do think that, even when they do watch the stream. I would like to take a break here. How many maps do we have left? I think we have 2 maps left, right? The score is 2-1. Yeah. So we have 2 maps left. EDG win on Haven, and then EDG win on... Not Lotus, not Ascent, not Fracture, not Split, not Haven, not Breeze. Therefore, Pearl is the final map. We got there eventually. We just had to go through the entire map pool before we got there. Just read the top left. Yeah, easy. Okay, I'm going to take a short break here. And then I am going to make some potatoes downstairs for my dinner. So I'll be gone for like 5 minutes while I chop some potatoes up and cover them in spices. And then I'll watch half of this map, and then I'll go and get the potatoes out of the oven. All right, I'll be back in a sec. Hello. You guys are having an intellectual discussion while I'm gone? Let me ruin the mood.
同时，我们也是提示大家上京东搜微信会福利888。
Okay.
来看一下开局首枪局的落位啊，车库
摆了一个3人的摆布。
但这个角度有
Is this a new comp from EDG? I can't remember. I'm gonna have to look it up. Oh, that's the game we're literally watching. When was the last time they played Haven before this? Nope, it's not a new comp. They played it in the JDG game.
有可能会吃不死鸟的闪，
而且看上去是一个手稳的触发。
要注意，康康这一分是没有买阵的。这个背身没人能管。第二时
Nice little bait and switch setup from EDG.
这个是往身后飞的闪。
Maybe they had a read that EDG was gonna... Sorry, nice little bait and switch setup from XLG. Maybe they had a read that EDG was going to... What a whiff on the Phoenix wall from Smoggy. Maybe they had a read that EDG was gonna go garage? It's not a common pistol to go garage. It is new minus the chamber plus the cipher. Oh, right, yeah. You're right. But I was more thinking about the Phoenix, actually. But yeah, you are correct.
我今天 Smoggy 这个不死鸟，我觉得至少手枪局这个熟练度就让大家感觉到非常夸张了，他的进步很明显。
这2颗闪的收益相当的高，对，而且第一波面对对面百户的这个车库，他们的解题也解得很好的英雄
啊，自研这个不畏王啊。
确实，我觉得对 Smoggy 来说，他从进入到 EDG 就是一个适应的过程，他一直在去适应。
Where are the potatoes? They're in the oven. Potatoes do not spontaneously cook. They take time and love, of which I'm happy to give them both. What's the bonus for EDG here? XLG are gonna walk down mid in this round? I mean, that's kind of crazy. I would prefer this in the next round. But the execution on it was nice. Raga fucking destroyed them. But I think that's the kind of round that you shouldn't really be doing on an anti-bonus.
Raga 这一下出去也没打算回来，他那个站位就是我要不把你点完，要么我就直接帮队友拉枪线。
但其实车库这一侧队友是有帮忙去给技能的，留一手给了一手黑，
准备去打一个配合，但在黑来之前 ，Raga 就已经2个人都拿走了，
不能打得太过于被动，
差一个点有不死鸟
Okay, what's next? C hit from EDG, or at least Seaside default to be able to get the orb and break the turret? Do they default and then stop, or what? Huh. So I said that this orb here was a nice anti-strat against the Neon Waylay comp that DRG were running. But it seems like Happy Way is just using this orb always. It seems like he is not... that was not specifically against DRG like DRG in their XLG game. I thought it was. I mean, it might still be good, but you're gonna get like flash slide plays that come as part of the second wave. And I don't think you're gonna have orb up for the second wave that often. I mean, here, Smoggy just runs through it. Because he's crazy. And they leave nobody and the rest of them go A. And by the rest of them, I mean just Jenny. Why didn't nobody leave here? This is so bad for nobody. Just leave with Jenny, bro. Stop trying to be the hero.
等队友就行了，
等队友是最稳妥的。
甚至10秒后应该还有一个剑。
Jenny feels like he has to make a play and tries to teleport into heaven and feeds himself straight towards Leon. And she chooses no one.
我大了。
B 点门口或者车库都是波斯鸟比较好去开大的位置。
All right, so now you have Phoenix ult on the
现
attack
在这个
side
情况还是先
for
按兵不动，
EDG.
先把车库门口这个位置站住。
Is nobody still IGLing?
啊
Yeah,
Raga
yeah,
这分也没有
yeah.
选择前顶。因为
So normally with the
波斯鸟
chamber in the
它
comp, the
它
chamber
它
wants to
它
hold
它
these
它
kind of
它
angles for you
哦，猛
and make sure that they don't push like
哎，这样刚刚好像还被混到一起。
and give you an option in the mid round to go back in this direction.
甚至又在给技能，然后最终是
Also frees up your fade to use a lot more of their util
占了车
in
库之后
other
把人
areas
一
of the
退，
map
爆能器是没有携带
instead
的，
of
这个时候
wasting
再回头
prowlers
拿包。
doing
但是你可以
this
看到，其
or
实自
doing
动哨兵
this.
是护住了车库转 C 点的连接，所以其实他们是清楚说，哦，我们 C 点里面是安全的。
没错。
There's the
再过来
prowler
把车库
because
清
they
理一
don't
下
have the chamber.
确定对面车库已经是干净了。
哦，但是 C
But
中的
that's
隔断
fine.
也没了。
They've created a little bit of A pressure.
第
Look,
一
these
这
guys
一
are
分
starting
回
to
马枪
lean
把
over
对面
towards
骗
A
到 XLG
because they're worried that they could be walking down short. C hit comes through. Does Nomad survive? No. Ooh, good shot from
谋给的
Smoggy.
大招，最后一刻还秒掉了海飞尾，车库的控制权重新回来。康康喷子先喷一个，再滑翔往前。
Sliding straight into him is not
那这样的话，对
the
利欧来
greatest,
说
but
这会
whatever.
相当的难
It
做。
works.
虽然说爆能器才刚刚安装，时间很多，但要面对3个人拉开的角度。
I mean, this round is mostly to do with the fact that
没有暴露，
they
应该没有暴露。
used the cage and the prowler to make it feel like they were going A, and XLG over-rotated.
被发现了
They，sent 3 players starting to lean A and left only Nomad on
其实
C.
有个闪啊。
给了，
So this is just a nobody IGLing round.
他们
这主要导致他们
这个有时候与
And there
游
was
戏
a
的
Phoenix
语言有时
ultimate,
候很
which
应景
is。pretty tough to hold against anyway.
来了，先中路窗口交个闪，把你逼退。但这一
Yeah, it is weird that nobody is an IGL. But also,
判官次数多的那种回合。
连续的起。
what a crazy play. Not gonna lie, W. It was unpredictable. Now I'm sniffing the bots
这
again.
盘还真是冲着 Leo 这个
I'm
猎枪来的。
sniffing the bots
过来
again.
找了，被发现，但是球球今天的竞技状态有点夸张啊。
But maybe PQK is not a bot.
这回
Maybe
防
PQK
不太好
was
打
just
了
talking
呀
about nobody's calling.
其
It
实
was
有技能的，
unpredictable.
其实是有技能的。
关键隔断眼给了之后，人已经都压到重生点口了。
现在关键是你扫不
Erlen
到对
Nurk is
面的位
definitely
置，
a
你的
bot,
猎枭
though.
已经没了，你唯一有确定性的侦查能力的技能已经没了。
而且今年这把判官，你就算推了黑，也是没有太多影响的。
拉了一手提前枪。
先 TP 看，
叶灵直接
也没。
冲着
Yeah,
Leo
sorry, I've been distracted. Let me look at this
游
round
戏里的
again.
语音也有时候很应景啊。来了，先中路窗口交个闪，把你逼退。但这一分，
So XLG only put a single player in front of their, like, they don't really run people in front of this Viper wall. They normally just have the Sova jiggle this. I think part of the game plan for Leo is that he wants to try to mix things up a little bit, but that is not a mix-up that I would ever recommend. I mean, also, if you're gonna do stuff like that, why not have it be Raga?
唯一有确定性的侦查能力的技能已经没了。
而且今年这把判官，你就算推了黑，也是没有太多影响的。
拉了一手提前枪。
先 TP 看，
叶灵直接笼罩对方的重生点方向，
拖住了。
他就是在拖你时间。
这
球
黑马黑来没来？2楼先出
，2楼出来了，打出来了，但是1楼出不来啊！有一把判官
，1楼被烟跟判官拖住了，2楼
已经被解决掉了，判官被解决。XLG 好像有一线生机。
Oh my god. Wow, that is smart though. That's good patience from nobody.
真没开枪啊！能够
You can't argue with that one.
4局啊，这一分还没有太好的经济。
A 的一波前顶配
Oh, you were saying that sliding forward was unpredictable. I see.
让 Raga 大招，看能不能刷一波。
如果逮到人，这分还有赢的机会；逮不到人，这分就很难玩了。
哦，那因为第一时间 EDG 没有给任何的动静，
对，剑好像也没打，
所以说 Raga 觉得对面可能不会第一时间来冲 A，直接转向 C。
You just don't usually want to do that because you're easier to react to
静
in
音
him.
的信息获取哦。
哇，球球这根线给的好靠前啊！
但应该也被听到了。现在诺曼，我估计再往前走
Player
应该
just
会
has to
听
move
到。
their crosshair
他
a
应该
tiny
是
bit
听到
down
这
instead
个
of
半线
massively
给出来的
across their
声音
screen.
的。
但没那么敢去打，说实在的。
是的。
A 点的晃看，6又要扛压了，这依然是一个单先锋的时候，你必须。
Where is my Viper
单人
wall?
获取
What are
一定的
they
信息。
planning on doing with
过
it?
了一个，
但他不确定，他想打一个，他想打一个。
Leo 也知道他一味的放点是没机会啊，这飞机
Oh, you are fucked. Okay, they're saving it to run it as an A retake wall or something, or an A flood wall. I don't know what Happy Way is cooking with this wall. Put this one back in the fucking kitchen. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. XLG is still going to win the round?
还有一线生机，现在目前是一个2v2。看这个30秒钟的进点，有烟的，今天要点到枪了，哦，点亮枪，再切大，再换枪，没滑铲了，没滑铲了，但绕到了，1v1。
Oh my god, they still win the round.
这是帮助 XLG 缓解了一些压力。
这下两边经济直接倒转了。
That could be a really important round, actually, that XLG just won. Knocks EDG's economy down, pulls it into a one-round game instead of a three-round game.
还有这个回复都是可以去返场的技能组。
I mean, it's probably going to pull it into a tied game instead of a three-round game. Like, that's a fucking huge thrifty they just won.
海北伟没啥压力的呀，我是幻影，随便混。
你是喷子，那你给我混呗。
而且这个炮台有点处理不了。
是。
Why are there so many paid chatters today? Because there are like, I don't know why, but there are bots that come into my stream now saying like, wow, what a great play, W. I literally don't know what the point of them is. Like, why do they exist? They're not promoting anything. They're just being kind in the chat. It's really weird. But they're obviously bots, and then the real chatters start copying the bots, and then everyone's being sarcastically kind. Almost. Thrifty back in the other direction. Stop view-botting, mate. Yeah. I mean, they did a crackdown recently on view-botting on Twitch, right? I saw some headlines where, like, FaZe Banks went down from 50k to 2k viewers. Oh, they're running them over. Let's just have another look at this. I mean, they stun Recon, but then Leo full goes over the other side. I mean, XLG, I think, are trying to do something here where Leo plays more aggressive, but Leo is actually just losing them round after round after round here. Like, if your decision is to fight, why wouldn't Raga be with you?
球球应该反应不过来，已经被打侧身了。对，这样的话给了一点点机会。暗眼推一手，提前枪再打，留一手一直掩藏在对手的身后。有全面封锁。
I really don't understand it. Like, normally Leo does not play like this. Normally Leo just jiggles his corner, falls back. They play really passive on A. They try to get a little bit of information. They try to like put the wall up, stack 3 players on the site, like if they can, play crossfires. It's a very fundamental, like it's good defensive play, but it's very info light on this side of the map, normally for XLG. And maybe they have realized that EDG are going to abuse that, and now they're trying to play like weird solo one and done spots. I don't get it. I feel like if you were going to come up with an anti, it would be way better than what XLG are doing. Oh, Molly in the wall. This should break it. Yeah, there you go. Nice. Leo's back in VCT. Different guy, unfortunately. If I had to guess, they're trying to train natural chatting. If they get banned, they know it was unnatural, whereas if they don't, it was natural enough. Source: CS grad who hates AI. That is a plausible reason. That is a plausible reason for those bots existing. I never ban them though. I just ignore them. I don't know if my mods ban them. I don't think they do. So we're giving them false data, which is great.
任何的退路可以去围绕这个全面封锁来处理，但没想到2颗火完美的化解了危机。
确实，我觉得不死鸟这个英雄的出场次数确实不多，
主要是火爆3仗的主要目的也不是这个，大多数人都是用来回血或者隔点。
大多数人都是用来回血或者隔点。
现在有一手会把对面的退路给锁死。
而且有一个火应该没有办法。
主要是火爆3仗的主要目的也不是这个，大多数人都是用来回血或者隔点。 啊，对 XLG 来说，我觉得他们最大的隐患就是 A 区的 Leo 这几分打的都很难受。
正面的对枪。
Oh, good patience from Chichu.
两个人打了个照面，点到为止，差不多。
Trying to get himself out of danger. He knows that he's playing against an anti-eco.
飞点来了，
对面没什么枪的。
暗眼直接抓，哦，康康打得好凶啊！但他这个位置可能会被穿。有舌吻，
哎，你没被穿，我被穿了。
安包的人被穿掉了。
这我跟谁说理啊？
杰尼这一波确实运气不太好，但杰尼一旦阵亡的话，其实重生点这些路口都没有烟了。
对，没烟现在是一个很大的问题。
哇，3架吗？这个重生点出不来啊，感觉。
但这边也没闪，所以对面很难逼迫 EDG 去转头。
但是飞机扎到的这个角度没有人帮忙。
但是霓虹的大招。
Okay, the team fighting's quite good. They're swinging together.
不好说，
尴尬，再点 Smoky 这个位置。
And Chichu comes in at the end to be able to get a bunch of kills. Kangkang overheated slightly there. I mean, literally as well, didn't he? His ult stopped working.
球球的赶场也很快，又是一个3杀。
Alright, now
蛮惊险的，对 EDG 刚刚
you're up to Fade ult, Omen ult? Do you use that as some kind of combo?
哇，这就一直来。
Okay, this time Leo is just backing up on A. He's just playing a more normal game.
确实是在霓虹双烟的这个体系里面，猎枭这一侧的防守是比较薄弱的。
对，所以这一分我们看他 call 了留一手过来，然后做一个稍微的保护，双人去守这个 A。这一点两边是打了个照面，两边的哨位。叶灵换黑，6反剑，但暗兽还是。
This is the more normal way that XLG play their A defenses.
留一手。
But I think it's really good to do some like A fakes against these guys, get them to stack the A site, and then they're very slow to read clear information. So I think if you pump fake A and then you rotate C, you win a lot against XLG. But I don't think you need to lurk like Chichu's doing there. I think you literally just quietly leave A, full rotate C. Imagine if they did that here, they would be hitting such a weak site.
而且 C 还补了一手上架炮台，现在能够去转的方向就只有 B。B
点给假压力
，Fake B， 高处给了技能，但是诚意不够，诚意不够 ，EDG
正面磕了一个，一小
Well, they've gone for a re-hit A, but with nobody lurking through B, which is a bit of a crazy solution to the problem. And there's only 10 seconds left. So, I think this is just a mistake in terms of the game planning from both teams. I feel like sometimes I watch games and I'm like, how have you come up with this game plan as an anti? It doesn't make sense. For XLG and EDG, both of their game plans here are nonsense. Maybe it's the pressure of the match, so they've kind of like forgotten what they're supposed to be doing in the moment.
并且这张地图在我们 CN 赛区第一赛段肯定是偏向于进攻多一些的，但现在这个情况 ，XLG 在防守端在劣势边稳住了比分，这是一个非常重要的信号，
甚至有可能捞回一个平手。
上半场最后一个回合。
Like, it fundamentally makes no sense if your game plan is we're going to pump fake A, force them to stack it with 3 players, and then we're going to re-hit A. Like, that makes no sense as a game plan. It makes sense if you're playing against a team that loves to, like, re-clear. If you're like, we're going to pump fake and we're going to bait them into re-clearing and then we're going to kill them, that's a good game plan. But against a team like XLG who just, like, draws up the fucking... just... pulls up the drawbridge and decides to fight you at the castle lines, they're just going to have bodies on A. It doesn't make sense. Is your YouTube chat and your overlay? The YouTube chatters are complaining again? It certainly was, earlier. I could log out and log back in again to StreamerBot and see if that fixes it. I don't know. Somebody in the YouTube chat comment. I was seeing you guys earlier on. Oh yeah, they're still there. You're talking nonsense. Talking nonsense. All good.
两边的经济都没有很好啊，拼拼凑凑的，也是尽量买到最好的枪械了。
回复 C 点直接扑。
C pit.
一个回复啊。
Who was it that ran the super passive C pit?
安全的把球给吃掉了。
Smoky 本来的目标就是这个球而已。
Was that
看
XLG?
一下他们这一波要
Or was that
冲哪
像是一
DRG?
个车库的，
但车库你不太好进。
Was one of them?
对，不太好进回复。来了，直接按手加不死鸟大招，被混
大招
掉，
好像直接被打掉了。
对，被火和混烟。
It was happy
我觉
way?
得这分可能的目标是必须。
Thought you're not too far behind.
这个180度非常的舒服，对防守方来说。
Mostly to do with the map pool stuff though.
奇刀见到一个人，但点里面回复炮的全部都是血量上限非常低，一命的。
要等到对面去转点。
Okay. Halftime here.
这个
I'm gonna go and get my potatoes.
没有，那
Has Sideshow seen the infamous round of Wolves retaking the wrong site?
I have, yeah.
Wall vs Dr. G Stage 1 Lotus Round 1. Anyway, have my prime Mr. Egg.
Thank you very much for the prime. I have seen that clip. It's very funny. Weirdly enough, it's the second time I've seen a Chinese team full retake the wrong site, which is, I mean, it's just brilliant. That's why you watch this region. All right, I'm gonna go and get my potatoes. Hello. Okay. I got myself a veritable feast. Let's have a look at this second half. Just heard a USB disconnecting noise. That's not good. All good. Don't know what it was. Surely doesn't matter.
直接提速了，这看着很像是一波 A 点直接提啊！上半场我是略有心理遭受的委屈，下半场我要让你对位的人还回来。
对 ，Nobody 也要承担一个可能
来了，一个满阵 A 消满阵。
I did see them run that stat the other WJ. I mean, I don't think it's racist. It's Turkish cuisine, isn't it? But yeah, it's funny, unusual, weird stat to run.
而且这个位置成功的抢了下来之后 ，EDG 的回防路线已经完全被卡死了。
哇，4A 的防守只被换到1个，
而且 Nova 左右2个人全打了，
太夸张了，这2个3连发。来，杰尼回点之后的1v4，高架，
那已经没了，
又是一个双拉，完全操作不了。
Okay.
都到3个就停了。
统计一下。 anti eagle 起4把枪。
What is my hottest take about London? I've got no idea.
你看，其实这张地图的 A 区确实就是一个防守方很难解决的问题。
短炮，而且有2把。
I'm all out of hot takes at the moment.
这距离重甲呀。
I'll come up with some when I need to
这张地图的 A 区
for Vodfathers or whatever. But at the moment, I'm eating my dinner and watching China, and that's all I can think about. You think Vitality is going to get grouped by a Chinese team? I mean, that would be epic. I would be here for that.
对，因为对面的点数也会有一些影响，尤其是 Nomad 拿点数拿的有点多。
或者看一下 Smokey 要不要考虑去换点数吧？不送鸟的
可以送个大招点，但其实你看他们起枪的方式都是标配嘛，所以我认为可能没有想着去跟对面。
但我觉得 Nomad 应该是会来的，他只有鬼魅。
I think if 2 Chinese teams were playing in EMEA,
谁会吃到？
it'd be a weird world to begin with.
Smokey 也吃2个点，
而且他有可能还能再收1个点。
哦，那
他往里面顶呗，往里面顶呗。
了呀
2颗闪，
闪不要钱。OK，
3个点够了，就差2个点有大了。
Hot take: a good potato meal is better than the average meat meal. Based, insanely based from you. Insanely
其
based.
实作为首相分数。
长的那个是比较好去拿到的，
而且因为他前面守的是 BC 那边，他其实不太好去吃 C 场那个。
是要比猎枭的怎么说呢？就是来得更快。优爪直接抓，
直接穿吗？
Oh my god, destroyed.
奥迪会有一个问题，就是对面突然大拉，你可能不是很好调整。
而且你一发头还不打死。
对。
这一下
直接 TA 了。
不是，主要是这一下显得有点尴尬。
A 点有线哦。 好像还在一个包点安包线 ，OK， 安包线被打掉了，
也没有限制到，
给火了，火也没有很好的效果，而且
奥丁变成对面的大杀器了，
对了，
把 Smokey 给穿掉了，
对面起了奥丁吗？
这2都站不了了，好像。
Well, I mean, this is presumably why they won the map, really. If you were to look at like any one round.
怎么出呢？
直接保持最理智的一个。
Nobody is 5 and 11 as well. The fact that they keep 3 guns here, though, is actually really big for EDG. I'm saying before knowing whether they actually get to keep them, but let's go back and look at this one because this might be the round that wins it for them. So there's a trip behind nobody. Nobody tries to spam for a bit and just gets destroyed. He's trying to use the like the Brock line, but he's so slow. And he also, he's like spamming 5 seconds into the round instead of off rip. Because he throws his C's at the beginning, which just doesn't make sense to me. Like, Brock does not throw util and then spam.
奥迪会有一个问题，就是对面突然大拉，你可能不是很好调整。
而且你一发头还不打死。
对。
这一下
直接 TA 了。
不是，主要是这一下显得有点尴尬。
A 点有线哦。 好像还在一个包点安包线 ，OK， 安包线被打掉了，
也没有限制到，
给火了，火也没有很好的效果，而且
奥丁变成对面的大杀器了，
对了，
把 Smokey 给穿掉了，
对面起了奥丁吗？
这2都站不了了，好像要保了，
我觉得这时候
Yeah, that's an example of like you saw someone else doing something. And you try to replicate it and it fails because you haven't really understood the details of the timing. But you have to do that off barrier and then back up after 5 seconds.
是的，现在 先锋位在这张图上就是要去扛单人扛点。
对你像 C 点的问题，你可以靠着磕枪去磕赢，你的哨位只要枪够硬，稍微给点技能能拖住。但 A 点问题，你的先锋一定会很忙于去帮队友，或者是自己掏技能去拿。
对，其实也有一种可能先锋比较保守的玩法，就 A 点晃到之后立马直接退出点内，但这样也会导致你就要每波都打这个 A 点的回防，
而且信息全是真空啊。
是。这个暂停。
对面博弈。
打冲锋还会。
目前看起来 XLG 有机会把目前大多数
对
一半以上，
一半以上。
也不算太糟。
Are potatoes to British people like rices to Asians? 2 of my roommates in college loved potatoes and made them at least 3 times a week. And that's where Zix has gone for a raid. Well, hello, we're talking about potatoes. We are watching some China. Zix 7. You'd think that the viewers of somebody who puts out intelligent analytical content, you'd think the viewers would be less brain rotted. But I guess when all of your viewers have been lured in by YouTube shorts, maybe not. Maybe not. It's only natural, I guess. Yeah, yeah. What's up, Zix? Did you have good stream? For new viewers, we are watching the China Grand Finals. You've already missed quite a lot, to be honest with you. There's only a map and a half left. But we're just kind of like, we're slowly plugging our way through this series. And then we're going to do a list of the top 15 players going to Masters London at the end of this. Which will be a shitfest. No one's going to have a good list. But we're going to try to come up with a list that I think is the more accurate, I guess. I'm not even going to bother saying most accurate. If you haven't watched any China, we're halfway through Haven. Both of these teams are, I don't know, decent at Haven, I would say. Nah, actually, EDG are not that great at Haven. EDG don't like playing Haven very much. I don't know why. It should be a good map for them, really. I mean, Jenny's not that good at Omen, but Smoggy on Phoenix and Kangkong on Neon should be a recipe for success for this team. But they just don't, they're not really understanding it at the moment. In fact, I think they're 0-4 on it or something like that. It feels like they're not too far away from something clicking and maybe they'd be good at it because it used to be one of their best maps, like way back, you know, like a year ago or something. But yeah, XLG just won the bonus and they're kind of dog walking him now. But EDG saved 3 rifles, so they might still be able to make something out of this. And then we were also talking about potatoes and whether or not Brits are addicted to them. And yes, the answer is yes. British people fucking love potatoes. But also, I love potatoes, and I will die on this hill. Potatoes are the best carbohydrate.
其实最难受的可能就是你在乱战中打出来，但你不一定有机会开。
是。
而且 EDG 现在这个经济一直积攒不起来，也是一个隐患。
按手没有错过了对面的 A 点静音，那立刻
EDG figured out their issues of finding a good 5th player.
几个也不知道是哪些人。
Well, no, they just went back to one of their old 5th players. Who's their current Omen, Jenny? But actually, Jenny's been pretty good now that they're in a new meta and nobody has to, like, you don't need a Yoru on the team. Yeah, XLG's protocols when they play this map are just a lot better than EDG's as well. They really know, like, how they want to play as they get in. Like, kill the first player that's swinging on the right-hand side and then focus a lot of spam into the smoke there on the left with the Odin as well. The details are a lot better from XLG. Don't get me wrong, I love potatoes, I just can't eat them like they did. Rice, however, I can, and I've eaten 7 days a week. See, I find rice to be quite nothingy. I'm happy with a rice dish. I enjoy rice dishes. But the dish, like the rest of the dish, has to be really good. And then the rice is just there to soak up a sauce or fill you up, I guess. I don't think I've ever eaten a dish. I don't think I've ever eaten a dish in my life where the rice was the star of the show. Whereas I have with potatoes. Maybe some kind of like fried rice, Thai fried rice dish. Yeah, we had a Thai basil fried rice dish where that was phenomenal. Yeah, yeah, you're right, you're right. Okay. You are right there. but mostly, you agree with me that potatoes are better. You
love potatoes.
You have said this on record before.
I just said I do love potatoes.
It sounds like a butt's coming. Okay. All right. I'm happy with this. We can
Rice pudding's really good though.
rice pudding, like rice pudding, like sloppy rice pudding.
Yeah. That little rice drink from Korea or chata.
Okay. Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Great.
I mean, you're right.
It's better than bread.
Okay, but if you make a drink out of potatoes, you get vodka.
You don't even like
No, I don't even fuck with vodka that much. No.
better than bread.
好像有人被直接穿死了。
Potatoes are better than
短时
bread.
间
Yeah.
内，你可以看地图上的这个叉，应该
Rice
是
is not better than
4A
bread.
的一个防守，
是的，
Bread
但
is so
完全
good.
联动不起来
第。一时间是3A，然后
I
后
could
面
eat so
又补
much
了
bread.
球球的零进来，形成了4A 的重防。
What are you up to?
而
You
且
just
其中还是
bothering
有
me?
步枪在的，
Yeah.
但是完全没有
Okay.
展开
Love
自己
you.
枪。
然后格点烟一散，球球那个位置就面临两边的包夹。
是的，
现在这个 A 点成了很大的问题啊。
那此消彼长之下 ，XLG 成为了在第
XLG 的聘点，他们在预防 Smoking 可能会开大从车库出
猛侠来
来。
喽！
Happyway picking up an outlaw again because he knows the economy is bad. 3 light armors for him to
应
shoot
该只有
at.
3个125吧，没看错的话。这样的话，其实这个猛侠还是有可能会有收获的。
Happyway 很有点
And
子
he's。playing it a little
但
bit
这
like
次 EDG
the
的
chamber
站位都是
position
比较
here.
靠后的。只有康康出来，中路
Just
稍
kind
微
of
拿了一
holding
点
these
信息
angles.
刚才是扔了黑梦的
Over towards A
没
and giving his team avenues back in.
别出来，
I doubt he's
马
going to
一
scale
想
this
尝
round
试
with
真
the
不敢
outlaw.
乱动了。
封锁你的信息，不让你出来，
中路在尝试往前摸，
送出去了。
因为第一时间是把破台给处理掉了。
对的，第二时间把康康送出去，就在窗口下面等着吧。
Like, Kang just takes a, as far as I could tell, kind of
对
random
我就在窗
timing
户下
down mid.
等贴信息就好了。
但是 Happyway 的猛侠贝斯撞到了重甲上面，
And nobody just swings and deletes Happyway
对他
because,
实滴血，而且明
of
牌在
course,
A，
nobody goes and
他
takes
找
a
个
fight.
角度，找一
And
个
of course, he
没想到的
repushes
角
on
度
10
而且
HP.
XLG 好像就是打算抱团来打这个残血这一边。
这个 timing
He crouch peeked so he doesn't see their heads. Insane tech from nobody denying himself the information.
那可能要一个
Or did he get the information? He's calling everybody over.
了。
Smoky 应该会有，
Wait, what did I miss
没有
here?
作战能力了
对。他实滴
Oh, they
血
already started
明牌
rotating
在
anyway
A，
because they
他
got
找个
pressure
角
over
度，
towards
找
C,
一个
and then
对
when the
面想不
smoke
到的角
dissipated,
度
they didn't
而
see
且
anything.
XLG 好像就是打算抱团来打这个残血这一边。
这个 timing
No, he must have seen something. I don't know what he saw, but he must have seen something because they start running as soon as he peeks this. I don't know what he saw. I didn't see anything
靠
on
队友
his
了
screen.
，C 点没人，准备靠队友打 A
He's
点
a
的回
genius,
防，然
though.
后再快速的往 A 点去回
He's a
缩。
genius.
那可能要一个正面4打4了。
Smoky 应该会有开大的角度，
关键 Noman 手里也有全面封锁，这一分很大很大。
但 Noma 那个位置
Sometimes it's hard in the VOD because you see the outlines
两边对对黑，
to really tell what the player saw.
抢走了，
Like in that situation, I don't really know.
18秒钟来得及，只能去 B
17 seconds, they have to go B.
C 点变数太多了，要去 B 了吗？要去 B 了吗？直接
霓虹开
B
路
了。
，TP 安包好像打断不
10秒
了
钟，
打断不了，没有任何的打断方式
还。有全面封锁，
Well, he's still
回
playing
不了
4v4
防第一
retake
时
now.
间。
AB 连 AB 连
Jenny needs to stay alive and
过
just
点应该是要
play
等着全
passive.
面封锁
The
失
others
效
can
再过的。
put some pressure on
OK，
from the
要到
A
AB 连的
connector.
枪位了 ，Raga 要到了一个不错的
但
点后
Smoky
卫
有大2颗闪，
，Smoky 要来了，就看这一波不死鸟的大
Leo's gonna have an Odin spam onto the spike.
只有傻，他
And
没有
then
清点
if he
技能
does get a kill, he's gonna have his silver ult.
被掉了，他加速了，点后方
Jenny got a kill though, and now he's got smoke for
在
spike.
中间确定了对方猎樵的位置
有。奥丁，
关键是这个爆能
Alright,
是
can they get
怎么
past the
去
Odin
逼
and the Nano Swarms?
你把奥丁撕了，撕了，
撕掉了，但是
Noman
开包的人也
Noman
被解决掉，正面的架枪
Oh, no.
都给做到。
Why did he position himself on the left side of window with the Odin instead of positioning himself on the right side where he could have spammed through the wall? Is it because he wants to spam through this wall here? But he's just trapped in the corner.
非常危险，但最终也是非常
I'm surprised that
艰难
EDG
的
won
分
that
数
round.
哇，这波虽然说极限时
It
间
didn't
短
look
这
good
个
for
站
them.
位稍微有点贪了，他们不想把点里面就让给对面，
主要我觉得还是有一点，就是你按完包之后没有烟可以过点，
是
回不去了。
Yeah, Raga and Smoggy get
然后大招
two
一
really
出
big
来
kills, and then，
点内
Leo
点
gets
外
trapped
被
in the
分
corner.
隔开，即便有奥
Yeah,
利
no
很难守
bullets for who was it at the end there? No man? No bullets for no man.
想要哦，
啊，这一分上来还是一个常规落位啊。EDG 的这个整体防守位置是没有太多的变化的，
嗯，
就可能 就是杰尼会偶尔跟球球有一个换位。
但这份 XLG 打了一个最简单的放弃控图，所有人静音 ，C 通前点跳看，然后直接走了，准备。
这点没有翻线的。
吗？有隔断烟，但这个位置肯定会吃闪电弹球。怎么说？
点后哦，就直接被火烧。
Huh. So EDG always run flood defense on C with this like Phoenix wall, or sometimes they'll put a smoke here as well. But often with the Phoenix wall, sometimes like neon wall out like this or neon wall. You know, like they're playing flood C basically off Chichu. And Noman has popped that molly really early inside the Viper Orb as well. And they've just melted Smoggy there. He's just taken all of the decay. Oh, he's also taken a pulse of the Sova ult. I didn't realize that. That's what's insta-killed him. Damn. That's nice, though, from XLG. Good awareness of how EDG are going to fight it and like where they should be putting the attention. Instead of focusing on Chichu, they focus on the players flooding in off him. Yeah, I saw the Tyloo of Sheriff Ace. That shit was crazy. That was crazy. It was the kind of thing though that I could only see happening in China. The way they cleared the corner was like criminal, actually. But Irv hit some really nice shots as well. But the first guy just doesn't even look, and then I think it's the Neon like jumps into the angle instead of trying to set up a double swing. So like two players just absolutely sell, and then Irv hits really nice shots on the people that matter. I would not be watching this if he wasn't forced to make a play ranking for tomorrow. Yeah, you're right. I also wouldn't be watching this if it wasn't my job, yeah. I'd be outside enjoying the sunshine. But if my grandma didn't have wheels, she wouldn't be a bike. Hold on. Oh, they had no idea that Lysor had actually committed there. That's quite nice. I don't like it on a anti-eco, but it's quite a nice idea in general. XLG have a blatant disrespect for the economic status of the round. Whoa, off barrier push down mid. I don't like these. Wow, they fight into that as well. They're not willing to play passive into him at all. They slide and double swing window into that. And then just try instantly to Omen ult, even though they know that's where the Phoenix must have come from. We saw them do this play before, and we were like, why the fuck are they Omen ulting in to plant? And now it makes even less sense. Because they know B is stacked. I think this is a prime example of XLG being very poor to adapt their pre-barrier game plan. Do all the international casters review all the regions? No. Some people will wait until... I mean, yeah, well, yeah, to some degree, right? Like, you might wait until you figure out what games you're casting before you decide to do some targeted VOD review.
XLG 的第一个
Or you might
盘点分是被度过了。
only try to watch the #1 seed if you are casting the second half of the tournament.
而且最后中进来的是带包的刘一手先踢进来。
对，其实几次他的尝试。
Because if XLG or DRG make it out of Swiss stage anyway, you'll be watching those matches, and they might have changed comps, they might have changed their like style, who's in
防守开
form,
大的时候，他们的选择就
so it might be more
有
relevant anyway.
点，怎么说没有商量好，我就完全可以规避这个大招的，不用交那么
But
多
also
技。
different people just have different amounts that they feel comfortable
第一个
preparing.
盘点没有成功的转化，但他们还有4次常规时间的机会。
而对 EDG 来说，每一回合当最后一分打，
对，每一回合都要 all in。
全部 all in。
XLG 现在还有一些经济，
Right, 4 players from
XLG 可以
EDG
考
on
虑
A.
攒大招，比如说 Noman 这个全面封锁，快了，差3个点。
TP in the corner. Hyperwave jumps in. I'm not sure whether that was to deliberately play in the others, but they did.
我烫死一个。
Lyso dies to the molly as well. I mean, that was the trap that they were trying to set up for.
好像有幽影的，
It still worked, even though they didn't actually like
对，应该是有助
flash
攻
push
的。
long.
这有点尴尬了。
进攻方陷入一个2打3，但防守方也没有那么确定对面去哪儿了。
主要现在没有烟。
Some of these rounds are getting real weird. Like, I think you can tell on XLG side especially that they're feeling the nerves.
然后去把 C 点的战术监控给敲掉了，不过 B 区有前顶。
Raga 可能会在这个位置撞上吗？没有 ，Raga 选择静音去跟队友重新汇合。
那这
Raga
样
担心的是对面绕啊，他
对
把身后这条路清干净了已经，但其实他这个 B 外是没办法清的。
现在其实只要球拖一点点时间，双绕后会很快的给到对面一个打。
然后已经先动了，反而是可能 XLG 因为要搜点，他们会慢一些。
2楼拖住，侧身要到了。
然后来了。
OK， 那这样的话，已经第一个侧身漏掉，正面形成了夹击。
Raga 一滴血，
这位置倒了 ，Raga。
I mean, he's 1 HP.
被捆住了，他被捆住了。
The C's brought him down from 3 to 1.
理解他想走能走掉吗？回去了，19秒。
It'd be an insane clutch.
给了个鬼眼，确定在点后。Raga 现在只有3滴血，8发子弹。
他去 B 是来得及的。
弹尽粮绝的一刻，直接去 B 点，但是 EDG 直接亡命追赶。
I mean, crazy that he even gets the chance to plant here.
但是安完呢？
闪来喽！
How do you isolate ones here and kill them
打
immediately?
2个 ，Raga 的容错不高。哎，这个 timing， 但还是那个问题。
I mean,
子弹容量太少了。
Did he run out of bullets? Yeah, he did. Yeah, tragic.
但还是那个问题，子弹容量太少了。
非常惊险。
8发子弹不够啊 ，EDG 还是艰难
I don't think he was winning that, but
烧死了一个人。
NT, I guess.
大家看一下，应该是有一些
直接再交战，
加上火听不见，
Yeah, that's that trap that they were
没
going
踢
for.
出去。
Raga 有点挤进去了。
主要还是听不见，你就不知道自己在被火烤。
哦，直接再叫暂停，我感觉这个暂停叫的有点早。
但这也是侯贝尔教练一贯的风格。
主要终结比赛的机会也没那么多了。
Nobody always with the best positions for 1v1s. Yeah, nobody's positioning is so bad. He desperately needs some like one-on-one coaching. He just needs a coach to sit down with him with a few of his VODs and train him how to think about how to position himself. He's a good IGL and he's got a lot of skill, like gun skill. So he could really be like a much better player.
严阵以待，防止对面压出来。尽管是自己的暂停，但他可能会怀疑 EDG 会打一波激进的前压，尤其是在有不
The mistakes he makes are so basic with regards to his positioning.
不愿被秒打，中路外面有人在控，EDG 现在就是要拼耐心了。
I don't believe that it's his
控
peak.
制得很死，基本上都没给对面什么太多的消息。
I think he's maybe just being a bit
一个技能都没
like
教他现在在教他的第一个技能。
他主要是怕对面
lazy with his positioning because he's focused on other stuff, like he's spending his time thinking about
听到了
the IGLing and the like game
但他们也不
plan
会非常快的去决定自己要打哪儿。
and the timings that he wants his team to
这个车
take,
库夹 C，
and then his micro just
但车
goes
库
to
这个位
shit
置
because
好
of it.
像诺曼底一个人，
车库烟，
他得交优爪吧？直接打抓 timing 真干啊！诺
自己
曼底。
来，然后退，吃黑，
黑了还穿残一个，
还行。
有隔断的赛博。
Oh man, what a play, Lysor up top.
有人来救了一下，
我给打了一个，
That's a big game kind of play.
两边都有人，两边都有人。
包夹了，从眼里拉出来的
EDG tried to flood again, but this one's looking a bit more like a trickle. I don't know, Neon Ult might turn it though.
被打掉了，还没有
又是
换掉他。
一个决赛
1v1, flash and then push her on the other side.
有机会操作，但全
Ooh, that's an unfortunate whiff from Smoggy. Big win from Noman. XLG were the better team. Yeah, they also read the fuck out of the way that EDG wanted to play. With their like flood C stuff. They were really ready for that. Nobody says that he has a blueprint in his head while playing, and he likes to switch to knives when he thinks no one is there. Yeah. Well, that second part, where he likes to switch to his knife when he thinks no one is there, it's the he thinks no one is there part that is the problem with his entire game. His awareness of danger and positioning as a result of that is his biggest weakness. Okay, let's have a look at Pearl. Now, Pearl is a weird one, because this, I think, was the first time that both of these teams played Pearl? Or maybe one of them had played it before or something. But I think it was EDG's first time playing it, at least. Alright, so we don't know what to expect. We're coming into this one kind of completely... What the fuck is my USB noise doing? Alright, I don't even know what device is unplugging and replugging, but whatever, we'll be fine with it. So they're running Happy Weight Chamber, which is really unusual. Don't see a Happy Weight Chamber very often. Leo on Tejo. So it's a KO Tejo comp with a chamber. And then on the other side, you've got a Jet Phoenix, like pretty standard comp, to be honest, for EDG. Keep it simple. The XLG comp has got to have quite a bit of thought behind it in order to execute this properly, I reckon. It's not even like a double drone variant, so No Man's really got to be getting a lot of value with the KO utility, I would imagine. Like, good knives on defense for info and for stopping the A exec. Or the B exec, actually. I guess both, but usually going to be A, I think. And then, like, flash reclearing areas is going to be really pivotal, too. This seems like the kind of comp that you would want more time with. But I know they haven't had very many match reps.
那同时也是提示大家，上京东搜无畏巡回福利 buff 拉满。
好，跟京东一起来进入我们的首将分。
这个拐角
要撞了，
闪可是很厉害的，闪电胶，但是重力井加太湖的炮好像给的位置还是很大，顶着山往外拉吗？
一边被震一边被黑，另外一边 Raga 是施了致盲的效果的。
哦，刚刚幻香这下很帅，
应该是被暗兽
还是很大，顶着山往外拉吗？
一边被震一边被黑，另外一边 Raga 是施了致盲的效果的。
哦，刚刚幻香这下很帅，
应该是
Stylish way to upgrade your classic to a ghost.
点了两枪，哦，球球的白枪，
那这一下两个白枪基本上决定这一分的大走向了。
关键要看打哪里啊 ，A 小马上就要漏了。
EDG with a nice pause in the round, baiting No Man in.
硬去点，
被来回闪身 pick 有点难受。
中间还能回一口，我给他说，
我的手感回个血，哎，
Smoggy burning the fuck out of the rest of his team just so that he can get a heal.
打 A 的话，其实现在对于 Leo 能做的事情就不多了，就一把追猎，只有一发炮。
基本投放倒是能拖一会儿安装爆冷器的时间。
但他会给吗？他给就会暴露自己的位置。
已经暴露了，
不用想了，
直接想去找。
要拉大坑吗？
先给了一个保护自己的。
Juju, Astra and Gianni on Vice is interesting. Yeah, the only smoke that I've seen Gianni play is Omen, and he plays Vice already on. What map does Gianni play Vice on?
有点研究。
He plays it on one of their other maps too.
但没子弹了，就剩2发了。
对，
Woo!
2发真够了。
Nice shot.
对枪好像没了。
I can't remember, chat. Was it Lotus? I thought it was something else.
必须得打头，我是6，必须得精准命中。
Jenny was playing Lotus. Jenny was playing Vice on.
就不信你。再跌，哇！球球的残局稳如泰山。
哇，
I can't remember.
还是有点伏笔了。最后2打1的情况下，短暂的2打1没。
I've seen him before though.
的机会。
第2分，其4把枪的 EDG anti eco， 有短有长，这分对 XLG 来说相当难打。高点的 Happy 维站在广告牌上面。
Has to be Lotus. You watched every other map today. Yeah, I suppose, and they've never played Ascent. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it must have been Lotus, but it's not their most recent Lotus comp. So, yeah, it must have been their older Lotus comp. I can't remember. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I remember. Because they were running Kang and Smoggy on Duelist on Lotus. It was their most recent Lotus, actually, I think. So they originally were running Kang Raze and Smoggy Phoenix. And then they swapped to Kang Neon Smoggy Raze and put Chichu on Omen. Yeah, I remember now. I think I might have got some of the details of those roles wrong, but it was something like that anyway. Yeah, I remember.
一个小小的套餐里面，而且捡到枪了，把对面设计的非常，只有鬼魅也打不了 Rocker， 完成了一个高效火力。
Okay.
他让对面以为这是个上波。
Sorry, gotta watch that again.
出去了，好闪，非常漂亮的一发闪，这个闪还在生效。
Okay, that's a pretty common play that you'll see quite a lot of teams doing, and it's absolutely obliterated EDG there. The like flash through the progression smoke be long on an eco. That's maybe the most common play that you see on an eco of B.
是的，我们也是，其实大家上京东搜5位巡回福利 buff 拉满，我们跟着京东一起来回看一下这个高效火力的回合。
非常漂亮的一个顺闪，而且 Raga 也接住了队友递过来的接力棒。
对
3杀之后依然是满血，捡到数位又是精准一颗，4杀带走这个残局。
VCT 联赛中图5胜率 EDG 100%，XLG 是66.7%。
对，尤其我觉得对 XLG 来说，也是得益于图5
Was that T-side smoke?
才在上一个周期里。
Yeah, this one is a defense side smoke, but it is common for the attackers to also smoke here when they're taking some B long control and they want to threaten that they could leave without the defenders seeing that they've left. So this one happens to be a defense side version of it, but both teams will smoke in that position for different
尤其我
reasons.
觉得对 XLG 来说，也是得益于图5他们当时才在上一个周期里边拿到了门票，对吧？大家应该也记忆犹新。
But yeah, teams will normally have a protocol to avoid all dying to that.
有枪优势，
Like they'll hide players at pillar and
后点对枪就行了。
布斯纳有大了，
on really long sight lines ready to punish that.
出一把长枪。
But I think they just so many of them got caught by that KO flash.
我觉得这个点数他应该是给到队友。
I mean, the right clicks are tough to turn.
下一分可以再搞一点。
他甚至这分阵亡就有了。
A 小的渗透，如果 B 小的这个贵宾线型不打掉的话，
非常大脚步，非常大脚步。
Alright, they break the trip and they go through to B, and they're putting everyone into happy way.
按手先拆了，
我觉得直架，
但是撩犬，
有火墙，但这个火墙还比为枪更好啊，他可以直接按住不松手。
我是连发，
已经到了，
碎片艺术也给了，虽然没有
that doesn't catch him,
能
nobody.
够命中人，但是拖了脚步。
我觉得这一分没有太多经典的。
二楼的烟要再
Happy Way's done a good job there, bought a ton of time.
吞烟，
但我认为问题不大。Noman 在2楼。 Noman 也有关键枪的发挥，大局。
Okay, now he's gonna peek double doors with an ult.
直接中路抽一枪。
抽商店。
Smoggy has Phoenix ult as well
抽
here.
右手边。
这个角度，如果是左手闪一定会吃，但如果是右手闪就不好说了。
双拉。
Doesn't have Phoenix ult anymore.
已经穿了。
ED 血149啊！
这 Smoggy Kiss 球球当了个盾牌。
I think they might not have been watching the economy.
妈呀！
Or maybe they're just not thinking about it, because the trip was there in the previous round. But I would have liked to see them use a Prowler there, I think. Or at least jiggle peek, shoulder peek the corner. I mean, they wreck them as well. The TP and instant reposition through mid to A just read them like a book. The way that they're fighting is not really in sync. Like Raga's pushing really aggro at the same time as Leo is throwing out a salvo, and Leo and Happyway seem like they want to play like a slower control backside, pressure the plant kind of game, and Raga's like, nah bro, let's just fucking run at them. but it ends up working.
形成了互相
A 点的错了。
是，孤高火力也随时就绪。
主要现在 EDG 没有经济
EDG win this map
没
by
有
the way.
长枪的回合，想要去针对这把狙就更难了。
感觉这分结束要出暂停了。
Spoiler alert.
关键现在 EDG 打中路的这个情况打不开，
哎，
加上
边线又没枪，
是，加上上分狙有在 B 小出现，所以现在想拆这个摄像头都会有点困难。对
They smoked to get rid of the strip that they've seen there a bunch of times.
我觉得这个是比较合理的。
I mean, I'm gonna skip through this round. I think if Kangkang dies here, because
从 A 小摸进来了。
但应该 Raga 应该有看到。
I mean they've given him a lot of space and a lot of respect
队友
here.
藏大坑，这样的话不会漏给 A 小的人。这是摆了一个口袋阵。
没有人跟
No,
康
he's
康
backing off. He doesn't want to take the
诺
risk.
里被狙掉
Happy Way
强蕊
还
pick，
能发力他的位置，
甩枪。
但
Instead of just leaving and backing up, they pop flashed Happy Way back into repeak, and he's
有
just.
点贪。
I mean, no one was blind, and everyone's looking at.
一个，第二个没打过。
Like he's got so many different angles to look at.
现在就看能不能放包。
This round is really
把包
messy.
放了，那我觉得
Smokey's now picked up an
可为
op.
杰尼还能做 Y 字的
因
二次
为中路
渗透，
有枪。
Kangkang was already in this angle, and now Gianni's gone back there for round 2.
能捡吗？这把枪在拼，方少芳知道这里掉了把枪。
这还被抓到 timing 了。
杰尼一颗
All right.
把优势带到了自己这一边。
Another eco.
而且
These teams have so many.
好像
There
要
are
发挥
there
作
are
用
way
了
more
这
eco
分
rounds
唯
in China.
一 XLG 想掰回来、想稳住这一分的办法是要 Raga 打一个开大。
而且杰尼好像要提前开打。
There are way more eco rounds in China. I think it's because they do stuff like that flash repeat.
Raga 完全不知道自己右手边有人，正面漏一狙，但是已经打残。杰尼太关键了，立刻回了一个高效火力。进攻方在中路2度的下水道的入侵拿到了甜头。
对，我觉得一开始康康从小道摸进来这个信息，他们可能是已知的，但在来回拉扯之后，有点漏掉这个问题了。
是，那同时我们也是提示大家上京东搜5位巡回，福利 buff 拉满。我们也是和京东电竞一起回看一下这个高效火力。DG 冲内冲了很多。
How did Kangkang get positioned so far in? He walked up Art. A guy jiggle peeked him. Wait, where did Raga jiggle peek him from? I think Raga jiggle peeked him from like, I can't actually remember, but there was some interaction in Art where Raga jiggle peeked. Can't remember if he for some reason I feel like he jiggle peeked here, but that doesn't make any sense. Anyway, there was some like jiggle peek that Raga saw him, and then Kangkang just kept walking up. Yeah, maybe Raga was playing here and he jiggled him and then just ran away. I think that's what happened actually. I think Raga spotted him from here and decided to run away instead of challenging him. And so Kangkang just had all of this space and then went back and backfilled all of that space and just got himself into this tucked spot. Mostly just because XLG are playing too passively. It's tough. It's tough to tell people properly how to play anti-ecos because you can't just give all of the space in the world to the eco team. You do still have to draw some lines in the sand and say we are fighting them if they get here, or like fight them as you walk backwards, double swing them, like whatever. But like when Raga jiggles and he sees Kangkang here, they need to set up some kind of play to stop them just wandering in. But instead, they position themselves like the furthest back they possibly could. But then on the other side, you don't want to do what Happyway did, which is get a kill and then get flash peek back in and take a risk for more. I think you just want to take your pick and then fall back. Like most of the time against in an anti-eco, I think you want to be playing like rolling retreat setups, where you fight a forward angle, get a kill, fall back, get a kill, fall back, get a kill, fall back. Like that, I think is a really effective way of playing anti-ecos.
然后给了真烟吗？还是假烟？
肯定是假烟。开大，
大招来去顶你第一枪线，
勾出来。
那我感觉
Immediate repeat from Happyway before his op was actually like up. And Raga is just sliding forward straight into them. XLG on a feed round here, I'm afraid. Oh man, there's no reason to do this. This is actually a terrible play by Kangkang. Alright. They smoked for him though.
而且杰尼要来斩草除根了。
一个打了，好像效果也一般。
杰尼要把枪下掉，杰尼要把枪全部下掉。
留一手，还是稳下来了。
All good.
结束之后，一个高效还是能起，没有解。
Yeah, you want to bleed out the anti-eco death ball. Or rather, you want to bleed out the eco death ball. Yeah. I agree with you, man. Yeah. That's an aura play. You assert dominance. Yeah, that's also how you lose 5v2s. Is making plays like that.
对，因为上一分他是孤高火力嘛。对 ，Happy Way。这个时候，我觉得你既然都掏了上。
Okay, let's have a look at a slower round from EDG where they use the attacking op. They had the attack up in the previous round, but they obviously were going for something quick because Smoggy had ult. Smoggy has no ult. I assume this is going to be a slower round where they set Kankan up for picks around the map. I hate that XLG are never fighting this and they're never trying to get their chamber deep either. They have such passive setups. This is like classic XLG.
因为这是 Happy Way 之前拿明区所在的位置。
贵宾先行换位置了。
是。我们给闪，给雷，劝退。但对面 B 小还是能勉勉强强往点里面去推的。
哇，康康端着狙硬
对，
过。
进攻区。Happy Way 要被收枪了。
还有猎头可以用。
被卡死了。长枪被收了，留一手已经倒地 ，Happy Way 只有一发金牌猎头。
猎搜能不能搜得到 ？Raga 也没了 ，Raga 还在
Oh.
，Raga 还在 ，Raga 开大来
Wallbang that guy. What's going on here, guys? What is going on here?
也没了 ，Raga 还在。
You hear a plant, you know that it's somewhere around, right? You should expect that it's behind that box. Your teammate is coming, I'm salvoing him off the plant, and you're not holding for a guy that's going to get salvoed out of position. Literally, if Happy Way just holds on the left side here, he gets a free kill on the planter every time. And then he can go for this peak afterwards. But he would have killed Jenny 100% there. They just look really unpracticed in the details of how you play pro.
被球就给划掉了，只有一滴血，他一把正义，但这个爆能器没按。
Do teams just tend to autopilot back into passive setups? I think it depends a little bit on what the natural tendency of the team is, but I think for XLG, yeah, definitely.
也自己在大枪局。3比4 ，XLG， 我觉得分差倒是没有被拉开，但是气势已经在 EDG 那一边了。
但有 Raga 这分是一把英雄数位，
对，有重甲。
失闪了 ，Happy Way 不退，继续架，
敲到身体。
但是真不交。
I know that Happy Way is 7 and 6 right now, so he's got a positive KD, but he's having an absolute fucking nightmare game on Chamber right now. This is horrendous from Happy Way.
敲不到头啊！中路想抓，中路想抓上念。
哎，球球这位置是控制了，
中路队友在帮忙架。
杰尼断了2个，断了3个，
Big cleanup.
断的差不多了。
Almost got his Faisal back.
非常大的优势，想捡枪。
He's what and what? Haha, 7-6. 7-6.
只有70滴血。
Am I right, guys? Or am I wrong? Am I wrong and sick?
脸上还有一个火，再吃了一个满闪，
没问题了。那起局的回合一定要值回票价，而在另外一边 ，Smokey 差1个点有大。
Okay, this time they're doing stars deeper in A main. But I think this is because they're actually putting a bit of pressure in A main. Okay, but they also don't do anything with them off rip. They don't even... What is going on over here? What is this? Why did we have star and then we turned this one into a smoke of fucking 130?
就是阵加炮，上来就不让你进这个点。
但你只能阻止一时。
131, we turned that into a smoke, not a pullback. Huh?
因为有暗兽的存在，所以柱子后藏人是不太现实的。
Also, if we have a TP set up for A, why? I mean, are we really not trying to get on a slightly deeper line? You can still put a TP in a fairly safe spot. Like, you don't need to be playing here. You can push up deeper than this.
其实这个更多的意思是我送人出来了，你也交点成本，但你看到 EDG 什么成本都没有交，就是静音把这个 B 通的前点全部。
Maybe he wants to get flash pick back in again. Maybe he wants to play an angle where no man can flash him back in, so he doesn't have to take the teleport the first time.
大招直接开路，我也给
B 小名牌。
Oh no.
B 小 Raga 没顶住，他在等低包，他在等低包，56。
Okay, there's the
能
salvo.
拖多久呢？
还有大招， 但这个大招用来拖时间肯定不划算。
对，
应该要给的，
再捏大招，
或者给底线也可以。
没有配合控制啊。
Ulted to clear holes.
大招给了出去还不错。
Good smoke on
大招的
sight.
角度只能清个底线。
哇，这一分
Oh, nice
所有
nade.
的技能全部都交了，但 B 小
But they're not holding anything as they come out.
但这个大招配合控制啊。
给了，在无效命令
Wait, no, not good smoke. Hold on, not good smoke at all.
之前把大招给了出去还不错。
Sorry, my misunderstanding. I thought that was I thought this was the attackers using a sight smoke for them to be able to play around.
但这个大招的角度，3 EDG
方位要的太极端了，这个位置会被高低拉枪。
而且进点太顺利，导致 EDG 留存了相当多的技能组来打这个对面的回防局。
即便是交了双先锋
Yeah, those salvos landed on top of the box, but it still does damage because it's like a sphere of damage.
刚才这个动作感觉有点难受了一点，
双先锋的大招在上一分全部都交掉了，
收益不成正比啊。
没错，现在主要防守方的经济也被打垮了。
All right, now they're actually fighting this.
没有6掉了。
Look at the difference when they do fight
没
it.
错，现在主要防
When they do fight it, this is a smoke at 137. First ever time that this has been a smoke early round timing. I wonder, could there be a threat behind this
守方的经
perhaps?
济也被打垮了。
A 天做埋伏，没有6。
Well, now why would you go through this?
侧身也清了，6只能打一个，
Still
远
gonna
远不
work.
够。艾普维
这头也只能裂掉康康，后续的人进点没有办法阻止，但球球好像有一个被刷配成的机会。Noman 来了，但是 Noman 没看，
对他不知道人在哪儿，
正好错过。
对面已经进入到画架里。
XLG definitely has a chance against XLG. Yeah, I mean, I think XLG would win if they played against XLG.
A 小确定没人，
哎，已经在回头看了。
但绕到了 A 大的位置。
A 大好像能捡
A 大有
枪。
枪，这是 A 绕 A 大的一个比较优势的。
机
I'm
会
gonna
直接
skip this. No man's not winning that.
哦，杰尼甚至
No
是提
offense,
前枪
but
来在
no
拉
one's
这个
doing
右手边的凹槽的。上半场1比3到7比3，EDG 已经完全掌握了上半场。
Do you think this kind of shit is the actual issue for Chinese Valorant, that stupid plays work against actual good plays? Well, I think that is one of the problems, is that this is why you can't be too results based in your analysis of stuff, because that round was very clean actually for EDG, right? Like they still have 3 players alive at the end of the round. They deleted everybody in A main, easy peasy. But it's just that there's a thought process here which goes, A main is probably stacked, we should probably avoid it. And the other little voice inside you goes, nah, what if we just win? And then you run through a smoke into 5 players, and, you know, that's why China has a 40% eco win rate, or whatever the fuck the actual stat is. But yeah, I think part of the issue is that the teams that are good just win anyway, or don't care enough, or don't need to optimize some of their setups because they win tournaments.
应该是有捆加火的。
1-0来了
，10直接推
正面
56抓到一个 timing，
但是
让了杰尼，但好像
Leo
1换
taking
1
a
对于
really aggro time in there, a
不
little bit
太
like
够
on
所以
Haven.
听到了对方在
敢出去吗？
下包，直接出没人管，
没打着，没打死，
双板头啊
148好像。
2滴血的差距，这一下伏笔了，最后变成了一个1v3 Happy Way。 要拿着狙打3个，
这很难。
而且球球还在绕他的背身，他的狙推进速度是比较慢的。
Nobody 心想，我就2滴血，我直接绕了。
哦，我就感觉要保了，再打下去
得保，
其实已经，上半场就剩最后1分了。
重甲狙啊，我只能说 XLG 这一分运气有点差，拉出来是穿了个铁箱的头，虽然距离很近，但是 Nobody 依旧活了下来。
Was there Lotus with the XLG comp yet? Yeah. They played it 3 times in
而且刚好像有点伏笔
in
的是
playoffs,
闪没有配合上，
and they won every time easily.
没错。
But unfortunately, got banned in this
3
game.
比8 ，XLG 现在陷入到了一个巨大的劣势当中。
两边依然在抢 A 管，但这次防守方根本没有办法去抢，特别是爪牙火这一套。
Well, 4 players got caught by the knife.
XLG 也能留存一部分技能。
Now what?
，A 点其实很担心对面 Smokey 直接开
That
大
was
进
weird.
来。
Almost for a moment there, it looked like they were
位置
in
先占了。
reverse.
对，就是我现在可以选择开大，这是我的一个进攻手段，但我未必会这么做。
而且这一分 EDG 的有2个终极技能。
交哪个技呢？
理论来说，解你的大招应该要一起交的，我感觉。
我先短炮禁烟，很细，开出风，双决斗一起进。防守方只能退了，这不能大招不要命的。
而且中路还有一个博弈，
中路球球
必小
要遭遇了 ，Ragnar 是把喷子，
想抓中路的球球。
诺曼也来中路了，想做协同，
感觉应该是有点懂的。
换枪了，看到头线但这个位置球球正好回头了，
球球更懂啊。
但诺曼找回了场子，很关键。诺曼前后有点被夹击了，
诺曼要被闪了，底线。
狙没狙到被撕了。
Okay, nice hold over towards Secret.
第3个人我是6，终于把这个场子找了回来。
2比2。
They're doubling up again.
他把底线这个位置守住了，最后只剩诺曼，诺曼是一个名牌的 A 小。
Oh, that's incredibly good from Noman. That's really nice from him. He's got the 3 fingers in the air again. He's Mr. Triple Kill.
来得及。
Oh my god, that would have been utterly fucking iconic if Noman had won that clutch and forgotten to defuse. Oh my god, that would have been iconic.
他把底线这个位置守住了，最后只剩诺曼，诺曼是一个名牌的 A 小。诺曼全拆了，诺曼还在。
He starts defusing and then he gets his finger off of it. Oh, he tabbed out by accident or something. Oh man, that was nearly fucking close, guys. That was actually close. Did you see the like little aim jump when he finally taps back in? Look, his teammate's telling him defuse, defuse, defuse. And then when he sits back down again, he presses the button and it's like the game isn't tabbed in. And then there's like this little jump. Guys, that was really close to an absolutely iconic fail. I'm kind of mad we didn't get it. That would have been legendary. That was so close. That is less than half a second off, I think. Oh no, it's 1 second off. 0.99. Holy, that could have been amazing. That could have been amazing. He deserved the round win, obviously. He hit a nasty 1v2. How do you even tap out there? I think as he stands up, he probably hits a button on his keyboard, or maybe like, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe escape key? Yeah, escape key, Windows key, something like that. Yeah.
我们也是提醒大家上京东搜无畏巡回福利 buff 拉满，我们也一起跟随京东来到下半场的首强分。
哦哟 ，XLG 有100%。
Okay, so now that the sides have swapped, what is important to look at here? I think one thing that's really important is, do EDG have some level of like aggressive play that they make? Do they walk into mid in any of their rounds? Do they try to run, you know, like a Phoenix trap play R? Do they try to fight for a main control at any point? These kind of things. I think the other thing to look at is how well XLG chain their initiator util together to set Raga up. And whether they work the map effectively. Because this feels like more of a... Well, I think you could hard exec with this comp, but I think you also want to be doing some defaulting too. Because with the knife plus the drone, you've actually got some pretty good tools to be working the map and pulling the defenders around.
看到了，柱子后面已经看到侧身了。
康康会漏
Did EDG farm Phoenix orbs on T side? I wasn't paying attention. You know what? Neither was I. They went A a lot. It's a good question though. God. A lot more people using the bandit now. Nobody just goes crazy with it. You know, it's a good question. I think it's worth going back and actually having a look at. Let's go through very quickly and just see, does Smoggy farm Phoenix orbs? And also, does he pick them up just when he can? Because sometimes Phoenixes completely ignore that as well. Did you ever doubt that I have good questions? Yeah, you frequently have terrible questions. What are we talking about here? All right, so this round he definitely did pick up an orb because he's 1-0 and he's got 2 points. So he picks up 1 orb. Then in round 2, they go towards B.
是有出枪的机会的，而且他想把对面勾进来。艾比维的主要目的是把对面勾进来。
他让对面以为只有一个，
他让对面以为这是个上
And he picks up another orb. So far he's 2 for 2 on orb
当
pickups.
时才在上一个周期里边拿到了门票，对吧？大家应该也记忆犹新。
一拐角的争夺 ，Smoky 插一个点。
黄手毛肯定不会比，但是
I mean, this round he's on an eco. And he doesn't pick up the orb because he's going to get his ult for the next round anyway, so it's better if somebody else picks up the orb. So yeah, that's fine.
抽一枪。
抽商店嘛。
Also, I just realized that actually round 3 there, they did do an early A main
抽哪里？
smoke
看看应该
setup.
是抽右手边。
Actually, they do it here as well.
如果是左手闪一，
Maybe I'm not giving them enough credit. XLG were actually trying to condition some kind of
一定会吃，但如果是右手闪就不好说了。
单拉双拉，
哇，差点没一穿2成就
已经穿了
一滴血149啊！
这 Smoky Kiss 球球当了个盾牌。
甚至应该是可能只有小数点的血量。
妈呀！
这个应该是肉身盾牌了。
最糟糕的是 Smoky 倒了之后，这个大招没机会用了。
布点也看到了，知道对面要加 A， 还比我到位 A
还有
滑了一下，有点危险。
Yeah, so you know what? That round where EDG went through those smokes, actually,
非常快的一个补防。
actually, we shouldn't have been so harsh to them because XLG were doing it more and we just weren't paying attention, or at least I wasn't paying attention.
EDG 没有。
Because like, look, they've got a double
没
smoke
有
set up
长
here,
上的回合想要去。
and actually, it's the exact opposite where they've been conditioning that there's no pressure behind that double star setup. So on the eco round, they all stack behind the stars and they're like luring EDG in. So actually, it's the exact opposite of what I was saying.
感觉这分结束要出
Anyway,
暂停了。
let's look at the ult orbs, but he hasn't Phoenix ulted yet.
会做
Okay, Phoenix ults this round on B,
继续
and then he could be picking up an ult orb immediately afterwards as well.
开大。
大招来去顶你第一枪线，
勾出来。
Yeah, he does not pick up the ult orb here because they're doing a fast B timing. So I think that's pretty reasonable.
不拿的话
Round
你这个英雄
7.
作用太小了。
但这分杰尼
孤高火力嘛，
对，
海比维。这个时候我觉得
He
你
does
既然
not pick up the
能
A
超
orb.
上了你这个局就不断，
就是
They don't want any piece of
就得
A.
打不拿的话，你这个英雄作用太小了，让
后面
落脚步了。
给闪，给雷，劝退。
What the? Hello?
猎头可以用
Rock 还在 ，Rock 还在，Rock
出力
的
是的，
在这张图上的一个。
变了，
但有 Raga 这分是一把英雄数位，
对，有重甲，
失闪了，海比维不退，继续架，
调到身体，
但是
Yeah, he gets it this round as
老
well.
头啊，
换去 A 了，所以柱子后藏人是不太现实的。
其实这个
And then he gets it this round too.
又是一个
So yeah, he is farming the ult orbs.
大招直接开路，我也给
B 小名牌，
B 小 Raga 没顶住，
招，我这一套的大一出来，但是闪，
And
等一下
then
松甘丁他肯定
No 吗？
去架
伟大的一个，
A 点的攻可以抢的，
硬抢这个 A 大
因为
EDG，
应该是
好，
加火的。
1-0来了，
林直接推。
he doesn't bother with it this round because they're going straight into an A hit as well.
杰尼，但好像
So he's ignoring the ult orb anytime it's
不太够有一手
on a fast timing for his team, which is what you would
罗巴迪
expect.
心想我
Yeah. Anyway, let's have a look at round 14. I think that's a pretty normal half of Phoenix. It's not like he's doing an asana and like trying to build it up as many times as possible and like completely orb maxing and getting all the plants and all the diffusers and all of that shit, but he's plants and diffusers. What we talked about. He's only played one half. All the plants. But you know, I think that's pretty normal.
人数优，
哎，但
进攻方的
枪是
所进
被
攻方
What terrible questions have I asked? Name 3 examples. I will not be doing that. That already is a terrible question.
球球过来收割了，相当之高，有80%多以上，而且这个是非常长时间的一个记录，所以 XLG 得先
Okay,
找破
so
局之法，
EDG not putting
那么简单，这个是半场
any
领先
A
非常
pressure
多
down.
没错，
这也是这分裸狙的原因。对于 EDG 来说，现在没有那么多的后顾之忧，每个人发挥自己的长处就可以了。康康的明居在 B 点的高点位，
Happy 会来吗？ 他是非常喜欢自己单挂这个 B 区的。我觉得
I
康
thought
康
you
起
had
这把
no
狙也是
standards
为了
for
针
chat.
对一下他的。
I don't really hold you guys to standards, but like, don't tell me
他不太确定。
Don't tell me that
有
you've
关注到
shit a golden egg when you've just pushed out a
对
turd.
有人打一下
Like, I'm not gonna call you out for pushing out the turds, but
虽然损失了一些血量
don't tell me
但
it's
是
made a
还是
goal.
帮康康找到了一个能够去开枪的机会。
是，这也是太湖的车对比猎枭的无人机的一个弱点，就他没有办法远距离立刻看到所有远距离的人。
It's kind of shiny though. Oh, you should inspect your
自己的
diet.
背
You
身甚至会有被
need to
减
be
免的风险，
careful with what you're
没
eating.
有太多的
甚至要打快一点。打慢了对面的
If
前
you
面
have time, can you make
也
your
会绕得很
VFL
快
team this stream as well? Oh my god.
但是 A
I
小
didn't even
的
think about that.
彩段他们还没有
Yes, but I
进
will
入过
probably forget Baka, so you have to
来
remind
了
me.
过 B 角，然后夹壁，那这样还是要撞狙，还是要撞狙。
Flash, but Raga doesn't commit off the
应该是
flash.
第二时间才会漏。
底线阵刀，
有个单向烟划出来。
Whoa, that is a bonkers entry from Raga.
换下枪，10秒，点位已经有人了。
That's really good.
时间其实很极限。
二楼想出，二楼想出，
正面的对枪换掉了1换1，
我来了，
烫了一下，但是刘一手还没死。
2v1，2v1，雄鹿
先打一个，
再来一个闪。
Wow, and that is clean from Smoggy as well. Great final map from Smoggy. That's a sick round. Because XLG are putting themselves in a bit of a difficult position by trying to go 4 through, or 3, sorry, through the B link. But then Raga hits a stunner of an entry and Smoggy responds by completely cooking Nomad and Lysol.
对对方的位置判断很精准，
太
知道
从
已经
容了。
被拉开了距离。
哇！而且前面被打掉的血量也成为了伏笔，鬼魅一枪直接致死。
EDG 在正式 B5里一共只输过3个对手 ，ASE、T1 和 BLG。
那现在看起来 ，XLG 似乎想跻身这3位其中又变难了一点。下半场连丢3分 ，XLG。
Mr. Egg, it's 12:30 a.m. and I work at 8. Of course, I will remind you, my goat. Oh my god, go to bed. Go the fuck to bed, Baka. Watch the VOD. Someone else will step up.
要来创这个 A 吗？你可以看到 A 点地上密密麻麻的技能，不是那么好进的。尤其
The
是
only best of
每一
5s
次的这个经济
EDG
对
have
于克
lost
制
are
霓
to
虹是相当
T1
好
and
用
Billy
的。
Billy.
地上经济已经开
What？
了，车的效率非常的低，跟进不了。
还有一波
Really？
经济。
They lost to T1 at Bangkok
还是比较强
because they made third.
哎，彩段终于
They
被
didn't
出关
lose
了
any
啊，这样可
at
能
champs,
还是会
obviously,
要
because
补防
they
一个
won.
人。
要有人被
They lost to Billy Billy. When? I don't even know.
但是大坑这个位置还是不太好操作。
Was that at qualifying for kickoff?
传掉，但是小的闪过来了
Oh man, Smoggy's cooked them again with more flashes.
现在依旧是一个2v2。
而且 Happy 也靠过来了。
XLG 是
I think that's what the Chinese stat said. I
点
can't
到
read the
能去给
language,
安
just
装
reading the context. Oh,
而且
right.
现在 XLG 可没有弄错失忆。
Oh, and
过
ASE
点被
as
撩了一下，
well.
因为要换枪。但 Happy 维的位置稍微有点神秘。
没有漏过，所以刚刚一直在提防下水道的反绕。
而且这个位置
Yeah, they are
很可能
incredibly strong
表现
是的
regionally.
因为你要搜这么里面，你
They've actually, if anything, they're having their weakest time period in the last year. And yet they've still won again in China.
出去找已经被看到了
Oh, that's so crazy reaction. Happy Wage probably should have had the jump on him there with the timing.
落在了 EDG
Yeah, this final map is a bit of a
又给到最后
experience diff as well.
而 XLG 现在零容错，
这是 XLG 最疲弱的一分。
EDG
没
are
有
just
经济 ，Happy Wave 甚至应该是满
turning
满
them
猎头
into
出门
paste
的，
in every important
是
fight.
还在
啊，
中路
直接
，Smoky 是
开大
直接给大前压了，
要了中路的空间，
但这个大应该是抓不到人了，
又是明狙，
盖尔被狙了，
但这个大应该是抓不到人了，
又是明狙。
Okay.
盖尔被狙了，这个小车
I guess he hid from the drone and then
明
like
狙
re-picked into him a bit.
但 B 场这
I
个
believe
点
they've
真
also never
过不
lost a
去
map
了狙的
5.
威慑力太强了。
还有
Okay, never losing a map 5 is kind of a weird stat though, because that also just means that in the BO5s they lost, they didn't get to map 5. So
回去再切一下中路，因为
I
Smoky 一
don't
开始是带着
I don't
大肉
like that stat
把中路给
as
顶穿了
much as their BO5 win rate.
Happy Wave 不敢动，
It's-
他要等队伍那边先给一
It's
些动
it
静，才有可能往前
sounds
走。
cool.
宇宙分裂可能是 XLG 最后能够为数不多尝试的事情，但是
When
你
we
需要
lose,
占
we
据的空间还是
lose,
非常多。
Mugger.
宇宙分裂只能帮你
Yeah.
隔掉很小一部分的枪线。
关键还是要
You better take us out before map 5, motherfucker. Yeah, I mean, it's got aura. It's got aura.
还不会贴到了壁上前点，正好掉了闪，但是 Smokey 完全不想给机会。
脚下看到了，
球球配合 Smokey 清理了壁外，进攻方被。
I mean, that's quite nice. Normally, you would flash out the top of a smoke, but because he was flashing for his teammate, he flashes out the bottom so that they don't also get full blinded.
要画上一条路了，
已经位置明牌了，
只能往里冲。
加入第一个，第二。
Oh, they're just frying him. They're just absolutely frying him. Oh my god, he knocked his own glasses off. He knocked his own glasses off. He pulled his in-ears out so hard he knocked his glasses off. Oh, that's gonna be me in a couple of weeks. Actual nerd. I'm gonna get my head flushed down the toilet as soon as Brent sees me at another international event. Do you as casters have freedom to choose which games you would like to cast? No. No. That's all decided beforehand. Okay. Well, we've got a lot of notes to go through. Tons of notes to go through. I do have like an overall vibe, and we honestly, we just got to crack on with it. We got to crack on with the top 15. How does TMV do it? Does he open up a Google document or something? Is this the best way of doing things? Google Sheets. London top 15. Okay, let's have a look. He uses Notepad. I mean, Notepad is fucking crazy for this. Actual degenerate behavior using Notepad for something like this. All right, I'm going to use the D file, which is also degenerate behavior, but that's... I'm going to put the numbers... I know this is fucking crazy. I know this is going to wind people up, but I'm going to put the numbers in here because otherwise the chat is covering some of the information. All right. I think we need to make a pool of players. You can do it faster. Yeah, I'm not a spreadsheet user. What, you do like 1, 2 and then you click and you drag or something? Oh yeah. Whatever. Whatever. Okay. Calling it the D file is so chess coded. All right. We are going to come up with a list of names of potential candidates. And we're going to start with China because that's what we've just watched. I think Chichu and Kangkang, I've spelled his name wrong. Don't disrespect the goat. I think Chichu and Kangkang are absolute locks for the potential pool of people. You know what? We need some music for this as well. Let me get my Pokemon music back up again. Okay. I think Chichu and Kangkang are locks for some kind of like potential pool of people. I think Happy Way is also... I'm going to say Smoggy is definitely a potential candidate too. But I think Chichu and Kangkang are better than Smoggy currently. Is there anyone else on XLG that we would actually consider in this group? I don't think so. I think I have some more respect for Leo, but I wouldn't put him in there. And I think that Raga has shown like glimpses, but based on his past international and his form at the moment, I don't think you could reasonably do that. Happy Way also just had a terrible final map, unfortunately, but we have to make sure that doesn't cloud our judgment. From DRG, I think we're looking at Vukashu, and that is absolutely the only guy on DRG that we would be looking at. I suppose second best on DRG, we're thinking about like Spirit probably, but Spirit's a long way away from one of these lists in my opinion. I think he's got the potential to like, he could be a breakout player at Masters London where he plays really well and everyone's like, holy fuck, he's so good, because his mechanics are incredibly good. But I just think he is not there yet from what he's shown. But it would be sick if he did have a breakout game, or a breakout tournament rather. So I think these are my only names from China. I think Smoggy's more of a like... more of a question mark, to be honest with you. Okay, so now we're looking at... Let's go for Americas. Let's go for Americas. In Americas, we've got to be going with Neon. We've got to be going with Brock. We have to be going with... Hold on. Let's just focus on one team at a time. Let's focus on one team at a time. From Leviathan, I don't know why we started with Leviathan, but we're going to start with Leviathan. Neon is absolutely... I think I'm reluctant to put Spike in the mix after the Neon nerf. I think Sato I'm going to put in this pool of people who are like good, but Sato's been a little bit... Like, Sato was quiet at the beginning of the stage, and I feel like came into his own later on in playoffs. And he was really damn good in playoffs during their playoffs run. Blows was really good too, but I think I would also put Blows in this. I think, guys, we are going to have an insanely large amount of people here. I think we have to put Sato and Blows in this, like, secondary level rather than the primary level. The music's too loud? Oh. Sorry. Alright. We can just have it as background music. Is that better? Maybe that's a bit better for you guys. Okay. So... Neon, Sato, Blows. Alright. From NRG, Brock for sure. Kiko for sure as well. I think Kiko belongs in this list rather than this list, but I think it's a bit on the edge. But I think Kiko belongs in this list. Not Mada, not Ethan, not Scuba, I don't think. So now G2. For G2... G2 is a bit of a weird one, honestly. I think Trent and Valen probably belong in this list. And I'm inclined to... Dude, I really, really want to give Baby Bay some, like, flowers for how well he plays in Americas. But I'm just so worried he won't play well at Masters again. I'm gonna put Baby Bay in this bucket. And we're actually gonna move everything down one, and we're gonna put some titles. Nominees. Potentials. Okay. I think it's fair to put Baby Bay in this bucket. He has been in this bucket in Americas. But I'm worried after Santiago. I think it's reasonable to put him down a bucket based on that, personally. Weirdly enough, I don't think Leaf playing majority Phoenix at the moment even makes the potentials bucket, which is not something I thought I would be saying. And Jorgamo... bro, Jorgamo is such a fucking weird player to rank in these because he plays so mediocre in normal games and then he goes nuts in important games. And he did play really fucking well. I think I'm going to leave him off the list. God. I think I'm going to leave him off the list. Bren's going to have my ass for that one. It's all good, though. It's all good. Okay. Then, EMEA. Okay. In EMEA, we start with Heretics. Now, I think Koshmaris has actually been incredibly important for the team. But Rienz is easily their best player. So we gotta start with Riens. And then I think the other two players that I'm looking at are Benji and Koshmaris. But I'm not convinced they belong in this bucket. I think I might slide them both down a bucket. Because they've been really good, but I think maybe I'm being a bit too harsh here because Heretics played badly at the beginning of the stage. And Benji didn't really find his identity until later on in the stage. Also, I'm not left with a big, feeling about Woot. It's been a while since I watched those EMEA games. I remember Pacific a lot more than EMEA. I don't know why. EMEA didn't leave as much of an imprint on me. I think I'm gonna put some question marks here, and we're gonna come back to Team Heretics. We're gonna take a look at the stats, and I'm gonna try to refresh my memory and stuff, and we're gonna come back to Heretics. Right, Vitality. What in the Lord's fucking name do we do with Vitality? Because I think Sayonara's been nuts, but he's also... I don't feel comfortable putting Sayonara in his first international appearance, where he already is a bit of a, what's the best way of describing Sayonara? He's got such good aim, and he plays a great game 90% of the time, and then 10% of the time, he seems to, lose his head and make some really weird decisions. And I'm just a bit worried he might lose his head in London. Durka not on Neon? Yeah. But then, yeah, I mean... I think he is going to be good. Yeah, I think I feel comfortable putting Durka in the top bucket. I think he's another player that you could consider putting in the second bucket, because I don't think he's really been, carrying them in lots of their games. In fact, he's been hopping in the backpack in some of the games. Honestly, Profek has actually been really good for them towards the end of playoffs. I think I've got to come back to Vitality as well. For some reason, EMEA has not made a strong imprint on me. Now, Foot, I think the only player would be Sop. Why have I put a question mark here when there aren't even any players there? Yeah, I think Sop I want to put on the list. Do I think Sop is going to get worse with a Neon nerf? And playing at his first event? I don't know. I actually don't think he will. But why do I not think he will? Because he's got a bit of a fuck you attitude and he's incredibly individually skilled, I guess, is why I think that. But I think let's put Sop in here. For now. We actually don't have that much of a shortlist here. This is quite a small shortlist. I think we've been quite good with it here, to be honest. Except that I can't remember if I've forgotten some... Oh my god, I forgot the whole of Pacific. Oh yeah, that's kind of important. Okay. Let's take a look at EMEA. Let me refresh my memory with the EMEA first. And then we'll move on to Pacific. I really, for a moment there, thought that was it. Okay. EMEA. Let's have a look at the grand finals. Let's remind ourselves of what's been happening in this region. Yeah, okay. I'll bring it up on the screen for you guys as well. In fact, actually, a better way of doing it than this is let's just go to the stats and if I'm remembering too much of the group stage, let's limit it to like only the end of the tournament and who was playing well at the end of the tournament, because that's going to remind me what was going on. So Chronicle, I mean, Benji Fishy's upsurge was happening here. That's why he made the list. I remember that. Sayana was still playing really great. Koshmaris was really good as well. That's why I put him on the list, didn't I? I put him on the list too. What I forgot was that Chronicle was playing like a beast and Woot was playing like a beast. To be honest, I definitely forgot about both of those. And EDG was playing really well, but I gotta be honest with you, I'm not putting EDG on the list. I'm gonna put Sop on the list. I'm not gonna put EDG on the list. Fuck the FUT fans. Well, fuck TMV specifically, but Woot and Chronicle are the two people here then that I've kind of forgotten, I suppose. What were they doing? What were they doing statistically in the whole stage? Where did they go? Bro, where did they go? Oh, there's Woot. I mean, Woot doesn't drop down too far. 150 ADR is pretty fucking nuts. Where did Kron go, bro? He plummeted. I mean, Kron's got the Jorgamo situation going on. But then Kron is also very, very good at international events. Motherfucker, man. Maybe... Does Woot deserve to be on the list more than Koshmaris? I just feel like Koshmaris has been so important for this team. I know Woot is like a big fragger for them, but Kosh is like a game changer player for them. Maybe I need to... I mean, maybe I just need to put like Woot on here as well. I don't know. Maybe I'm being a bit too kind to heretics here. I don't feel strongly about any of these three players, so I gotta be honest with you, they're probably not making the list anyway, because we've nearly fucking filled it up with these guys. Not to say that some of these people couldn't replace some of these people. Do I put Kron on the list? I think you have to, don't you? It's fucking Chronicle. Okay, and then Pacific. Okay, in Pacific, all right, let's start with Paper X. Something and Jing 100% need to be on this list. And the question is, would you put Forsaken on here? I think Envy and Divai I'm less inclined to put on. I think Forsaken's a bit like Kron and Jorgamo. But I guess I'm gonna give Kron and Forsaken a bit more respect. Because they've... I don't know. They just seem to do it every time at internet. Well, not every time, but recently. for Forsaken. And every time for Chron, I suppose. But then, doesn't Jorg kind of do the same? I feel like I'm being a bit harsh on Jorg here, but that's what I got Bren for. Okay. Full sense. 100 million% Primi needs to be on this list. And then I think it actually gets a bit tricky. Because there was a period during stage 1 where Jit Boys looked really good. But I don't think he kept that up. Maybe he did though? I'm just looking at the stats now. He did not keep that up particularly, no. But he really was at some point frying. I mean, according to the stats, their second best player is Kahlua. Sure, but I do think there's a bit of a seismic gap between the two. Hot take, Jit Boys is better than Primi. Okay, that's just a fucking insane take in my opinion. But you feel free to explain yourself. I think I'm not going to put Jit Boys on the list. But I'm really considering it. And I don't think I'm going to put Kahlua on the list either. And I'm really strongly considering that too. Maybe I should. Am I underrating the skill of these guys? I probably am. I mean, compared to some of the other guys on here, they were really fucking good too. No, I'm gonna try to be harsh. I'm gonna be harsh. Global esports. I'm already at a loss, to be honest with you. I think Patman should probably be on here somewhere, but I'm not sure whether... I'm going to put Patman here. Do I... No, I'm not. I'm going to put Patman here. Patman's really fucking good. But then I don't think I'm going to put anyone else on the list. I think the other player, like, Autumn is very hot and cold, I think. Yujotan is actually not playing as well as he was last year. Or even, was it at the beginning of this year where Yujotan was frying too? Yujotan's a really good player, but he's actually not playing that great currently. Like, Patman's the clear star of the team, I think. Yeah. I think this is what I want to do to the other regions now. I want to cut the other regions down heavy. I'm nerfing Fukashu. No, I'm not nerfing Fukashu. Yeah, I'm nerfing yeah, I'm nerfing Fukashu. I'm nerfing Kiko. I'm nerfing Blows. I'm nerfing... Someone has to die here. Someone on Team Heretics has to die, bro. I'm so... I think this is telling me that I need to go back and do another VOD review of Team Heretics. Who dies here on Heretics? I think Kosh has to die. I think. I really like Kosh. No, you know what? Also, why have I got Sop in the middle of Vitality? I'm looking at the stats again. I'm lost in the sauce when it comes to Heretics. Benji, Koshmaris, and Woot. Throughout the whole of Stage 1, Woot was the second best performer on the team by rating. Then Boo was actually having a pretty decent stage earlier on. Then Benji, but Benji had the glow up. He did most of his good stuff late. And then Kosh. Oh, I feel like the rating system fucking hates Neon players even though they get good value for their team. Oh, fuck. Oh, they're telling me my Koshi boy is chopped. The numbers are telling me my Koshi boy is chopped. But my eyes are telling me that he has such good impact for this team. Oh, no. Oh, you're so right. I should check the ROR stats, shouldn't I? I really should check the rounds above replacement. You're so correct with that one. What is it called? Oracle's Elixir? Hold on. The Truth Serum. If you don't like... if your brain doesn't like looking at the ratings on VLR... what? That feels wrong. Let me find a different statistic to back up the way that I think. Hold on. How do we get there? EMEA Stage 1 players. You didn't put Koshmaris in there seriously, did you? Yes! He's really fucking... He's really important for Heretics. Neon is gone, his most played agent. Bro, he's still going to play Neon. He's still going to play Neon. What is going on with this website? Hello? Hello? You could say the same for Spike. Yeah, but the way that Spike plays, I think is going to get... Well, no, you're right, actually. Kosh is going to get nerfed by them. Literally, my take in the previous Flasher episode was that Kosh was underrating the amount that his Neon is going to get nerfed. And he's already on the edge. You guys are right. You guys are right. You guys are right and I'm wrong. You guys are right and I'm wrong. Kosh has got to be dropped off this list. You guys are so right and I'm wrong. Don't say I don't give you credit. What the fuck is going on with this website, man? Okay, hold on. We can do it like this. VCT 2026. Nope, we can't do it like this. Oh, wait. We can do it like this. No, we can't do it like this because this is the entire year. Shit. It still says Martin's the best player in EMEA. I mean, he's good, but he ain't all that at the moment. Fuck. Okay, stats. Tier 1. EMEA. EMEA Stage 1. Come on, load. Load, you son of a bitch. I mean, Martin is incredible. Martin has still been playing well at the moment, to be honest with you. He really is an incredible player. He just needs to be saved from his fucking team. Oh my god. What is going on? Does VCT filter on here include EWC like VLR does? I don't think so. I have it loaded. I can send it on Discord. Yeah, go for it. Go for it. So much knowledge being processed right now. They're actually running all of the analysis right now. How are you going to send it to me on Discord? Refresh? Good idea. Didn't try that one yet. Oh, you put it in the Valorant discussion? Okay, hold on. Ah, here we go, here we go, here we go. Open media link. There we go, there we go, there we go. Okay, so this is sorted by RAR. And this is only across stage 1. Okay, so Sayonara is going nuts in this. And then Yampy. Okay, what is this algorithm smoking? What is this algorithm smoking? I'm sorry, I can't get on board with Yampy being the second best player in EMEA. It seems to think Benji Fishy is better than Woot, which is also what I think. So I'm going to agree with it when it agrees with me, but I'm going to disagree with it when it says something fresh, original, and brave. This is how... this is how we reinforce our biases. Sociable was incredible early on for Foot, wasn't he? Boo was playing really well for Team Heretics early on as well. But I'm waiting the end of the tournament more than the beginning of the tournament. I feel like this has got to be missing players, though. Is it not? Maybe not. You got to take into account that this doesn't count out the first 2 weeks where Team Heretics played some weird-ass comps. Yeah, also true. Oh, you only put the London teams. I see, I see. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. How many are we left with? How many are we left with? If we shuffle all of these guys up, if we just kept everybody that was in here, we would have 2 free spaces for some of these guys to go in. And I'm not sure we're keeping all of these guys, by the way. Let's start doing some rough ordering, too. I mean, these guys are incredible. I'm not necessarily ordering them within that trio, but that trio is fucking insanely good currently. Neon and Brock, I think, are also incredibly good. I think they're actually in better form than Trent and Valin currently. But I mean, Trent and Valin are still really, really good too. Rien's is astonishing. I mean, all 3 of these guys are kind of nasty, but I think Chishu's better than Happyway currently too. I mean, I'm just kind of dragging things fucking randomly now. I originally started to put things in a rough order, and now I'm just kind of dragging randomly. We probably did more harm than good there, to my thought process. But that's okay. I think, actually, let's undo all of that. Let's undo all of that. What's actually important is just, are there people in the potentials list that are better than the people in the nominees list. Like, for example, is Sato or Kiko? So Sato, Kiko, Baby Bear are from Americas. Benji, Root, Sayonara, Chronicle, Sop are from EMEA. And then Forsaken's from Pacific. How the hell are we going to do this? You know what we should do? Let's order these within their region. And that way we only have to think about the top player of each list. Like, who's better at the moment, Smoggy or Vukashu? I think Vukashu. So, let's put Vukashu in there. And let's put Smoggy underneath him. And then let's put Sato, Kiko, and Baby Bay. If we're thinking about ordering people for Masters London, you know, Kiko doesn't, as far as I can remember, Kiko doesn't normally go crazy at internationals, though he did play well at Santiago against Liquid. Man like Nim, what's up? Thank you for the 5-person raid. I think Sato might be playing even better than Kiko currently. Hold on. Let's have a quick glance at the stats to see if I'm smoking crack on that take. But I feel like Sato was even more consistent than Kiko was. I think Kiko had some down days as well. Well, Kiko's ahead of Sato in the stats. So maybe I am smoking some hot stuff with that one. I mean, what is it mostly that's causing that? Sato has higher ACS, but a lower KD, higher ADR, higher KPR. He just dies more. Sato literally just dies more, and VLR rating hates it when you die. Otherwise, Sato's got better stats. But, I mean, part of that might just be because he takes more fights as well, right? Like, Kiko is a bit of a potentially safer player when he's playing the other roles that he plays as well. Well, I just looked at the stats and they haven't convinced me. Why do I even bother looking at the stats if I'm just going to go with my gut anyway and ignore them? I feel like Sato has been playing better than Kiko. I feel like Baby Bay might have been playing weirdly better than them both, but I don't trust him as much. But then, has Sato ever been to an international event? No, he hasn't, has he? Well, I actually don't know how to order these three little motherfuckers. If I was doing it based on, like, international experience, I would do something more like this, right? Or maybe you could still make an argument for Baby Bay being underneath Sato based on him playing badly at Santiago. But I legit do not know where to put these three fuckers. All three of them are really good. And they also play very different stuff. Like, incredibly different stuff. So it feels like an apples to oranges comparison. Okay, what is my opinion? What is my opinion? I think my opinion is this order. Alright, now for EMEA. EMEA. God fucking damn you, EMEA. I think we've got to put Sayonara top of the list because of what he's actually done. The only reason that he's not an insta-lock already is because it's his first international event and he sometimes looks like he loses the plot a little bit. But then I think maybe we would put Kron. Partly because of what he did at the end of playoffs, and then partly because of his international experience and how much I have confidence in him to perform. And then maybe Benji Woot Sop, something like that. I mean, Sop has been incredibly good though. Sop should probably be above Benji and Woot. But I think Foot are going to do badly, and therefore I'm going to keep Sop at the bottom. And Forsaken's a fucking god, so he doesn't even need to be ranked. Alright, anyway. What am I doing here? What am I doing, bro? What am I doing? These lists are so stupid.
Does it matter if it's Sire's first international if he's a player that doesn't seem like has any nerves?
Not necessarily, but Sayonara, like I said earlier, 90% of the time playing amazing Valorant. 10% of the time making really weird, questionable decisions in terms of like how he fights or where he positions himself or some piece of util. And I'm just a bit worried that he does that more when it gets to big pressure scenarios. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It's not his first international. He played with Fnatic before. What, a Mickey Mouse 3? I think we have to put Sire and Kron in there. I think we have to. I think I'm really leaning towards putting Forsaken in there too. And I really want to put the Americas players in there as well. Three Vitality seems a bit crazy. It is ludicrous. It's very silly, actually. I mean, Durka should not be this far up the list. This list is not ordered, by the way. But I do think Durka should be in here. Maybe he shouldn't. Maybe I'm just banking on the fact that he goes crazy with Neon nerfed and actually ignoring the evidence of my eyes and ears. Okay, now that we have 15 names though, even if they're not the eventual 15 names that we choose, let's start ordering, and that way we'll get a bottom few that we can debate whether we put these people in instead or not. Alright, so who the fuck is the best player in the world right now? I'm really inclined to say that it's something or Jing, but I'm leaning towards something. His jet is just so fucking good. He actually had a bad game towards the end of playoffs, didn't he? He probably tanked his stats a little bit from that. Which game was it where he had a bad game? Was it against Global? Nope. Was it against Full Sets? Nope. Who the fuck was it where he played a bad game? He had like one game where he was off. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, when was it? I literally can't find it. Was it against Global the time that they lost? Well, no, he was the only player positive then. I have a memory of him having one bad game and I literally can't even find it. Oh, it was against Gen G? Wait. No, chat. I mean, since he went to Jet. Since he moved to Jet, he had one bad game. I don't mean all the way back when he played against Gen G. Fucking hell. I can't remember. It might have even been the global game that they lost, and he still was the only player that went positive. But there was like one game where he wasn't playing up to his part, and you can't even tell by the stats. I'm going to put something at number 1. I think something's number 1. I think Jing's number 2. I think Primi's number 3. Who the fuck else in any other region is cracking those 3? Tell me a name from any other region that's better than those 3 right now. I'm a Rien's Glazer. I'm a Neon Glazer. I don't think Neon is better than these guys. I think Neon's incredibly good. I don't think he's better than Primi something and Jing currently. I think he's probably number 4 though. We're going to go vibes for the first ordering, and then we're going to try to figure some shit out afterwards. I'm going to go Neon into Rien's, I think. And then we come back out for a little Brock action. Then we fuck it up a bit with a Kong pick. Then we dive in for a Sayonara. And now I'm so fucking lost in the sauce, I couldn't even tell you. Okay, I think... Dude, these players are so different to each other. How the fuck am I comparing these players to each other? Okay, I think Chishu's better than Happyway currently. Do I think Chishu's better than Trent? What the fucking words are coming out of my mouth? How are you supposed to compare them? Chishu's playing in China, Trent's playing in Americas. They play completely different roles. What am I talking about? Is Chishu better than Trent? What is this stupid mental exercise that we're doing here? Is Chishu currently playing better than Trent? Yes? Question mark? Maybe. Don't know. Is Trent playing better than Valen? I don't even know how to... I don't even know the answer to that question. I don't think so. I think Valen actually... I don't know. Trent is... I think Valen might be playing better than Trent currently. What do you know? I don't know. Well, nothing. Like, actually nothing. I think Valen might be playing better than Trent currently. These questions are so fucking stupid, man. Okay. We're building a little block here. Do I believe it? I don't know. But if we make a decision and then we move on, we don't have to think about it anymore. Patman. Oh, Patman's been so fucking good. Patman has been so good. Patman's been better than Durka. 100% Patman has been better than Durka. Has Patman been better than Happyway? Oh my god, Happyway is really good, man. Happyway is really, really fucking good. Patman sends it a bit more than Happyway does. But he also wins them games and rounds. Fuck my chungus life. I think Patman might be better than Happyway currently. I don't know what the hell I'm basing that on. There is a point at which you cease to be engaged in reality when doing these lists. Do I think Patman is better than Trent? I don't know. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Fuck it. Let's put him above Trent. I don't know why, but I feel like he's not as good as Valen. Am I just making this shit up at this point? Probably. All right, Kron. Kron has actually probably been better than Durka if we factor in the end of playoffs and weigh it more. Has Kron been better than Happyway? Yes. I'm going to say yes. By the way, Chichu and Happyway have almost identical statistics. Absolutely identical statistics. How on... What am I doing here? Okay. Right. So now we've got to go through this list and we've got to see if they are better than these players at the bottom. Is your belief in Kron just name value? It's partly that he played really well at the end of playoffs in EMEA. And it's partly because I have confidence that he will play well at an international. Now, Durka is getting swapped out at least for Forsaken. But I actually think... Has Benji been better than Durka? Yeah. Has Wu been better than Durka? Probably. Okay, anyway. Has Sada been better than Durka? Yes. Has Vukashu been better than Durka? Also probably yes. Will Durka perform really well at this event anyway because he's off Neon and mock everybody that didn't put him on the list? Yes. Also yes. Right. I'm deleting Vukashu and Smoggy. They're going. They're going. These guys are fucking going. Sop isn't making the list, bro. I'm sorry. He's not making the list. He's not making the fucking list. Neither is... Oh, actually, I don't know how to order these three, so I don't have a fucking clue. Right, Durka. You're challenging one of these people. Durka versus Forsaken. I feel like their performance in this stage has actually been fairly even, but I have more faith in Forsaken. You're going on the list. Okay, keep bubble sorting. Forsaken versus Happyway. Who do I have more... Who do I think is going to perform better at Masters London? I think Forsaken is going to perform better than Happyway, partly because his team is going to perform better than Happyway's team. But... Okay, alright. Well then, you know what? If you think that, then put him on the list. Forsaken and Chronicle. Forsaken did a very similar thing to Chronicle, where he wasn't the best player on the team, and then turned up enormously at the very end of the playoffs. Do I think Forsaken is going to go crazy in this tournament? Yes, probably even more than Chronicle. Move Chronicle down, put Forsaken above Chronicle. Forsaken versus Trent. Now, Trent has been playing better than Forsaken this stage. Was that how you... Dude, I've looked at these too many. I've looked at these too many times. Forsaken. Yeah, he puts a capital N at the end of his name, doesn't he? Okay. 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 Forsaken or Trent? I don't know. I don't know. I think at some point you can't just keep moving Forsaken up the list because he is going to pop off at London. And I think he might have hit his cap here at Trent, to be honest. Okay. In that case, Happyway, you have a new challenger. Your new challenger is Benji Fishy. I think Happyway's actually been playing better than Benji, maybe. Those are pretty similar. I think Happy's really fucking good, Happyway. Benji's been playing really well ever since they solidified his role. But I think I'm okay putting Happyway over him. Happyway won't do shit, bro? Yeah, you're right, because XLG will get pounded into the dust. But I don't care. Yeah, okay, goodbye. EMEA's dead. There are only 3 more challenges. Sato, Kiko, and Baby Bay, and I don't even know how to rank them within Americas. So we're gonna have to do them one at a time. Okay, Happyway versus Sato. Oh, dude, what are we talking about? Happyway versus Sato? You couldn't find 2 more different players. I don't have a clue. I think it'd be reasonable to put Sato either off the list or on the list like here. These lists are stupid, bro. They're fucking dumb. Same with Kiko, bro. It's literally the same with all 3 of those players. They could either be off the list or they could all be like here. I feel confident that these players are worse than Neon, Rienz, and Brock. These players are worse than Kankan. These players are worse than Sayonara. Fuck my Chungus life, are they worse than Chichu? God fucking damn it, I've got no idea. I mean, if we wanted to do a more like apples to apples comparison, we could just do Baby Bay. Is Baby Bay better than Chichu? No. I think Chichu will, even if Baby Bay is performing better in Americas, I think Chichu will play better at London than Baby Bay. Okay. We move Baby Bay down. Is Baby Bay better than Valen? Again, at London, I expect Valen to play better than Baby Bay. Is Baby Bay better than Patman? Fucking Christ almighty, bro. No. Baby Bay Chronicle. Okay, there we might be talking now. We might be talking. No, you know what? No, still. You know what? It doesn't fucking matter because Baby Bay's not getting on the list anyway. Because even if I put him in at 15th, he's just going to get knocked off by one of these fucking bastards anyway. So, what's the point? Okay, let's try to repeat the same kind of thought process with these guys. Is Sato better than Chishu? What are the words that I'm saying? These conversations make no sense. Is a tree better than a car? What the fuck are we talking about? What are we talking about here? Vukashu will play better than all of these players by your logic. V got his number 1 by your logic. No, he fucking isn't. He really isn't. I really am having an existential crisis here. Okay, Chishu's stats are better than Sato's, I think. Chishu's impact is higher than Sato's. Sato is playing a more overpowered agent. Okay, therefore, fuck you, go down the list.
You look like a B&Q employee.
Thank you, Scubsy. Thanks. I'll take that as a compliment. B&Q's a great shop. I mean, we really are talking about the bottom of the list here, genuinely. I think if Sado and Kiko were going to get on the list, they're getting on the list, like, somewhere towards the bottom. Am I overrating Chronicle? Am I overrating the fuck out of Chronicle? He had a, like... Okay. Their run in playoffs is the only thing that matters about Vitality, because it was the only time that they were good. Boom, 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 boom. In this game, Kron drops lowest rating but +6 to get past Team Liquid. In this game, Kron drops the lowest rating +0 to get past Fnatic. In this game, Kron drops a very high rating +14 to farm foot. In this game, Kron drops a high rating again, +16, but in a loss in 5 maps to Team Heretics. It feels really similar to Forsaken, bro. I've just closed that entire... What the hell were the other tabs? Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. I can close all of those. It feels really similar to Forsaken. These two feel so similar to each other in terms of, like, impact throughout the stage, peak at the end, but also are goated players who are going to play really well at London. I'm driving myself insane with this. There's just so many different ways that you can argue for every different player. Oh my god. I'm locking in the top 14. I'm locking it in. I'm actually just locking it in. I'm driving myself nuts trying to figure this out. But this final slot, I'm really not convinced in Happy Way. I think it's extremely reasonable to put Sato or Kiko in here. But I don't know who to put. I think I should put Kiko. My gut is saying Kiko. I don't know. I think it might be pointless because this entire exercise is an exercise in futility and a cardinal sin against complex thought. Oh my god. Chat, you all have one opportunity to tell me the worst placed player on my list. Pick one player and say if they should go up or down. I will not read anything more complicated than player name, up or down. Sayonara off the list. Eat my fucking ass cheeks. I mean, if he does end up flopping, that would be tragic, to be honest with you. Okay, a lot of people saying Kang down. And Kron off the list as well. Oh. I mean... Kang has been playing some... His form is really strong. I don't think you want to be in a position where you're underestimating Kang. That seems kind of fucking crazy to me. Put him 10th then? I mean, you could make an argument that he's been less impactful than Chishu. Because he's been kind of like a wombo combo. It's been like Kang and Smoggy at the front. I would be okay with that argument, but I think there's a world where EDG make top 4 and people are like, why the fuck did no one have Smoggy on the list as well? I think that's entirely possible. How is this guy so oblivious to Vukashu? Vukashu is the 3rd best Sentinel player in China currently. He frags like a motherfucker. His aim is spectacular. I will be rooting for him at London.
Off the list.
His setups are the worst of the 3 Sentinels going to London out of China. He plays solo in almost all of his rounds, and he just shoots people when they come close to him. I mean, he gets a lot of good value. He's an incredible fragger. It's an FPS game. It's a gun game. Yeah, but he's also fucking... He's hoovering up the plebs, too. This game is not just a gun game. This game is also very important to be able to...
It's a gun game, mate. He clears the bottom 10.
He clears the bottom 10? You're crazy. You're crazy for that. You're crazy for that. I think it's TMV propaganda that has made everybody believe this. But, I mean, Vukashu is incredibly good. It's joint TMV and Shio propaganda. But... He is an incredibly strong fragger. I think it's also the fact that when you go to VLR and you go to China Stage 1 and then you click this button, you see his name and you see a 1.25 rating and you go, holy fucking Christ. And he does have like insane stats. He mops people up in these games. Filter it by ACS instead and then the plebs won't say anything. Wait, hold on. Wait, he might be cooking with that one. Wait, he might be cooking. Kang Kang and Happy Way? Wait, I'm just an ACS noob. Except I don't have Smoggy or Spirit at the top of my lists. Raga is up here in ACS. I mean, Vukashu is definitely better than some of these players that are above him for sure. But yeah. I mean, I think it's also because he has games where he just absolutely dominates people. We knew it in our hearts. Kang Kang clears. ACS filters for raw aggression. I mean, he's pretty fucking aggressive when it comes to the Sentinels as well. Yeah, so you guys want Kang Kang down and you want Chronicle off the list, huh? Some people were saying Jing down and Primi up as well. I am willing to negotiate up here. I do have a fairly strong opinion that something is the best player in the world right now. But I am definitely willing to negotiate. I could hear arguments that Jing is actually the best player in the world instead. I would be open to those arguments. But I think when you factor in like later in the stage instead of earlier in the stage, I think something edges it out. And for Primi is a phenomenally good player. He really is. I could be persuaded to push him up to the second position, but I'm not sold that he's playing better than something yet. Because they do actually play very similar roles too. Is your criteria form going into London? Minnie, don't ask what my criteria is. My criteria is partly form going into London, partly how do I think they're going to perform at London based on like how they've performed in the past. I'm trying not to be predictive in terms of like, do I think the team will go deep? And then also just fucking vibes. I'm begging you to check Kron versus Benji, especially RAR. I can't check the RAR. The website wasn't working for me for enter. Oh, wait, you mean to look at the list that you sent? Yeah, Benji is ahead of Chronicle. Yeah. But again, okay, I'm gonna counter with this, okay? And the counterpoint for Chronicle is it only matters about Vitality in playoffs. I'm ignoring entirely their stage results. Should I? I don't know. Maybe Vitality will be just as bad as they were during the stage. And I'll look like an idiot for thinking that Vitality players are good at all. But I think they solved something about their game heading into playoffs, which means that they should be less likely to revert back to that stage level performance, which means that the stats like RAR that take all of it into account, stats like RAR that take all of it into account are also going to underrate Benji potentially, because the first couple of weeks Heretics were pissing all over themselves too. But it's even worse for Vitality, I think. Benji has a better rating in just playoffs than Kron as well. We might not be talking ourselves out of this one, boys. We might not be talking our way out of this one. Honestly. I think you've got an extremely valid point. You're using the history buff for Kang. Yeah, well, a little bit. A little bit, yeah. I'm using the history buff for people that I know have turned up to events and performed really well before. Like, I know. Neon I don't know, so this is a punt, by the way. Like, if I'm being honest, maybe I should even have Neon down a little bit, but I think Neon is so fucking good. He deserves to be... Like, the worst you could put Neon, I think, is here. If you thought Neon was, like, had a strong chance of performing worse at London, I could see a good reason for putting Brock and Rien's above him. Maybe even Kang, but I really can't see a world in which you put Neon lower than 7th. And I guess I'm just being optimistic about Neon here. I just really hope Lev don't change up all of their comps and have Neon perma smokes or something. But he's incredibly good. I feel okay about this list. You did Sop dirty, by the way. Dude, Sop is really good. Sop might have actually played better than Kiko this stage. Sop may deserve to be on the list more than Kiko. But you know what? I'm not spending another fucking moment thinking about this. We are locking this in, okay? Do I feel happy about it? No. Do I ever feel happy about these lists? No. They're vile. They're sick. They're disgusting. They are Kurt's idea of torturing his friends. They're fucked up, man. They are fucked up. And I will be roasting TMV for his list, even though mine is terrible. And I will be roasting Bren for putting Jorgamo in the top 5 again. Even though I think that Jorgamo is the exact same argument that I'm making about Forsaken and Chronicle, you could make about Jorgamo. I guess the big difference being that Jorg has, well, I was going to say has only won one tournament, but so has Forsaken. So, but I mean, Forsaken's got deeper more often. I guess. I mean, Jorg has quite a lot with G2 too. All right. Where the fuck is this form? Where did Kurt send it to me? Okay, here it is. What is my name? Sideshow. All right, who was my rank 15? All right, we're locking it in. In number 15, we have Kiko. Oh my god, where is Kiko? He plays for NRG. There he is. In number 14, we have Vitality's Chronicle. It's controversial. Don't ask. In rank 13, we have PaperX's Forsaken. In rank 12, we have G2's Trent. In rank 11, we have Global Esports Patman making the list. In rank 10, we have G2's Valin. In rank 9, we have EDG's Chichu. In rank 8, we have Vitality's Sayonara. In rank 7, we have EDG's Kong Kong. In rank 6, we have NRG's Brock. In rank 5, we have Team Heretics Riens. In rank 4, we have Leviathan's Neon. In rank 3, we have Full Sense Primi. In rank 2, we have PaperX Jing. And then in rank 1, we have PaperX something. And I'm going to click the submit button. And I'm going to prepare to defend my dissertation in front of the jeering masses tomorrow. Because man, was my list unpopular with you guys.
These two small-time caster people are getting such support, such big much wow, Arga.
What is this? What have you sent me, Monkey Meatloaf?
When in fact you've been...
15 minutes of the most iconic VCT casting moments by Sideshow and Bren? Wait, hold on. The Glaze? The fucking Glaze just hit? The second Glaze video just hit the tower? Isn't Floz the person who made the, like... Was Floz the one who made the, like... Oh no, it wasn't. Wait, these videos go crazy. This is a 10k subscriber account who's got like 1.4 million views on their first ever video. And then did it again with another 2.2 million view 10s video. Just collecting some insane highlights and putting them together. That's fucking dope. Dude, I'm in the wrong business. What the hell am I doing analysis stuff for? Incredible. Dude, you can't look at Pansy's pose. That pose says greatest caster. She's leaned in. She's fucking locked in. She's got a roar of passion coming out of her mouth. The fucking photo they got for us is, hi. We're just little guys. Hi, hello. Oh my god. We are actually getting mogged so fucking hard by Pansy. Jesus Christ. Okay. Somebody also wanted me to do my VFL today, so that's what we're gonna do right now. Jing also has a similar pose, to be honest. True, you're right. Jing does also have a similar pose with his like little but that's his entire brand, like. And also, that might be one of the reasons that he only has 122k views. You know? I mean, that's a crazy thumbnail to be using. Fucking hell. Okay. Anyway, sorry. I'm getting distracted. Alright, let's have a look at VFL, shall we? Right. How the hell do we do VFL? Team Builder. Please sign into viewer account. Okay, whoops. Let me log in. Alright. How many, Can you do your VFL for London yet? Yes, you can. Okay. VFL for London is out right now. Do you use YouTube light mode so you don't see your reflection in the screen? I just always have used YouTube light mode. I probably would prefer the dark mode. I've just never tried it. Alright. We're going to build our team. We've got 50 VP to be able to work with. Let's have a look. So, who would we... If we were just trying to build a team of who we think are going to be the best players, we've got Primi, something, Durka, Jing. I mean, Jing's a little bit cheaper here. So maybe we would go with Jing. I mean, we're also really confident that Jing is going to go deep in this tournament, whereas picking somebody like Neon, even though he's incredibly good, there's just less of a chance that he goes deep, I think. Let's actually order by cost the other way and see if there's any, like, really underrated players. Can you guys see this, by the way? I think that's a bit better, right? No playoffs, people? Oh, yeah. Only Swiss players. Wait, is that how it works? Hold on. Click the guide. From your starting 6. Yeah. Transfers. He hasn't updated it. He hasn't updated the fucking thing. How many swaps do you get between Swiss and playoffs? 3. It says in tips. Ah. For game week 1, only pick players who play in the Swiss stage. Have players you want to keep most in non-wildcard slots, as the wildcard players will be easier to swap out. Get a couple premium players that you can have as your IGL, yada yada yada. You need at least 3 players to make it through each stage to have a full team in the next stage. Yep, okay. So we need 3 people that are going to be able to make it through. Alright, let's have a look. So let's order by cost low to high. And let's see if we can... Okay, let's see if we can find some underrated gems. I don't think these 3 are underrated gems. Cruz could be if we thought that Full Sense was going to do well. I feel like Cruz has been playing better than a 5.5 player, hasn't he? You know what? We need just like a stats page open at all times. Let's do that right now, actually. Let's do Pacific Stage 1, EMEA Stage 1, Americas Stage 1, China Stage 1, and then we want to order by KPR because that's the most important thing for this, is how many kills they get. Like how active they are and how much they put themselves... Actually, yeah, it is KPR that matters the most, isn't it? Okay, so where is Cruz on this? Surely I'll find him eventually. Hello, Cruz? 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 Holy fuck, we had to go. Oh my lord. Okay, we're not picking Cruz. Okay, we're not picking Cruz. Crostali, nobody. I mean, dude, is there a chance that nobody goes on some like absolutely generational run and just ends up bopping people? That would be a what? Where in the fuck is nobody, bro? Oh my lord. Holy crap, TMV's done his research. God, Jesus wept. What is going on there? Oh yeah, nobody starts in the playoffs. Sorry. I was forgetting the EDG starting playoffs. Yeah. Okay. So let's think. Of the teams, which teams do we expect to win? I expect NRG, Lev, Full Sense, and Vitality to win. NRG, Lev, Full Sense, Vitality. NRG, Lev, Full Sense, Vitality. So there's Full Sense. NRG, Lev, Full Sense, Vitality. There's NRG. Oh, these Full Sense players are Kahlua at 7? I mean, that's tasty, isn't it? Is that not tasty? Where is he on this? Jitboys is the number 2 fragger for the team, and then Kahlua is number 3. I do feel like that is pretty good. I think Kahlua's a pretty reasonable pick here. Okay, we gotta write these down. We gotta write them down with epic pen on the screen. Okay. Let's circle this guy. Yeah, King. I like the look of him as well. Okay. Let's write it over here. Killua. Killua at 7. Pretty decent. EDG would be an interesting pickup as well, actually, I think. Hold on. We might have missed some others. Lev players. We've got Blows and King here. I couldn't tell you, actually, who gets a higher KPR between Blows and King. Just, like, off the dome. Where are they? Where are they? Oh, they're exactly next to each other with 0.62. Okay. Right. I mean, either of them would be fine, though. Maybe just to fill a slot? So, like, Blows or King, depending on who we have more, like, if we need to fill an initiator or a controller spot. Scuba has kind of been pooing the bed at the moment, but maybe he'll wake up for London? Yampy and Profek. I feel like Profek's been playing pretty damn well recently, hasn't he? He felt like he has anyway. Where's my little Profek? Oh, he's the lowest fragging player for the team. With 0.63 KPR. Sometimes you just have such a wrong read on player impact, I guess. Like, I really feel like Profek was putting up some big performances for this squad when they needed it. Okay, maybe not Profek or Yampy then. And now we're getting into quite expensive players. We need to look for the bargains. Where are the fucking bargains, bro? Where are the bargains? I mean, do we think that Sociable's going to keep playing well? Maybe. He stepped up a bit more during later stages and was poor in groups. Right. Do I think Sociable's going to keep playing quite well? Yeah, I feel like Sociable... Well, who does Sociable open against, though? Who does Sociable... who do Foot play in their opening game? Full Sense? Bruh. Okay. I don't like that. I don't like that. Shit, man. Maybe we do just have to load, like, Yampy and Profek on the team. What if we got, like... What if we just went for all of the people we think are gonna win? So, Scuba... Yampy... Profek... What if we just went for all of these guys? And then we just assume that the Chinese teams are going to lose and Foot is going to lose. And we just go all in on that. Wait, who does Lev play against? Lev plays against Global. I think that has some upset itch to it. That has an itch of an upset to it. IMO. Also, who does XLG play against, chat? XLG plays against NRG. Oh, hello, Chobra. Hello. How are you doing? Welcome in, Chobra viewers. We are currently doing VFL. We are trying to pick the players that we will use for Masters London. You're welcome to provide input if you have strong opinions. But I will mostly ignore you, as my chat just found out when I was doing the top 15. Yeah. XLG plays against NRG. NRG are not going to ban Lotus. Are they? Maybe they will if they just lost it to G2. It's just such a no-brainer to ban Lotus against XLG, I think. But I think they might leave it in. Then again, I think their anti-strand is good, so they should be able to come up with a game plan to get past the triple Senti comp. I'm not worried. The man who is slightly worried says to himself, I'm not worried, I'm not worried. Full British belief, get Kiko and No Man in? I think they're going to be pretty expensive, Kiko. I mean, No Man is one of the cheapest players, actually, but Kiko's going to be pretty damn expensive, I think. Where's the guy? 10.5? Yeah, fucking hell. Alright, where were we up to then? We were up to like 7-ish cost players. Ethan. I mean, we could throw an Ethan around as well. Ethan. Leviathan. I mean, we could go with Leviathan. I don't feel strongly about Leviathan or Ethan, though, to be honest. Yampi, Profek. Then we're getting to Jit Boys at 8.5. Okay. And then Vukashu's a 9-cost player. Oh, if DRG get an upset over Vitality, the Vukashu pick's gonna go crazy. Brock's at 9.5. Okay, you know what? We just need to start picking players. Fuck it. Alright. Go back. Okay. Let's... Do we have any duelists here? No. We don't have a single duelist player. Who the fuck can we even afford that's a duelist? Oh my god, No Man is a 5.5 cost duelist. I've never seen it in my life. I've genuinely never seen it in my goddamn life. Okay, Jit Boys we could go for at 8.5. I think that's a pretty good pick. Like, I think Jit Boys is good. I'm down for that. I'm down for that. Let's add a Jit Boys. I don't think we'll be IGL in him, but you never know. For an initiator, we should probably put Jit Boys in the wildcard section, though, huh? Where's Jit Boys? Jit Boys, bro. Where you at? There you are. Okay. This music is not hidden. Okay. Okay. Wait, but the whole point of me getting the duelist was that he's a duelist. What am I doing, brother? I'm losing my mind out here. Jit Boys, get in there. Initiator. Who's an initiator out of these guys? Ethan. Oh, let's go Kahlua. I feel better about Kahlua than Ethan. Oh, do I feel better about Blows than Kahlua? Oh, I'm not sure actually. I kind of like both of those guys. And we've got Yampi. Wait, the Initiator's going crazy here. I feel like there's some good picks. Let's go Blows as the Initiator, and then let's go add a Kahlua down here or something as well. I feel like Kalua's a good pick too. Fuck off. Alright, controller. Who do we have here that's a controller? Who are we looking at in the controller department? Maybe Leviathan? But I think it's worth a punt and just go for King instead. Because I think King's got a higher chance of having a pop-off tournament than Leviathan or Profek. Why is Leaf listed as a controller? He's playing Majority Phoenix now, isn't he? Ooh, Leaf might be an absolute steal in the next stage. Okay. Anyway. Okay. Sentinel. I think this is where we gotta go for Scuba, isn't it? Yeah, I gotta go for Scuba here, I reckon. And then I've got 13 VP to spend because I've been so fucking frugal. We've got 2 Lev, 2 Full Sense. We don't have any Vitality. We should maybe diversify a little bit. We don't really want 3 triples. Kiko is also under controller? Is he actually? God damn. Get Primi in and take Kahlua out? Who's the most expensive player of the tournament? Primi something? Oh, getting Primi does go crazy. I can't lie. Okay, let's get rid of Kahlua then. Wait, but no, we could get rid of Jib Boys. Yeah, we could get rid of Jib Boys and we could add Primi. And now, because the problem with having a duelist locked into the duelist spot is that you have to swap him out for somebody else, but we can always swap Primi out and gain money. Because if Primi gets eliminated from the tournament, the player that we want to replace him with is always going to be cheaper than Primi is. Not taking your top 15 player Kron. How much is Kron actually? What? Order by name. It doesn't have a... What is going on with this alphabetizing system? What the fuck is going on? Okay, let's order by team instead. Alright, Vitality, Chronicle, he's at 8.5. I mean, that is a bit of a steal for Kron. That is a bit of a steal, I'm not gonna lie. It's kinda nice. I really don't mind putting my money where my mouth is with that one. My only concern is that... I mean, if you only pick... If you have 4 teams that you think are gonna win, you have to double them up twice. And I've saved myself half a point to be able to work with, potentially. I mean, I think this is okay. Okay. We got Scuba, we got King, we got Blows, we got Kahlua, we don't have Ethan or Leviathan. We didn't go for Yampi or Profek. But I think that's fine. I mean, we could have gone for Yampi or Profek, but we don't need to. I fuck with this. I fuck with this. I think they're good players. I think this is good. I think that's a good team. I think that's legitimately a good team. And I think it's unlikely that Full Sense and Lev... Ooh. Okay. Alright. Hold up. I'm just thinking to myself now, though. Full Sense and Lev are the teams who are playing against the non-Chinese squads, right? Because NRG plays against XLG, and Vitality plays against DRG? So Lev's playing against Global, and Full Sense is playing against Foot. Doubling up on Lev players might be... I just feel like there's something in the water there in that Lev Global game. There's something in the water. I think both teams are not very good at adapting in the match, particularly. And if they have bad... Then again, actually, Lev have been better. If they have bad reads, though... No, I feel confident. I feel confident. Lev are going to beat Global. Lev are going to beat Global. You just got to manifest it. Just got to manifest it. Okay. I've popped off. I've actually won VFL. I've actually won VFL with that one. We're making it out of York with that one. We're going to London with that one. I've cooked. I've absolutely cooked. I've cooked. Alright. Chat, I'm going to send you all over to somebody else. It is the end of my stream. I'm not going to play any ranked. It's 10 PM. I've been streaming for 6 hours. That's enough for me today. I'm taking it chill this week. I'm taking it chill. Raid Benji Fishy for the disrespect you showed him. Ah, but the problem is, then you guys are all going to be like, oh, Sideshow didn't think you're a top 15 player. And I am actually a big Benji Fishy fan. So I can't do that. I can't do that. You're going to ruin my reputation. What little of it remains. Who is... Also, Benji Fishy currently has like fucking 6k viewers. I don't think he needs a few more. Who should I raid? Com? Let's raid Com.
Thanks, sir.
Com's a nice guy. Com FPS. Let's do it. Okie dokie. Alright, guys. I'm gonna see you... When am I gonna see you? I'm not sure, actually. Am I streaming tomorrow? No, I'm doing Plat Chat. And then I'm going on holiday. So... I might not see you guys until Friday. After Plat Chat. But I will definitely be back to at least co-stream the beginning of Masters London. But yeah, I'll see you tomorrow on Plat Chat. Bye.